Martial Peak Chapter 3921 to Chapter 3954. Logically speaking, since Xianxia was injured by Madame Lan, he would not be able to keep the three-legged crow's body. There was a high possibility that Madame Lan had already gotten it. However, it was not good to ask. Madame Lan would definitely not tell them. If they asked Xianxia, they were afraid that Xianxia would misunderstand. Wei Kei shook his head and said with a wry smile, "No matter who has the three-legged crow's body, it has nothing to do with the Great Moon Province." When the three-legged crow palace appeared, he realized that the matter of the sun star had become serious. He immediately ordered a group of disciples to return to the first inn and wait for orders. He also sent a message to the headquarters. He wanted to use all the forces of the Great Moon Province to get a share of the loot, but the appearance of the three-legged crow completely disrupted his plan. This kind of treasure was not something that the Great Moon Province was qualified to covet, and not any third-class force could participate in it. Even though second-class forces could not. Forcibly participating would only end in tragedy. Those who were qualified to fight for the three-legged crow's body were only those first-class forces and the blessed enclaves. Moreover, although the Great Moon Province did not gain much from the sun star this time, it was not a small amount either. They had obtained several portions of the true sun fire, including one of the fifth-class flames. It was already a fruitful trip. As long as they could digest this time's harvest, the Great Moon Province would definitely have another fourth-class heaven-splitting expert. By then, the overall strength of the Great Moon Province would improve, and he and Tao Rongfeng's hard work would not be in vain. By the way, martial uncles. Meng Hong suddenly seemed to remember something. He cupped his fists and said, "There's one more thing to report to you. When junior brother Yang returned to the first inn with injuries, I wanted to help him, but he stopped me. He even deliberately transmitted a voice message to us, telling us to pretend not to know him. Is junior brother Yang afraid of causing trouble for us?" Wei Kei heard this and raised his eyebrows. "He transmitted a voice message to you to pretend not to know him?" "Yes." Meng Hong nodded. Tao Rongfeng pondered and said, "He can still think of this at that time. This boy is indeed meticulous. No wonder he can snatch food from the tiger's mouth." Meng Hong was puzzled. "Martial Uncle Tao, you mean?" Tao Rongfeng said, "Just as you guessed, Xianxia must be afraid that you'll bring trouble to yourselves, so he asked you to pretend that you don't know each other. After all, he has made a big mess this time and offended many forces. If people find out that he has close ties with people from the Great Moon Province, the Great Moon Province will be in constant trouble. He's doing this for the sake of the Great Moon Province." Old Feng frowned, "But we came here with Brother Yang and stayed in the first inn for several months. Someone must have seen us with him before, so it's useless to pretend we don't know him now." Wei Kei said, "So the few of you shouldn't show yourselves in the near future, so as to avoid being targeted by people with ill intentions. As long as no one discovers you, there shouldn't be any problems." Old Feng and Dai Yu looked at each other and nodded, "Understood." After talking for a while, Wei Kei asked the disciples to leave. When only he and Tao Rongfeng were left in the room, he suddenly said, "What do you think, junior sister?" Tao Rongfeng said, "That boy is bold and careful, and most importantly, kind. He is a good seedling." Then she smiled bitterly and said, "It's a pity that he has no fate with the Great Moon Province." Wei Kei was silent for a long time before he sighed, "It seems that junior sister thinks the same as me. Xianxia had caused so much trouble this time that the Great Moon Province was unable to provide him with a strong shelter. Therefore, the previous proposal of accepting him into the Great Moon Province was likely to fall through." It wasn't that Wei Kei and Tao Rongfeng didn't keep their words, but as heaven-opening realm masters, they had to consider the other disciples of the Great Moon Province. It didn't matter if they took Xianxia in, but who could deal with the trouble that followed? At that time, the whole Great Moon Province would be in trouble. "He saved our lives." Tao Rongfeng looked at Wei Kei leisurely. In that hall, if it weren't for Xianxia's timely warning, she and Wei Kei might not have been able to survive until now. Now that Xianxia was in trouble, they couldn't do anything, which made Tao Rongfeng very unhappy. Wei Kei blushed, "Think of a way to compensate him. If possible, it's best to secretly help him escape to another large territory and conceal his identity. That's the only way. There's one more thing. What does Junior's sister think? Wei Kei asked. Tao Rongfeng looked at him and said, the Golden Crow's corpse? Wei Kei nodded. Tao Rongfeng said, I thought that the Golden Crow's corpse was most likely stolen by Madame Lan, but now it seems that it's not impossible that the corpse is in Yang Kai's hands. Wei Kei smiled, why do you say that? Tao Rongfeng looked at him reproachfully, Big brother, are you testing me? Wei Kei raised a hand, we're just chatting. I want to know if Junior's sister thinks the same as me. Tao Rongfeng said, if the Golden Crow's corpse was really stolen by Madame Lan, then Yang Kai would be fine and wouldn't have to specially send a message to Meng Hong. But he still did, which means that he has some misgivings. His misgivings are none other than that his own troubles will implicate others, which also indirectly confirms the fact that the Golden Crow's corpse is in his hands. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that the Golden Crow's corpse has already been stolen by Madame Lan, and he's just being careful. Wei Kei smiled and said, Junior's sister is indeed intelligent. Tao Rongfeng rolled her eyes at him, a little flirtatious, Big brother thinks so too? Wei Kei nodded, yes, now even I don't know who has the Golden Crow's corpse. But no matter who has it, it has nothing to do with us. In the side room, the servant brought in some food and exchanged toasts with Yang Kai. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, both of them were a little tipsy. Speaking of which, although Yang Kai had lived here for 4 months before, he had never asked the servant's name. He had always called him little second brother. Now that they were chatting, he knew the servant's name. The servant's name was simple, surnamed Bai, and his first name was Qi. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Tell me, what do you want? Did the lady boss send you to find out my background? Yang Kai glanced at him from the corner of his eyes as he ate. Bai Qi chuckled, picked up the wine pot, and filled Yang Kai's cup, saying, how could that be? If the lady boss really wanted to find out your background, why would she go through so much trouble? The first doesn't have any information. Just ask around and she'll know where you come from. Then tell me where I come from? Yang Kai had an expression of disbelief. Bai Qi looked at him, do you really want to say it? Say it, let's see what you have to say. Bai Qi put down the wine pot and sat up straight, saying, then I'll say it. My name is Yang Kai, and I'm at the peak of the Emperor realm. A year ago, I jumped out from an unknown world and was received by the Fire Spirit Land's Earth Protector Venerable Duan Hai. I entered the 7 Openings Land and worked as a servant in the Fire Spirit Land, taking care of the fruit trees for half a year. Later, the 7 Openings Land experienced an unforeseen event and powerful enemies invaded. During the chaos, I took the opportunity to escape. There were 3 people with me, 1 man and 2 women, Fang Biki, Daiyu, and Ah Sun. Am I right? Yang Kai stared at him, how many spies does the Firstin have outside? He was just a nobody, yet the Firstin could find out so much about him. It was easy to imagine how terrifying this force was. Bai Qi chuckled, I also know that you've condensed the power of the 5 elements wood. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, what else? Also, on the sun's star, you stole food from the tiger's mouth and played a bunch of heaven-opening realm cultivators. Haha. Yang Kai forced a chuckle and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Firstin wasn't omniscient. At the very least, they hadn't inquired about his relationship with Old Man Su, nor did they know about the quality of his wood force. What they knew was only superficial information, but even so, it was enough to shock them. Tell me, what happened on the Sun Star? How did you get the Golden Crow's corpse? Why don't you just ask the lady boss? Why are you asking me? Yang Kai grumbled. Just the mention of the Golden Crow's corpse made him angry. If it weren't for the lady boss stopping him, he definitely would have returned to the Firstin unscathed. He wouldn't have had to suffer that palm strike. The lady boss has been in a bad mood these days. Wouldn't I be asking for a beating if I asked her? Bai Qi said bitterly. Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to him, but after thinking about it, he said, there's something I don't understand. If you can tell me, I can tell you about what happened on the Sun Star. Bai Qi narrowed his eyes and looked at him warily, what do you want to ask? Yang Kai said, don't worry, it's not a secret. If it's a secret, you can choose not to tell me. Bai Qi nodded, then you can ask. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, I clearly left Lady Boss far away, And I'm sure that even with her 6th-stage heaven-splitting strength, she can't catch up to me, so why did she return to the first inn one step ahead of me? Why is she waiting outside the first inn? This was something he couldn't figure out after thinking about it for several days. Unless the lady boss also had something like the space spirit bead, there was no way to explain it. Bai Qi was amused. Is that what you want to ask? You know the reason? Bai Qi couldn't help but laugh, slamming the table. Were you chased to a corner at that time, so you wanted to come to the first inn to avoid the limelight? You thought that as long as you entered the first inn, no one would dare to do anything to you, so after leaving the lady boss behind, you went straight to the first inn? That's right. Xianxia nodded. He did think so at that time. After all, he really had nowhere to go at that time, and the first inn was the only safe place. Ha 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 ha. Bai Qi laughed so hard that he leaned forward and back, tears almost coming out of his eyes. Xianxia looked at him coldly, wishing he could take out the black dragon spear and stab him to death. As if feeling Xianxia's coldness, Bai Qi restrained his smile with difficulty, took a sip of wine, and said, "Have you heard of the Qianquan escape method?" Qianquan escape method? Xianxia frowned. What's that? He really hadn't heard of this thing, but looking at Bai Qi's expression, Xianxia could also infer that the reason the lady boss returned to the first inn in advance and waited outside for him had a lot to do with this Qianquan escape method. Bai Qi explained, the 3,000 worlds are vast and spacious. Even if it's an upper-grade heaven splitter, it's not easy to rush from one place to another. It'll definitely take a lot of time, but how can a cultivator like us have so much time to squander? If we have the time to travel, we might as well study secret techniques and practice cultivation techniques. That's why there's a secret technique called the Qianquan escape technique. This secret technique has no other use except for traveling. For example, our first inn has the Qianquan escape seal, which has the lady boss's mark. As long as the lady boss is still in this large territory, no matter where she is, she can instantly return to the first inn with just a thought. This is the Qianquan escape technique. Xianxia was dumbfounded. It's so magical? He thought to himself, isn't this the same effect as my space spirit bead? Wherever the space spirit bead was located, he could go to the location of the space spirit bead with just a thought. It was similar to the Qianquan escape technique. It was the same principle as the space formation. However, in comparison, his space spirit bead was more convenient than the space formation, and it seemed to have its own advantages and disadvantages with the Qianquan escape technique. It's just that magical. Bai Qi chuckled. Xianxia said with a dark face, so. Madame Lan relied on the Qianquan escape technique to rush back to the first inn before me? At this time, he also understood. He thought his previous actions were brilliant, but in Madame Lan's eyes, he was walking into a trap. He was very depressed. Fortunately, the golden crow's corpse was not taken away, or he would have vomited blood. Also, I'll give you a piece of information for free. Bai Qi looked at Xianxia with a smile. In the 3,000 worlds, there's a place called the Qianquan Palace. Every large territory has a Qianquan Palace, more or less. Some large territory has 4 or 5 Qianquan palaces, and some only have 1. As long as you spend some heaven splitter pills and leave your aura in the Qianquan Palace, you can travel through these Qianquan palaces at will. Space array. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Bai Qi smiled and said, that's right. However, there is a limit to the distance that can be teleported using the laws of space. The Qianquan escape technique is different. As long as your body can withstand it, you can instantly go to the Qianquan Palace where you left your mark no matter how far you are in the same territory. Xianxia nodded in understanding, this is very convenient. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely go and see it for myself. Which faction does the Universal Temple belong to? Bai Qi said, it does not belong to any faction. The Heavenly Palace was jointly built by the 36 paradises and 72 blessed lands. Every heavenly palace is guarded by the disciples of those paradises, so it is absolutely not allowed to fight inside. Otherwise, you will become the enemy of all the paradises. Xianxia was shocked. That universal temple was built by the joint efforts of all the blessed and blessed paradises? However, when he thought about it carefully, this was not surprising. No faction would be at ease in the hands of any faction, and no faction could control it alone. It was common sense for the 36 paradises and 72 blessed lands to jointly control it. However, from what Bai Qi said, if he ran into trouble in the future, he could go to the Universal Temple to hide. Now can you tell me what happened on the Sun Star? Since they had agreed before, Yang Kai naturally would not go back on his word. He immediately recounted his experiences on the Sun Star. Bai Qi was dazzled and amazed. He was not surprised that Yang Kai had been able to conceal himself under the noses of a group of heaven-opening realm masters. This kind of thing could be done as long as one had a suitable artifact. Instead, he was very interested in how Yang Kai had escaped the pursuit of those heaven-opening realm masters. Yang Kai simply said that this king was proficient in the space principles and was especially skilled at escaping. In any case, this was not a secret. Previously, when he was being pursued by Madame Lan and the others, who knew how many times he had teleported. After chatting for a long time, Bai Qi said drunkenly, "That's all for today. I'm going back to work. Quite a few people have come to the First Inn recently, so you'd best be careful. They're probably all coming for you." Watching Bai Qi leave, Yang Kai wore a worried expression. Opening the wish pouch, Yang Kai took a look inside. The golden crow's corpse was still there. He had obtained this hot potato, but how to deal with it now was a troublesome matter. However, no matter what, this kind of good thing could definitely be sold for a good price. At the very least, he would be able to make up for the 2 destruction golden feathers he had lost. If there was no other way, he would go and exchange it for a 7th grade Sun True Gold. In any case, his original target was the 7th grade Sun True Gold. When the time came and he condensed the 5 elements fire attribute, no one would have any ideas about him anymore. Moreover, hiding in this room was not a solution. He could not hide here forever. Although he still had some heaven-opening pills, they would not last for long. After muttering to himself for a while, Yang Kai got up, pushed open the door, and went straight downstairs. Going downstairs, Yang Kai looked around and saw that the lobby was very noisy. The original 7 or 8 tables had become more than a dozen, but the supply still could not meet the demand. The whole lobby could be said to be overcrowded. Bai Qi ran around with a few dishes in her hands. When she raised her head and saw Yang Kai, she was shocked. "Why did you come down? Why can't I come down?" Yang Kai sneered. As soon as he said this, the noise in the whole lobby suddenly fell silent. After a series of swishing sounds, pairs of eyes looked over, and waves of divine senses also swept over without reservation. In an instant, Yang Kai felt like a little white sheep that had mistakenly entered a wolf's den. All the hair on his body stood on end, and he did not feel any sense of security at all. Bai Qi gave him a thumbs up, looking like he had guts. Then, she lowered her head and went to work. Yang Kai looked around, and really did see quite a few familiar faces. The few mid-level heaven-opening cultivators who had chased after him earlier, apart from Madame Lan, were all here. Waves of divine senses intertwined and drifted, and pairs of eyes looked at Yang Kai with malice. The whole lobby was silent, but everyone felt as if a storm was about to come. The cultivator with slightly lower strength could not help but gulp, and their eyes looked towards the door, as if looking for a way to leave. Just as swords were about to be drawn, a door on the 2nd floor opened with a bang, and Madame Lan walked out. Her phoenix eyes swept down, and her gaze fixed on Yang Kai. She snorted softly, and then leaned against the armrest, took out a handful of something that looked like melon seeds, and nimbly began to munch on them. Yang Kai chuckled. He knew that since Madame Lan had shown up, no one would dare to make a move against him here. Madame Lan had probably also sensed that the atmosphere below was not right, so she purposely showed up to suppress the situation. The lobby was full, and there were no seats. Yang Kai looked around, and then walked straight to a table. There were 3 people sitting at this table, a handsome young man, 2 old men with deep auras, and behind the young man stood a charming woman in revealing clothes. Behind the 2 old men stood a group of disciples, clearly from the same force. The young man's strength was not high, and he should have only condensed a Dao seal, while the 2 old men were both heaven-opening cultivators. The young man was originally looking at Yang Kai with disdain, but when he saw that he was actually walking straight towards him, he could not help but frown, not knowing what Yang Kai wanted to do. "Brother, we meet again, what a coincidence." Yang Kai greeted him cheerfully. If you don't mind, let's sit together. After saying that, he did not wait for the other party's agreement, and directly sat down opposite him. The young man was a little confused. Who are you? Yang Kai's face was full of enthusiasm. Friend, you really are a person of great importance with short memories. Didn't we meet on the way to Sunstar? This was not nonsense. The two of them had indeed met before. At that time, Yang Kai, Dayu, and the others were on the way to Sunstar, and the large ship this young man was on crashed into them from behind, almost injuring them. After that, he returned to invite Dayu and Ah-sun to board, but Yang Kai refused. At that time, he did not know which force they were from, but after seeing the jade slip Meng Hong gave him, he found out that they were from Buin Prefecture. After Yang Kai's reminder, the young man came to a realization. It's you. After saying that, his face darkened. Who allowed you to sit down? Scram. Yang Kai did not mind and chuckled, there's no place to sit. You just happen to have an empty seat here, why don't you share a table? Why are you being so stingy? The young man still wanted to say something when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. There were many divine senses on his body that were carefully examining him. Turning his head, he saw that the several mid-rank heaven-opening masters in the lobby were all looking at him suspiciously, causing his face to pale. He did not know how he had attracted their attention. The two heaven-opening realm old men at the same table also noticed that something was wrong. One of them winked at the young man while the other looked at Yang Kai and quickly said, "We'll leave this table to you, let's go." As he said this, he stood up. The young man seemed to be a little reluctant, but he was forcibly pulled away by the other old man. The group did not linger, paying the bill and directly leaving the first inn. A moment later, on the large ship, the young man's face was gloomy. Who was that guy? The two old men behind him exchanged a glance before one of them said, "Young master, that person is the one who stole the Golden Crow's corpse." The young man was shocked. What? He stole the Golden Crow's corpse and then safely escaped back to the first inn? That's right, it's him. Then why are we afraid of him? The young man asked in a low voice. That guy had only come to share a table, yet they had to leave with their tails between their legs. It was as if they were afraid of him, making him feel a little embarrassed. The old man said, "We're not afraid of him, but there's no need to tangle with him at this time. The Golden Crow's corpse is very important, and when the time comes, the first inn will definitely stir up a storm. It's best if our Buin Prefecture doesn't get involved." The other old man also nodded, yes. The young man's expression darkened. Although he knew they were right, he was still somewhat unwilling. As if seeing through his thoughts, the old man from before said, "Young master, don't worry, that brat won't be able to live for much longer." The young man asked, "What do you mean?" The old man sneered, "Trying to stir up a storm with such insignificant strength, he'll definitely die without a complete corpse." As soon as the Buin province group left, Yuan Xiaoman wrapped herself in a fragrant wind and sat down on Yang Kai's left side, looking at him with a smile. Yang Kai called Bai Qi over and pointed at the leftovers in front of him, saying coldly, "Take them away and serve another table." Bai Qi glared. This guy had just been exchanging drinks with him in the room, calling him brother, and now he was ordering him around like a waiter. What kind of person was this? But there was nothing he could do. After all, this was what he did. He obediently removed the things on the table and went to the kitchen to prepare the dishes. 3 other people stood up at the same time. One was an old man with a ruddy complexion, with a fat head and big ears, one was a man in martial arts clothes with a cold expression, and one was a scholar with a round fan in his hand. They went straight to this table and sat down. This table was immediately full. The 4 middle-ranked Kaitians stared straight at Yang Kai. To be honest, there was some pressure, but Yang Kai was not afraid. The lady boss was still watching from the second floor. Who would dare to be presumptuous here? Madame Lan was obviously aware of this as well, and her expression was extremely disgusted. However, when it came to business, the first inn's reputation could not be tarnished. "Little brother, you're really something." Yuan Xiaoman was the first to speak. She looked at Yang Kai with great interest, as if she had found a new toy. "You even ran back here. You're amazing." Yang Kai tilted his head and glanced at her. His gaze paused on her towering breasts for a moment, and he grinned. What's your name? Yuan Xiaoman. After that, she pointed at the others and introduced them to Yang Kai one by one. It was only now that Yang Kai knew where these guys who had been chasing him for many days came from and what their names were. Little brother, are you interested in joining my catoptric deflection? You look like a newcomer outside of Qianquan, right? In a place like this, it's not easy for newcomers to stand out. Having help and not help are two different things. Yang Kai asked curiously, how do you know I'm a newcomer? The first hotel was able to find out about him because that was what they did. There was no reason for Yuan Xiaoman to know about him, and he shouldn't have revealed any flaws. Yuan Xiaoman covered her mouth and giggled. You don't even know the Qianquan escape technique, and you came to the first stall to walk right into the trap. How dare you say you're not a newbie? Yang Kai's face darkened when he heard this. This was definitely the greatest humiliation of his life, a stain on his path of cultivation. But no one had ever told him about the Qianquan escape technique in a place like the Chichao lands, so how could he possibly know about its mysteries? When he saw Madame Lan at that time, he thought that she was a twin. Brat, this old man will only ask you one question. You'd better answer honestly, or else you'll have to bear the consequences. The fat Hong Lao suddenly snorted coldly. Yang Kai squinted at him. Then don't waste your energy. I won't tell you anything. You're courting death. Boss Red was furious. Yang Kai slammed the table and stood up abruptly. He glared at Hong Lao and said, try me. Hong Lao jumped in fright and stared at him dumbfoundedly. He didn't expect Yang Kai to have such a big reaction. For a moment, he stood there in a daze, unable to back down. On the second floor, the lady boss, who was munching on sunflower seeds, gritted her teeth so hard that they almost shattered. She glared hatefully at Yang Kai's back, knowing that this brat was using her as a protective talisman. Who in the first hotel would dare to make a move? He was clearly certain of this, which was why he dared to challenge Hong Lao so impudently. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the guts to do so in the Emperor realm. On the side, Yuan Xiaoman's mouth was slightly agape. Xianxia and Ji Tianqing were also clicking their tongues in wonder. In the main hall, many of the low-rank heaven splitters were even more shocked by Yang Kai. If you don't dare to make a move, then shut up. Yang Kai sat back down and shouted at the kitchen, is the food ready? Why are you so slow? Bai Chi's voice came from the kitchen, it's almost ready, what are you rushing for? Hong Lao's face turned even redder and there seemed to be steam rising from the top of his head. Taking a deep breath, he spat, boy, you've got guts. If you have the ability, you'd better hide in the first inn for the rest of your life, otherwise, this old master will tear you to pieces. He was truly angered to the point that he couldn't get out of this embarrassing situation in front of a dozen or so tables of people. That was what you called an embarrassment. Yang Kai didn't care. In any case, he had already offended this old man. As the saying went, there was no need to worry about too many debts. Zhang Qi frowned, seemingly understanding Yang Kai's character. Rubbing his fingers together, a space ring appeared in his hand and he slowly pushed it in front of Yang Kai. Little brother, this king also has a question to ask you. Yang Kai glanced at him and was slightly surprised. Although he didn't know what was inside the space ring, the possibility of it being a heaven splitter pill was very high. Can I sell information now? Overjoyed, Yang Kai took the space ring and swept it with his divine sense, discovering that there were 10,000 heaven splitter pills inside. Immediately beaming with joy, Yang Kai said, well said, well said. He secretly sighed to himself at the generosity of a fourth-grade heaven splitter master. 10,000 heaven splitter pills, although it was only enough for him to stay in his room for 10 days, it was still quite a lot. Zhang Qi smiled lightly and was about to speak when Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him, turned to Yuan Xiaoman and Ji Tianqing, and said, do you two have any questions? If you want to ask something, then hurry up. I'll say this first, whoever offers the highest price will have their question answered, and I'll only answer one question, so you'd better think carefully. The corners of Zhang Qi's eyes twitched. Ji Tianqing and Yuan Xiaoman were also speechless. They were fourth-grade heaven splitters, and although their strength wasn't very high, they were still respected figures in the nearby territory, yet today they were being led around by the Emperor realm by the nose. Hong Lao sneered, boy, this old master can see that your glabella is turning black, you'll soon face a bloody disaster. Shut up, it's none of your business. Yang Kai snapped, go back to where you came from. Turning to Ji Tianqing and Yuan Xiaoman, Yang Kai asked, are you too sure you don't want to ask anything? If you don't, then I'll answer this, Sir Zhang. Ji Tianqing and Yuan Xiaoman exchanged a glance and gritted their teeth, but there were some things they had to ask, so even if they were unwilling, they still tacitly pushed out a space ring. Yuan Xiaoman put on a fake smile and said, little brother, aren't you afraid that these things will burn your hands? Yang Kai snatched the space ring from her hand and sneered, I've already taken things that burned my hands, why would I be afraid of this? Yuan Xiaoman was speechless, but thinking about it, in the Golden Crow Divine Palace, this guy had the courage to seize the body of so many heaven splitters in front of him, so how could he complain about these space rings burning his hands? This was a master who valued money over his life. After inspecting the space ring, the joy on Yang Kai's face grew even stronger as he turned to Ji Tianqing and said, this Sir Ji offered the highest price. Speak, what do you want to ask? I'll tell you everything I know. Zhang Qi and Yuan Xiaoman both turned to look at Ji Tianqing. Ji Tianqing's expression remained unchanged as he quietly asked, who has the Golden Crow's corpse now? Yang Kai was taken aback by this question. Although he knew that these people would definitely ask about the Golden Crow's corpse, he hadn't expected them to ask about this. He almost blurted out that it was naturally in his hands. Was there a need to ask such an obvious question? Thinking about it for a moment, he suddenly realized something. He and the lady boss knew that the Golden Crow's corpse was in his hands, but others didn't. After all, there was no third person outside the first inn. Others only knew that he had been running away and walking right into a trap, only to be intercepted and injured by the lady boss outside the first inn. If he were an outsider, would he have thought that the Golden Crow's corpse had already been snatched away by Madame Lan? After all, with his strength, how could he contend against a 6th-level skysplitter? If Madame Lan wanted to snatch something from him, it would be too easy. So that was it. No wonder Ji Tianqing would ask such a question. It seemed that Zhang Qi and Yuan Xiaoman also wanted to ask the same question. They still couldn't figure out who had the Golden Crow's corpse. Many thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind as he weighed the pros and cons. It only took a short moment before he slammed the table and stood up, his face full of grief and indignation. He turned and pointed at the lady boss on the 2nd floor, shouting, it's her, it's her, it's her. The thing that I fought so hard for was snatched away by her. The first inn bullies the weak, the first inn bullies the weak, this is a black inn. The angry roar echoed in the hall, shuttling through everyone's ears. It was a complaint full of blood and tears. Everyone looked in the direction that Yang Kai was pointing and stared at the lady boss in unison. Madame Lan was dumbstruck, her red lips parted slightly, and a piece of fruit shell fell silently from her mouth. After a long while, Madame Lan gritted her teeth. Brat, you must be tired of living. Although she didn't hear what Ji Tianqing asked Yang Kai just now, there was no need to hear such things. She could guess that it was nothing more than the whereabouts of the Golden Crow's corpse. Yang Kai's accusation this time would undoubtedly involve her in a great deal of trouble. Even if she denied it, it would be of no use. From the looks in the eyes of those in the lobby, Madame Lan knew that many people had already guessed this. Now, she was just confirming it with Yang Kai's words. This time, even the waters of the 3 rivers and 5 lakes would not be able to clear her name. If she had really snatched the Golden Crow's corpse, it would have been fine. The key was that although she had made a move, Yang Kai had still slyly escaped and hid in the first inn. Not only did she not reap any benefits, she even got herself into trouble. Madame Lan was so angry that her nose was crooked. She had never seen anyone as detestable as this brat. If she could make a move, Madame Lan would definitely go down and make him regret ever being born into this world. But this was the first inn, and the first inn's reputation could not be damaged. Lady boss, you're so full of murderous intent. Are you going to silence me? Yang Kai shouted angrily. You shut up. Madame Lan was so angry that she threw the snacks in her hand at him. You can shut my mouth, but you can't shut the mouths of everyone else in the world. Justice is in the hearts of the people. Whatever people do, the heavens are watching. Lady boss, you're on your own now. Madame Lan's chest heaved violently. She felt hot blood rush to her brain, and her fists were clenched so tightly that they turned white. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She really wanted to go down and tear this brat's mouth apart. The dishes are here, the dishes are here. At this moment, Bai Qi ran out of the kitchen with a few dishes and a pot of wine. When he entered the main hall, he suddenly realized that the atmosphere was not right. He froze on the spot and turned his head to look around. He did not know what was going on. He only saw that his boss was so angry that her face had turned green. She was standing on the second floor with her eyes closed, and her delicate body was trembling. What's going on? Bai Qi walked up to Yang Kai and asked quietly. A storm is coming, replied Yang Kai. Kai Yang replied as he reached out and took the food and wine from his hand. Turning around, he walked up to the second floor. The water had already been stirred up, so it was not good to stay here for long. It was best to avoid the limelight for now. Returning to his room, closing the door and activating the barrier, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing heartily as a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Although the lady boss was a good person, she still made him waste a golden destruction plume. She even injured him before. Now that he had the chance, he naturally had to get back at her. What's more, in the current situation, shifting his attention to the lady boss was the best choice. He sat at the table, drinking by himself, thinking about his future path. Suddenly, he heard a loud bang and the door was kicked open. Yang Kai was shocked. He stood up and turned to look outside. He shouted, "Who is it? Who was so bold to make a move in the first inn? Did they want to die?" Yang Kai's neck shrank back when he saw who kicked open the door. It was none other than the lady boss of the first inn, Madame Lan. The lady boss stepped into the room, her whole body wrapped in a cold aura, a sneer on her face as she stared straight at Yang Kai. With a light flick of her foot, she closed the door behind her. Madame Lan. Yang Kai retreated step by step. Soon, he reached the foot of the wall. His eyes were unfocused. He wondered why there wasn't even a window in this room. He couldn't even jump out of the window to escape. He couldn't even think about teleportation. In front of a 6th grade splitter, he probably didn't have the chance. Madam, do you have any advice for me? Yang Kai stared ahead in horror, his heart in his throat. He secretly decided that if Madame Lan really attacked him, he would immediately use his dragon form secret technique so that she wouldn't attack him. Madame Lan sneered softly, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. If I kill you, I won't be able to explain myself." Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, he didn't expect Madame Lan to say leisurely, "I won't kill you, but I can give you a good beating." "Brat, are you ready?" Yang Kai swallowed his saliva. "Madam, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Why are you doing this? Besides, this is the first inn, and I'm your guest. I spent money to stay here. You're the lady boss. Is it appropriate for you to attack a guest? Not suitable." Madame Lan walked over step by step, and soon arrived in front of Yang Kai. A fragrant scent wafted over, and she suddenly gritted her teeth. "But if I don't beat you up, I won't be able to vent my anger. You don't want the first inn signboard anymore?" Yang Kai tried his best to shrink back, but he was already forced into a corner. Where else could he go? "Don't use the signboard to restrain me. It's useless no matter what you say today." Madame Lan raised a delicate fist and clenched it so tightly that it cracked. The murderous aura around her surged violently, as if it could swallow the heavens and the earth. As she spoke, her fist shot out like a flash of lightning, landing squarely on Yang Kai's left eye. With a boom, Yang Kai only felt his vision go black. His vision was filled with stars, and even his thoughts were muddled. The lady boss's punch was not light, and it almost stunned him on the spot. Before he could regain his senses, the fist came flying towards his right eye again, and there was another boom. Instinctively hugging his head, Yang Kai curled up at the foot of the wall, enduring Madame Lan's punches and kicks. He secretly swore to himself that one day, he would definitely get back at her and get his revenge. After an indeterminate amount of time, which seemed like an instant, but also like a year, Yang Kai finally felt that the attacks that fell on him like raindrops had stopped. He quietly turned his head and looked through the gaps between his fingers. He saw Madame Lan panting with her hands on her hips, and an expression of satisfaction on her face. That felt good. Brat, you'd better take care of yourself. With that, she turned and left. Xianxia cursed and collapsed to the ground. At the door, Bai Qi watched the lady boss leave leisurely, and then poked his head out to look around. Only then did he enter the room and close the door. He walked slowly to Xianxia's side and squatted down to look at him, his face full of sympathy. You hit him really hard. The lady boss is really angry. I've never seen her so angry before. Xianxia lay weakly on the ground, feeling as if many of the bones in his body had been broken. Although Madame Lan didn't have the intention to kill him, she really did use a heavy hand. He had just recovered from his injuries, but now he was injured again. It was really sullen. Are you going to keep watching like this? Xianxia squinted at Bai Qi, who was squatting in front of him. Can you help me up? Bai Qi chuckled. If it was someone else who hit you, it wouldn't matter if I helped, but the lady boss hit you. How would I dare? If she found out, how would I still be able to stay here? Then what are you doing here? Xianxia glared at him. Bai Qi said, I'm just here to watch the show. TSK, TSK, TSK. Brat, you've offended the lady boss. I think you're going to have a hard time in the future. Get lost. Xianxia shouted angrily. Did he need others to tell him that he would have a hard time in the future? This time, the lady boss did not even care about the reputation of the first in and insisted on beating him up. He could imagine what kind of situation he would be in the first in the future. It would probably be difficult for him to even move an inch. Bai Qi chuckled, got up, and said, You have the strength to chase people away. It doesn't look like it's a big deal. You go and rest first. If there's anything, call me later. With that, he turned and left. Xianxia was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. When he moved a little, he felt pain all over his body. He lay on the ground for a full 3 hours before he climbed onto the bed with difficulty and quietly recuperated. However, this effort was not in vain. In the first in, after Xianxia made such a scene, almost everyone's attention had shifted to the lady boss. Although Xianxia's tone and actions were a little exaggerated at that time, anyone with half a brain was willing to believe that the Golden Crow's corpse had been snatched by Madame Lan and now it had fallen into her hands. After all, the difference in strength between Xianxia and her was too great. Since Madame Lan had already made a move before, how could she fail? The next day, in a wing room in the Great Moon Prefecture, an elderly man sat upright. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfeng stood in front of him, reporting what had happened recently. The elderly man nodded from time to time. After a long time, Wei Kei said, That's the general situation. What plans does the chief have? This elderly man was the chief of the Great Moon Prefecture. Previously, Wei Kei had asked Meng Hong and the others to go back to the first and send a message to the headquarters. The chief of the Great Moon Prefecture immediately led people here to meet up with Wei Kei, Tao Rongfeng, and the others. They rushed all the way and only arrived at the first in today. The chief nodded and said, You did well this time. As long as we digest what we got this time, the strength of the Great Moon Prefecture will definitely improve. This time, although the Great Moon Prefecture did not get something like the True Sun Gold, they obtained several portions of the True Sun Fire, one of which was a 5th grade one. Its value was not small. For a force like the Great Moon Prefecture, it was not easy to obtain 4th grade materials, let alone 5th grade ones. If they sold this 5th grade True Sun Fire and bought some 4th grade materials, there was a great chance that they could create a 4th grade Kai Tian. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to choose the right seedlings and spend a certain amount of time and energy. The two of you deserve great credit for this operation. Wei Kei said, Chief, you flatter us. This time, we also narrowly escaped death. Moreover, we even received a life-saving grace from them. Oh? The old man raised his eyebrows. We must repay the kindness of saving our lives. Tell me, which expert helped you? Wei Kei said, It was not an expert. It was that kid called Xianxia. The old man frowned. The kid who stole the Golden Crow's corpse and caused a storm in the city? Yes. The chief nodded and tapped his fingers on the table, as if thinking about something. After a long time, he said, I heard that the Golden Crow's corpse has fallen into Madame Lan's hands? That's what the kid said. What do you want to do? The old man looked at Wei Kei and asked. Wei Kei said, if it's possible, I want to ask you to accept him into our Great Moon Prefecture. He is a newcomer who has just entered this world and has no one to rely on. What's rare is that he is kind and benevolent, and we are indebted to him. Now that he is in trouble, we can't sit back and do nothing. The chief sighed. I knew you would say that, but have you thought about it? Now that he is in trouble, if our Great Moon Prefecture accepts him rashly, what kind of impact will it have on us? Wei Kei cupped his hands and said, I've thought about this, but now that the Golden Crow's corpse is not in his hands, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The chief looked straight at him. Do you believe what you said? Wei Kei's mouth moved, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. He really didn't believe what he said. The chief said, although Yang Kai said that the Golden Crow's corpse had been taken away by Madame Lan, the Golden Crow's corpse is so precious that anyone who wants it will not let it go easily. When the time comes, there will be countless masters who will ask Yang Kai for confirmation, or even search his soul to interrogate him. When the time comes, will our Great Moon Prefecture protect him or not? If we protect him, with the strength of our Great Moon Prefecture, we can't compete with others at all. If we don't protect him, how can we survive? He waved his hand and said, we can't accept this person, or we will put our Great Moon Prefecture in trouble. Chief. Wei Kei was anxious. There's no need to say more. The chief said decisively, we can't stay in this dangerous place for long. Pack up and return to the Great Moon Prefecture with me immediately. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang looked at each other. They both knew that since the chief had made his decision, it was useless to say anything else. They couldn't help but sigh. They knew that the chief's decision was right. They had also thought of this before, but now that things had come to this, they were still a little unhappy. As for his kindness to you, think of a way to compensate him. The chief added. Wei Kei cupped his hands. Yes. In the room, Yang Kai and Wei Kei sat across a table from each other. Tao Rongfang stood behind Wei Kei and stared at Yang Kai's bruised and swollen face with sympathy. Normally, if Tao Rongfang saw this scene, she would definitely laugh out loud. Yang Kai's two dark circles were simply too comical. At first glance, it was obvious that they were caused by someone's fists. Moreover, the punches were extremely symmetrical, so the strength of the person who did this was definitely extraordinary. But how could she laugh at this moment? Thinking of Yang Kai's future situation and the possible blame from Ah Sun, she couldn't help but feel sad. Wei Kei was also embarrassed. Wei Kei also wore an embarrassed expression, and after a long explanation, he scratched his face and said, Yang Kai, the situation is like this. Before, I had planned to take you to Great Moon Province and let you join us, but now it seems that won't be possible. The sect chief doesn't agree and this way is powerless to do anything about it. I'm really sorry. Saying so, he turned his head and cupped his fists, a look of shame on his face. Yang Kai chuckled and said, Senior Wei, you're too serious. I know what to do. Even if your chief doesn't agree, I can't go to the Great Moon Prefecture with you. In my current situation, I can't leave the first inn. Otherwise, I'll die. If I stay here, there's still a chance. Tao Rongfang said, even so, you can't hide in the first inn for the rest of your life. What's your plan in the future? Yang Kai's eyes blurred for a while. He shook his head and said, I'll take one step at a time. I can't think so far ahead. Alas. Wei Kei sighed heavily and said, you're too bold. Why did you think of robbing the Jinwu corpse? It was said that people died for wealth and birds died for food. Yang Kai's action in the Jinwu palace was undoubtedly digging his own grave. If it weren't for the first inn, he would have died somewhere. Yang Kai said awkwardly, I didn't think so much at that time. I just robbed it on impulse. It's useless to talk about it now. He waved his hand and didn't want to talk about it anymore. Seeing this, Wei Kei naturally changed the topic. We're about to leave the first inn and return to the Great Moon Prefecture. Is there anything I can help you with? Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, there is one thing. Speak. Wei Kei said. Yang Kai said, Old Feng, Daiyu, and Ah Sun escaped with me from the Chichao land. Now that Ah Sun has been accepted as a disciple by Senior Tao, I don't have to worry about anything, but Old Feng and Daiyu have nowhere to go. Now that I am like this, it's not suitable for them to have anything to do with me. I would like to ask the two seniors to take them into the Great Moon Prefecture and let them have a place to stay. Wei Kei said, even if you didn't mention it, we also had the same idea. Don't worry, I will take Feng Biki and Daiyu back to the Great Moon Prefecture and take good care of them. As long as I am alive, I will not let them be bullied. Thank you, Senior. Wei Kei blushed with shame and waved his hands repeatedly, don't thank me, or I'll be too ashamed to show my face. What about you? Tao Rongfeng asked, don't you have anything you want us to help you with? Yang Kai shook his head. He was currently in a lot of trouble, so the Great Moon Prefecture couldn't help him with anything. Taking Old Feng and Daiyu away could be considered a load off his mind. Wei Kei sighed, took out a space ring, and pushed it in front of Yang Kai. It's not much, but I hope you don't mind. If you want to hide in the first inn, you'll need money, so take this. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before accepting the space ring. Wei Kei was an honest person, so if he were to be polite with him, it would only make things more difficult for him. After exchanging a few more words, the two got up and said their goodbyes. Before leaving, Wei Kei said, do you want to see Feng Biki and Daiyu? After this farewell, who knows when we'll meet again? Yang Kai smiled and said, there will always be a chance in the future. Please take them with you, Senior. Parting was difficult, so it was best not to see them again. Wei Kei stared at him for a while before patting him on the shoulder, take care of yourself. Then, he turned around and left. Tao Rongfeng nodded to Yang Kai and also left. Listening carefully, Yang Kai soon heard the sound of footsteps coming from the corridor. Knowing it was the people from Great Moon State, he returned to his room. After the sound disappeared, Yang Kai returned to his bed and continued to meditate and heal his wounds. Thinking back to everything he had experienced since leaving the star boundary, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Being separated from Ruashi and wandering in the Chichao land, it wasn't easy for him to escape. Now, he was involved in such a big matter as the Golden Crow's corpse. As an emperor of the Emperor realm, he was in the eye of the storm outside this world. How to deal with the Golden Crow's corpse needs to be carefully considered. Not only must he deal with it beautifully, but he must also get rid of this trouble. Thinking about it gave him a headache. The next few days were calm. Yang Kai had been on guard against the lady boss coming to trouble him again. Who knew that he wouldn't see her for several days? His injuries slowly healed, but after what happened last time, he didn't dare to go out at will. Who knows if there were any bold people in the first inn? If they really disregarded the rules of the first inn and attacked him, he wouldn't be able to resist. Time flew by and 10 days later. On this day, Yang Kai was drinking with Bai Chi in his room. While listening to him talk about the outside world, the door was suddenly kicked open. Yang Kai looked up in surprise, then couldn't help but shrink his neck and turn to look at Bai Chi. Is there a word safety in your inn? Can you just kick a guest's door at will? Bai Chi laughed dryly, who told her to be the lady boss. Madame Lan's beautiful eyes were cold as she stared at Bai Chi. I was wondering why I didn't see you anywhere. So you were hiding here drinking. Don't you need to serve the guests outside? How dare you slack off here? I'll deduct 1 year of your wages. Bai Chi's face turned pale. Lady boss, please don't be angry. I'll go out now. Please don't deduct my wages. After saying this, he ran away and disappeared. Yang Kai leaned against the corner of the wall and wanted to slip away as well. The lady boss's beautiful eyes swept over him, and he immediately froze on the spot. With a little kick, the door closed again. Madame Lan sat directly where Bai Chi was just sitting and stared at Yang Kai coldly, not moving for a moment. Yang Kai squeezed out a dry smile at her, then slowly squatted down and shrank into the corner of the wall. He covered his head with both hands. Don't hit my face. The last time she hit him, he had 2 dark circles under his eyes, and it took several days for them to disappear. This woman was too ruthless, he had to be careful. The lady boss said coldly, sit. Yang Kai glanced at her quietly and sat on the ground. The lady boss said angrily, what are you pretending for? I'll let you sit on the chair. Yang Kai blinked, then stood up. He turned sideways to guard against her, then slowly moved to the side of the chair and sat down. His eyes were erratic, and he was highly nervous. Seeing his guarded appearance, Madame Lan was furious. She slammed the table and said, "Brat, do you know how much trouble you've caused me?" Yang Kai sniffed, "I'm not too sure, but I heard a little." He heard about the situation outside from Bai Chi these days, so he didn't go to the lobby to take a look. He only knew that most of the forces that had stayed in the first inn had left. After all, most of the forces that had come here before were third-rate forces, and they weren't qualified to participate in the fight for the Golden Crow's corpse. Those who knew their place, like the Great Moon Province, naturally left early, but there were also a few who stayed to watch the show. Although most of the third-rate forces had left, many second-rate forces had come, and even a few first-rate forces from the Blessed Enclaves had come. In the first inn, there were now more than 20 middle-level splitters, and as many as 3 or 4 high-level splitters. It could be said that since the opening of the first inn, there had never been such a grand occasion where so many powerhouses had gathered, and all of this was because of the Golden Crow's corpse. Madame Lan sneered, "Do you think you can get away with it just because you shifted the blame in the lobby that day? Do you really take others for fools? Whether the Golden Crow's corpse is in my hands or not, only the heavens and earth will know." Yang Kai said, "I was forced to." With a bang, Madame Lan slammed the table again, "So you can make irresponsible remarks just because you were forced into a corner? Do you believe that I'll drive you out of the first inn right now? I don't need to tell you what will happen to you when the time comes." Yang Kai was shocked. "Madam, are you trying to kill me?" Madame Lan lowered her head and played with her fingers, saying indifferently, "It's impolite not to reciprocate. You can do what you want, but I can't do what you want." Yang Kai was really anxious now. If he was driven out of the first inn, how could he survive? He glared at her. "The first inn opened its doors to do business, and I didn't pay a single cent less. How can you drive me out?" Madame Lan looked up at him. "You're right, the first inn has never driven out a customer before. If we drive you out like this, we'll ruin our reputation." Yang Kai's heart thumped, and he exhaled heavily, but then he heard Madame Lan say, "Unless it's those who can't afford to stay but refuse to leave." Yang Kai's eyes widened, and he instinctively felt that something was wrong. "Sure enough," Madame Lan said with a smile, "I've decided, from today onwards, your room will cost 100,000 heaven-opening pills per night." 100,000? Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he silently calculated. Although he still had some heaven-opening pills on hand, it was likely only enough to last him 3 or 4 days. Filled with grief and indignation, he shouted, "Lady boss, you're taking advantage of your position to bully others." Madame Lan said, "I like to, what can you do? It's my business whether the room price goes up or not, and it's your business whether you want to stay or not. No one's forcing you." Yang Kai said, "Then I request to change rooms." Madame Lan laughed softly, "There's no room left. The first inn is overcrowded now, where can I find a room for you?" Yang Kai clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke, glaring at her fiercely. Madame Lan, on the other hand, didn't seem to care at all. She had a charming smile on her face as she played with her slender jade fingers, not looking at him at all. Resisting the urge to punch this woman in the face, Yang Kai said, "What do you want? Speak." Madame Lan said indifferently, "Brat, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Haven't you heard of this saying?" How could he not have heard of this before? It could be said that he was very familiar with it. Ever since his debut, he had encountered many similar situations. Yang Kai understood the meaning of this sentence better than many people. This empress made a miscalculation and let your evil scheme succeed. Now, there are many people outside who believe that the Golden Crow's corpse is in my hands. Madame Lan looked up. Since that's the case, this empress doesn't mind confirming those people's guesses. This trouble will be taken on by the first inn. What do you think? Yang Kai said, "Madam, you mean to ask me to hand over the Golden Crow's corpse?" Madame Lan said, "I won't give it to you for free. I'll give you enough compensation." Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then asked, "Can I hear the compensation plan?" Madame Lan smiled and raised a finger. "The first option is to give you heaven-opening pills. This amount." As she spoke, that finger waved heavily in front of Yang Kai's eyes. 10 million? Yang Kai was moved. Madame Lan nodded. Yang Kai said, Madame is generous. 10 million heaven-opening pills was truly not a small amount. This was a great temptation for anyone in the Emperor realm. Since there's the first option, then there's the second. What's the second option? Madame Lan glanced at him and said, the second option is for the first in to find 5th grade Yin Yang 5 elements power for you to help you reach the 5th grade of heaven-opening pills. This was another great benefit. If the 5th grade Yin Yang 5 elements power was converted into heaven-opening pills, it would be worth about 7.5 million heaven-opening pills. However, considering the rarity of materials of this grade, its value was not much different from 10 million heaven-opening pills. Moreover, the 5th grade of heaven-opening pills was not considered weak outside of this universe. It was in the middle of the middle grade of heaven-opening pills. Duan Hai was only at the 4th grade back then. Even Heavenly Lord Qiqiao, whom Yang Kai had never seen before, was only at the 5th grade. Elder Su was also at the 5th grade. In other words, the 5th grade of heaven-opening pills was enough to establish a foothold outside of this universe and lay down a foundation. Madame Lan's sincerity, but the more she was like this, the more Yang Kai felt the value of the Golden Crow's corpse. Otherwise, why would Madame Lan pay such a great price? The value of the Golden Crow's corpse would definitely far exceed the compensation given by Madame Lan. Is there a third type? Yang Kai asked. Madame Lan said exasperatedly, are you still not satisfied with these two options? Brat, don't be too greedy. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, I'm just asking. Don't be angry, don't be angry. He quickly poured a cup of tea for her, lest this woman go crazy again. Madame Lan snorted coldly. She picked up her teacup and took a sip. She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. You should be content with what you have. There are so many newcomers like you who have struggled in the trichiliocosm for hundreds and thousands of years without accomplishing anything. You have only just entered this world, yet you already have such good luck. Who knows how many people will envy you? These words reminded Yang Kai of Daiyu and Old Feng. The two of them had been outside of this universe for many years, but unfortunately, they had always been trapped in the Kikikyo lands, unable to even break through to the heaven-opening realm. In comparison, Yang Kai's situation was indeed much better. But then again, the opportunity he had now to choose was also something he had risked his life for. It had little to do with luck. He also took a sip of tea. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai said, Lady Boss, I am very tempted by both of your conditions, but I don't know which one to choose. Madame Lan said, let me give you a piece of advice. Do you want to listen? Please speak. If I were you, I would choose the second option. Although the heaven-opening pill is real, it's not safe for you to hold on to so many heaven-opening pills in the Emperor realm. Moreover, you have no way to buy those materials. You might as well let my first in find you 5th grade materials and enjoy the fruits of my labor. That makes sense. Yang Kai crossed his arms and fell into deep thought. The lady boss observed Yang Kai's expression and let out a small sigh. Seeing Yang Kai like this, she knew that this matter was very promising. If Yang Kai wasn't even willing to negotiate, then there really was no hope. By now, he had probably also realized how difficult the Golden Crow's corpse was. The Golden Crow's corpse was indeed a death sentence for ordinary people, but for a force like the First In, it was a treasure that could only be found by chance. As long as they could obtain the Golden Crow's corpse, what was a little sacrifice? Yang Kai was deep in thought, and Madame Lan didn't disturb him. Unexpectedly, after a whole incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai still didn't respond. Madame Lan was speechless. Have you thought it through? Yang Kai's brows were tightly knitted together, and he looked very conflicted. When he heard the urging, he turned his head and looked over. Lady Boss, I'm quite satisfied with those two conditions, but can the First In compensate me for the loss of those 2 heaven-destroying golden feathers? It would have been fine if he hadn't mentioned the heaven-destroying golden feathers, but the moment he did, the Lady Boss became angry. Previously, when Yang Kai had used the heaven-destroying golden feathers, she had been injured in a moment of carelessness. It was practically a disgrace. You still want the First In to compensate you for that? What kind of dream are you having? Madame Lan said in exasperation. Yang Kai said, of course I want it. In order to obtain this golden crow's corpse, I used 2 heaven-destroying golden feathers in a row. Although I don't know what the value of that thing is, it can't be cheap. If I take it out to sell, there will definitely be a lot of people fighting to buy it. Who knows, I might be able to sell it for 10 million heaven-opening pills. If 2 heaven-destroying golden feathers are worth that much, the first-in's conditions can only barely make me break even. Madame Lan sneered at his words. She wanted to mock him, but on second thought, the heaven-destroying golden feathers were so powerful that it could even injure her. It could be said to be a life-saving talisman. This kind of thing could indeed be sold for a lot of money. If she met a wealthy person, 10 million wouldn't be impossible. Changing the topic, she said, speaking of this, I want to ask you, where did you get the heaven-destroying golden feathers? If she had known this earlier, she wouldn't have failed so miserably. Yang Kai chuckled. I also have a question to ask the lady boss. How about we trade? Madame Lan looked him up and down. What do you want to know? Yang Kai lowered his voice, appearing very secretive. What's the use of that golden crow's corpse? Why are there so many people fighting over it? Madame Lan said, why are you asking this? Because I'm curious. Yang Kai looked at her eagerly. Madame Lan pondered for a while, then said, since so many people are fighting over it, it naturally has value. Golden crows are hard to find. In the 3,000 worlds, there aren't many golden crows. This kind of ancient beast is born with the sun and dies with the sun. It can be said to be an extremely mysterious existence. The golden crow's flesh and blood can be refined into pills, and its bones can be refined into treasures. Most importantly, it contains the golden crow primordial fire. If it can be refined, it can become the power of the 5 elements fire, and it's extremely powerful. The main thing was that this information wasn't a secret. Yang Kai could ask anyone and find out, so there was no need for her to hide anything. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. It's the black flames in the golden crow's divine palace. He had seen the terrifying power of the golden crow primordial fire with his own eyes. Low-tier heaven-opening cultivators would be injured and die upon contact. That's right. Madame Lan nodded, then sneered. Boy, I advise you not to think about it. The golden crow primordial fire is extremely terrifying. If you don't have enough wood power to suppress it, absorbing even a little bit is enough to burn you to death. Yang Kai looked like he had learned something. Of course I know this. Tell me, where did you get that golden Miameng plume? Yang Kai chuckled. Naturally, it was given to me by Miameng. Not long ago, I helped a Miameng greatly, and it was grateful to me. Before it left, it gave me 3 golden plumes. Madame Lan looked like she didn't believe him, but she couldn't be bothered to investigate. She said impatiently, after saying so much, what's your decision? Yang Kai said, don't rush me. If you rush me, I won't know what to choose. How about this, lady boss, you go back first. I'll think about it carefully. If I've made up my mind, I'll give you an answer. Saying so, he stood up, walked to the door, and opened it, looking like he was going to see her out. Madame Lan was dumbfounded by him, but since Yang Kai had made such a statement, it wasn't good for a woman like her to stay here and not leave. She gritted her teeth and got up. When she passed by Yang Kai, a long leg flew out of her skirt and kicked Yang Kai in the stomach before she left. Yang Kai grimaced in pain from the kick. He hugged his leg and hopped around for a long time, cursing in his heart that this crazy woman was really heavy-handed. After a while, Yang Kai closed the door, opened the barrier, and sat cross-legged on the bed. In a flash, he entered the sealed world bead. Inside the sealed world bead, it was quiet. Alone, Yang Kai came to a plane and took out the 6 Unity Wish bag. With a shake of his hand, he released the golden crow corpse. Since he got the golden crow corpse, he hadn't carefully examined it. Today, after hearing the lady boss talk about the uses of the golden crow corpse, Yang Kai couldn't help but have some thoughts. He also didn't expect that the golden crow true fire contained in the golden crow corpse could condense the power of the 5 elements. This was really a case of planted flowers that didn't bloom, but unintentionally planted willows that grew. When he went to the sun's star, His original intention was to find Sun's true gold above the 7th grade. But things didn't go as he wished. He found the Sun's true gold, but he didn't get a share of it. The golden crow corpse he snatched by chance gave him another way out. Although Madame Lan warned him not to have any ideas about the golden crow true fire, and without enough power of the wood element, it was impossible to suppress this kind of evil fire, this problem wasn't a problem for Xianxia at all. Xianxia didn't know what grade the power of the 5 elements wood element condensed from the immortal tree's essence was, but in this world, there were very few things that could surpass it. The power of the wood element in his body was enough to suppress the golden crow true fire. But to be on the safe side, it was better to experiment first. That was why Xianxia deliberately came to the sealed world bead. Otherwise, with so many masters in the first inn, why would he take this risk? That was his original plan. But who knew that just as the golden crow corpse was released, Xianxia suddenly felt the entire sealed world bead become turbulent. The world principles instantly became chaotic, and this small world showed signs of bursting. Xianxia was the master of this sealed world bead, the master of this sealed world. He was especially sensitive to the changes in this world. This feeling was like a large stone being forced into a glass of water, and the glass was about to shatter. This sudden change greatly shocked Xianxia. In a flash, Xianxia's thoughts changed rapidly and he quickly figured out the reason. There was a limit to the capacity of the small sealed world. Just like the star boundaries heaven and earth bottle, only 10 great emperors could exist at the same time. It was impossible for an 11th to be born. This was the self-preservation mechanism of the small sealed world and the restriction of its world principles. The capacity of the star boundaries heaven and earth bottle was limited, and so was the small sealed world. What's more, the small sealed world was incomparable to the star boundary. If a powerful existence like the golden crow's corpse was rashly placed inside, the entire small sealed world would not be able to withstand it. And this was just a corpse. If a living golden crow was really allowed to enter, Xianxia estimated that the small sealed world would immediately be incinerated. The small sealed world was no longer the same as before. The second territory and the third territory had been separated one after another, so today, the small sealed world was only left with the original first territory. Its capacity was pitifully small, so when the golden crow's corpse was suddenly thrown in, such a change occurred. Now that he knew the reason, Xianxia did not dare to neglect and quickly shook the 6 principles gem bag to store the golden crow's corpse back inside. The trembling of the world principles gradually calmed down and disappeared, and the chaotic world principles were restored. This change also confirmed his previous conjecture. Frowning, Xianxia stood in place and fell into contemplation. If he had not suddenly decided to put the golden crow's corpse into the small sealed world this time, he would not have discovered this. If the golden crow's corpse was like this, what would happen if he put a heaven-opening realm master into the small sealed world? A heaven-opening realm master's body had already split open the heavens and earth, so depending on the quality, the small universe world inside their body would also vary in strength. Xianxia secretly speculated that if the capacity of the small sealed world was larger than the heaven-opening realm's world, he might be able to coexist peacefully, but if the small sealed world was smaller, it was very likely that the small sealed world would experience the same changes today. Thinking so, Xianxia became vigilant. It seemed that in the future, unless absolutely necessary, he couldn't casually take heaven-opening realm masters into his sealed world bead, otherwise it would likely bring great losses and hidden dangers. If a small sealed world was like this, there was no need to mention the one realm bead. The one realm bead was a replica of the sealed world bead, but it was far inferior to the sealed world bead because the one realm bead was refined entirely from dead stars and did not even have its own world principles. Xianxia estimated that the one realm bead he refined wouldn't be able to contain a heaven-opening realm cultivator. If he forcefully sucked them in, the result would be the one realm bead exploding. From this point of view, the 6 Unity Wish Bag was quite extraordinary. It also had the same storage function, but it could forcibly store a heaven-opening realm cultivator into it. However, compared to the mysterious small world bead, the 6 Unity Wish Bag was not a small world, but rather a space that could expand or shrink at will. He didn't know who refined the 6 Directions Rui pouch and how it ended up in Elder Su's hands. But none of this mattered as the Rui pouch was now his treasure. Since he couldn't test it in the mysterious small world, Xianxia could only flash out, put away the sealed world bead, and plunge into the Rui pouch. Fortunately, the Rui pouch had now been completely refined by him, so it could expand or shrink as he wished. Although it wasn't as vast as the mysterious small world, it wasn't crowded with the golden crow's corpse. The golden crow's might was unparalleled when it was alive, but after its death, there was nothing special about it. Releasing his divine sense, Xianxia could feel a faint hostility. Xianxia circled the golden crow's corpse a few times before finally standing in front of it, crossing his arms as he stared at it intently. He didn't know where to start. Thinking back to when he was condensing the 5 elements with force, it was because he had already refined the immortal tree and had Ruashi's guidance, so the whole process was very easy. Now that he was alone and had no one to rely on, Xianxia was a little hesitant. After thinking about it for a long time, Xianxia decided to give it a try first. The lady boss had described the golden crow true fire to be so terrifying, so it was always right to be careful. Reaching out his hand and placing it on the golden crow's forehead, Xianxia closed his eyes and silently tried to draw out the power of the golden crow's true fire. At first, there was nothing special, but at a certain moment, his palms suddenly became hot. From the golden crow's corpse, an aura that seemed capable of incinerating all things rushed out. At the same time, Xianxia had the illusion that he was standing in front of a round sun, as if this scorching power could melt him at any time. His face changed as he hurriedly pulled back, but a trace of black flames had already wrapped around his hand. The smell of burning flesh filled the air, and the excruciating pain caused Xianxia to involuntarily roar like a wounded beast. Desperately urging his Emperor Qi, Xianxia tried to stop the black flames from burning, but his Emperor Qi seemed to have become fuel for the black flames. The more he tried, the fiercer the black flames became. In the blink of an eye, the flames had spread to his elbow. Xianxia was shocked. Although he had been mentally prepared for this and knew that the golden crow true fire was extraordinary, he had still underestimated its power. Was he going to be burned to death? At this critical moment, Xianxia suddenly remembered what the lady boss had said before. Only a strong enough would attribute force could suppress the golden crow true fire, so he hurriedly urged the power of his Dao seal. A faint green aura spread out from his arm and intertwined with the black flames, making for an extremely strange scene. The power of the immortal tree was truly amazing. When this would attribute force was urged out, Xianxia clearly felt the pain in his arm lessen greatly. The places where he had been burned by the golden crow true fire also felt refreshed, and his flesh and blood were clearly growing. Xianxia breathed a long sigh of relief. He had made the right choice this time. The quality of his wood attribute force should be higher than the quality of the golden crow true fire, otherwise, it would not have shown such a reaction. It seemed that as long as his wood attribute force was strong enough, absorbing the golden crow true fire and condensing it into fire attribute force should not be too dangerous. But thinking about it from another perspective, how many people in this world had such powerful wood attribute force? Even if someone had it, it would not be comparable to the essence of the immortal tree. With his mind set, Xianxia sat down cross-legged and carefully wrapped the golden crow true fire with his wood attribute force, guiding it into his Dao seal. After a stick of incense worth of time, the originally jade-green Dao seal had a little bit of black color. From this black color, Xianxia could clearly feel a violent and destructive aura. Carefully feeling it, Xianxia did not feel any discomfort, causing a look of joy to appear on his face. In other words, he could completely absorb the golden crow true fire and condense it into fire attribute force. Moreover, from the feeling the golden crow true fire gave him, its quality was absolutely not lower than the 7th grade. Xianxia had never seen other 7th grade materials before, but in the golden crow divine palace, he had seen the 7th grade sun true gold and also felt its aura. Compared to the golden crow true fire, it seemed to be slightly inferior. After coming to this world for just over a year, he already had the opportunity to condense fire attribute force. This was truly a stroke of good fortune. He was too lazy to consider the conditions the lady boss had put forward. What Ji Tianqing had said before was correct. Many external factors were illusory, and all wealth and power were ephemeral. Only one's own strength was fundamental. Materials above the 7th grade could only be chanced upon by luck. Xianxia had the ambition to reach the high-grade splitting heavens realm, so how could he miss this opportunity? Not to mention that the lady boss's conditions had not moved him at all, even if they were several times higher. In the face of the temptation of fire attribute force, Yang Kai would still be willing to give up. In a short period of time, the wood attribute force had also repaired the burns caused by the golden crow true fire. Yang Kai took a deep breath and pressed his hand on the golden crow's head, urging the power of the Tao seal to draw the golden crow true fire into his body. The pitch-black flames were drawn out again and wrapped around his arm, but were suppressed by the wood attribute force, not harming Yang Kai in the slightest. After a full half-day, Yang Kai reluctantly jumped out of the Rui pouch. It was not that he had condensed fire attribute force, but that he could not eat until he was fat. He had absorbed enough golden crow true fire today and needed to digest it before he could continue. Moreover, Yang Kai was also afraid that the lady boss would suddenly break in. If she found out that he was hiding in the Rui pouch and secretly absorbing golden crow true fire, she would definitely not let him off easily. In the next few days, the lady boss would come to Yang Kai once a day to discuss the matter of the golden crow's corpse with him. Yang Kai naturally feigned civility, pretending to be tempted while casually dealing with her. However, he could feel that the lady boss's patience was about to be worn out. The last 2 times he came to see her, her nose was nose and her eyes were not eyes. She did not like him at all. Every time before he left, Yang Kai would be kicked, but his strength was not as high as hers, so he could not avoid it. The speed of absorbing the golden crow true fire was not slow. With the protection of the wood attribute force of the immortal tree, Yang Kai could be said to have opened up his arms and worked hard. If others knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. Looking at the whole world, condensing any kind of power was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Instead, it required a long period of seclusion. This period of time could be long or short. It could be 3 to 5 years, or it could be 10 to 20 years, or even longer. If Yang Kai did not have the wood attribute force of the immortal tree, it would be impossible for him to be so unscrupulous. It was by relying on the power of the immortal tree that he could absorb the golden crow true fire in a day that others could not absorb for several months. As time passed, Yang Kai could gradually feel something. According to his current speed, he was afraid that in 10 days, the fire attribute force in the Tao seal would reach a saturated state. At that time, he would no longer need to absorb the golden crow true fire. At that time, the fire attribute force of the 5 elements would be successfully condensed. 10 days. The key was this time. The lady boss was urging him more and more urgently, so she would definitely not give him such a long time. But fortunately, the lady boss came to find him at about the same time every day, so Yang Kai was not discovered. On this day, after calculating the time, Yang Kai jumped out of the Rui pouch. After meditating for less than half an hour, he heard a knock on the door. Needless to say, it was the lady boss again. Yang Kai helplessly got up and opened the door. The lady boss was indeed standing outside, but what made Yang Kai surprised was that she did not come alone this time. There was another person with her. Standing in front of Yang Kai was a tall, hale, and hearty old man. The old man was dressed simply in shorts and a torn jacket, his skinny arms and calves exposed. He looked like an old farmer who had just returned from work, completely unremarkable. But when Yang Kai looked at him, he felt that this old man's eyes were as deep as the sea, and he felt like he was about to fall into them and sink into them forever. His heart trembled, knowing that this old man was definitely not as simple as he looked. And Madame Lan, who had been harassing him these past few days, was standing 3 steps behind this old man, glaring at Yang Kai with gritted teeth. "Young friend, can you come in for a chat?" the old man asked with a smile. Although his tone was gentle, it gave off a faint sense of authority that could not be resisted. This kind of authority could only be possessed by someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Yang Kai was no stranger to this. Yang Kai glanced at the lady boss, knowing that he probably could not refuse. He immediately nodded and stepped aside, giving up his seat. The old man thanked him and entered in a flash. Madame Lan followed closely behind. After closing the door, Yang Kai turned to look at Madame Lan and asked suspiciously, "Lady boss, this is..." He also had some guesses about this old man's identity. Madame Lan said solemnly, "This is the boss of my first inn." The old man smiled and nodded. This old man's surname is Situ, first name is Kong. As expected, when he saw the lady boss of the 6th grade splitter standing behind this old man, Yang Kai vaguely guessed the old man's identity. Now that he heard the lady boss's introduction, he knew that his guess was right. This Situ Kong was the boss behind the scenes of the first inn. This person was definitely a high-grade splitter, but he didn't know what grade he was exactly. So it's Senior Situ. This junior has been rude. Yang Kai clasped his fists and extended his hand. Senior, please sit. Situ Kong nodded and sat down boldly. Madame Lan moved with light steps to stand behind him. You sit too. Situ Kong looked left and right, then raised his head to look at Yang Kai. How could Yang Kai dare to sit? Even the 6th stage Kai Tian's lady boss was standing, so how could he sit? He didn't even dare to overstep his boundaries in front of Senior. It was fine to just stand there and talk. Situ Kong didn't force the issue and said, I've heard about what happened to you. Do you know how many experts have gathered in the first inn? I'm not sure. Yang Kai shook his head. If he had asked about the Golden Crow's corpse the moment he opened his mouth, Yang Kai wouldn't have found it strange, but it was a little strange that he suddenly asked this question. Situ Kong said, there are 32 middle-stage splitters, and 5 high-stage splitters, excluding this old man. More than 21st and 2nd class forces have come. Yang Kai was speechless when he heard this. He knew that this matter had really gotten out of hand. Even the high-grade sky splitter had sent so many people. It was clear how attractive the Golden Crow's corpse was. After saying that, Situ Kong smiled and said, then do you know why you can live a peaceful life in my first inn? Yang Kai was puzzled. What does senior mean? Situ Kong said leisurely, a few days ago, you shifted the blame to the east, saying that the Golden Crow's corpse was snatched by Xiaolan. Regardless of whether this is true or not, those people are trying to find a way to prove it. Xiaolan is a member of my first inn, so no matter what, they have to give my first inn some face and won't start with her. Then, the best way is to ask you for information and investigate the whereabouts of the Golden Crow's corpse before deciding what to do next. But, little friend, you've been living here for a few days now, have you been harassed by anyone? Never. Yang Kai shook his head, vaguely understanding what Situ Kong meant. He probed, senior means, the first inn is protecting me? Situ Kong didn't deny it and said, those guys, there are both good and evil. Many of them aren't easy to talk to. In other words, his first inn was relatively polite. The lady boss spoke at this time, Yang Kai, although my first inn is powerful, we can't offend too many people for you. Are you selling the Golden Crow's corpse or not? It's best if you give me an answer today. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at her, can you give me some time to think about it? The lady boss frowned, what do you still want to think about? Yang Kai said with a bashful face, 10 days, give me 10 more days. I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer in 10 days. The lady boss stared at him and said, that's impossible. 10 days is too long. You don't know how much pressure the first inn is under right now. We've already offended a lot of people just by guarding against those people. 10 days is too long. If 10 days wasn't enough, then what the hell was he doing? Yang Kai estimated that he would need at least 10 more days to condense the fire elemental energy. At that time, the Golden Crow's corpse wouldn't be of much use to him. 3 days. Situ Kong suddenly said, only 3 days, think about it carefully. Then, without giving Yang Kai a chance to speak, he got up and left. This was an ultimatum. Yang Kai followed behind and begged, lady boss, senior, let's talk things over. 3 days is too short, I might not be able to think it through. The lady boss turned around and said unhappily, think about your own life, I believe you will consider it carefully. Then, she directly closed the door, as if she wanted to lock Yang Kai inside. After the two left, Yang Kai's face was full of worry. 3 days. At that time, he definitely wouldn't be able to condense the fire elemental energy, but since they had said so, they wouldn't give him any room for negotiation. After 3 days, it might not be so peaceful. Now that time was tight, although Yang Kai was worried, he didn't dare to delay. He quickly opened the room's restriction and dove into the Rui pouch. Over the next 3 days, Yang Kai entered the Rui pouch many times to absorb the golden crow true fire, even going so far as to ignore the damage to his body. His progress was much faster, but he was still some distance away from the saturation of his Dao seal. After 3 days, the lady boss came again. This time, he didn't see Situ Kong. Thinking about it, although the golden crow's corpse was precious, in the end, it was just a piece of material. For a high-grade heaven splitter cultivator to personally come here was already important enough. The rest could be handled by the lady boss. In a side room, the lady boss looked at Yang Kai and said, "Boss said that if you can give me the golden crow's corpse, the previous 2 conditions won't change. Furthermore, before you reach the 5th grade heaven splitter realm, my first in will guarantee your safety. We absolutely won't let anything happen to you." The benefits had suddenly doubled. Although the lady boss's conditions were good, he could only choose one of the 2, which seemed a bit weak. Now, he could choose both. To be honest, if it were anyone from the Emperor realm facing this kind of temptation, they would probably immediately agree. If Yang Kai hadn't been determined to reach the high-grade heaven splitter realm, if he hadn't discovered that he could absorb the golden crow true fire, he probably wouldn't have refused. But the golden path was right beneath his feet. If he agreed now, he would have no fate with the Supreme Martial Dao. Yang Kai didn't want to regret his impulsive decision today one day. I believe that other powers will find it difficult to offer such conditions. Stinking brat, if you still know what's good for you, then there's really nothing I can do. Yang Kai said with a sincere expression. I can clearly feel the sincerity of the first in and senior Situ, but... Cut the crap. Just tell me if you agree or not. The lady boss didn't give him a chance to speak, directly interrupting him. Her attitude was so firm that there was nothing to say. Yang Kai clenched his teeth and said, I agree, of course I agree. Madame Lan was stunned for a moment, but then she smiled like a flower. At least you know what's good for you. But can you wait a few more days? Madame Lan's pretty face darkened, and she looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. What are you planning? Since you've agreed, why wait a few more days? It's a personal matter, I can't tell you. Yang Kai said calmly, almost angering Madame Lan to death. But I can guarantee that I'll definitely offer up the golden crow's corpse with both hands after this. He thought that this would buy him some time, but who knew that Madame Lan would slowly shake her head and say, even if the first in can wait, the others can't. She looked deeply at Yang Kai and said, You're on your own now. She turned and left the room. Yang Kai followed her and called out a few times, but Madame Lan ignored him. Just as he walked out of the room, Yang Kai's body stiffened. This was because in that instant, dozens of powerful divine senses descended from the sky, enveloping him like a magnificent world. He couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. He shuddered and hurriedly retreated, swallowing his saliva, his face full of lingering fear. He had been hiding in his room all this time. Although he knew that many strong cultivators had come, he hadn't seen them in person, so his concept of them was still rather vague. Only now did he have a deep understanding of them. In this situation, hiding in his room was the safest. It was too dangerous outside. Just as he was thinking this, Yang Kai suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He looked around and almost cursed out loud. The restrictions in the room had all lost their effect at this moment. It was obvious that this was Madame Lan's doing. Although his room plate could control the various restrictions in the side rooms and prevent others from prying, Madame Lan was the lady boss of the first in, so she would definitely be able to do the same. Moreover, her authority would definitely be higher than his as a guest. In other words, if Madame Lan wanted to close the restrictions in his room, he couldn't open them again. The moment the restrictions lost their effect, the dozens of divine senses he had sensed earlier once again attacked him. Without the restrictions in the room, those divine senses were unimpeded and scrutinized Yang Kai carefully. In an instant, Yang Kai's whole body went cold, and all the hair on his body stood on end. With a creak, the door was pushed open. A well-built young man appeared at the door and looked at Yang Kai with a grin. Yang Kai was shocked. He asked in shock, Who are you? The young man entered uninvited. A thick demonic chi flowed around him, making him look demonic and wild. He said calmly, You don't need to know who I am. I just want to ask you one question. Kid, you'd better answer honestly. Without pausing, the young man asked directly, "Is the Golden Crow's corpse in your hands? Or has it been taken by Madame Lan?" Everyone wanted to know the answer to this question. It was inconvenient to inquire about the lady boss, so Yang Kai was the best place to start. However, Yang Kai had been well protected by the First Inn, so they couldn't inquire about him even if they wanted to. Now that the First Inn had made their stance clear, they naturally had no more concerns. Naturally, Kai Yang wouldn't answer this kind of question honestly. Just as he was thinking about whether or not he should shift the blame to someone else, he discovered that he couldn't even think of lying. In front of this youth who was covered in demon chi, it was as if all of his inner thoughts couldn't be hidden and could be seen clearly. Was this the power of a high-grade split the heavens? When he faced Situ Kong before, he didn't give him so much pressure, but now, facing this young man, Yang Kai found that even breathing was a luxury. Cold sweat slid down his forehead as Yang Kai looked up with difficulty. The young man opposite him smiled faintly, but behind him, there seemed to be a ferocious beast that wanted to swallow him whole. His flesh and blood wriggled, his bones creaked, and an aura of death enveloped him. He would die. He would definitely die. The evil aura on the young man's body made him understand that if his answer didn't satisfy him, this guy might really make a move on him. In a split second, Yang Kai had no choice. He gritted his teeth and hid in the Rui pouch. There was really no other way. He didn't dare to expose the sealed world bead, and he couldn't escape by teleporting. Hiding in the Rui pouch might give him a chance to breathe, but in this way, he would become a turtle in a jar. It was simply drinking poison to quench his thirst. The moment Yang Kai's figure disappeared, the young man raised his eyebrows. The Golden Crow. He reached out and grabbed the Rui pouch. The moment the pouch opened, he clearly felt the aura of the Golden Crow from it and immediately understood that the Golden Crow was still in Yang Kai's hands. His movements couldn't be said to be slow, but someone else was faster. While the Rui pouch was still in midair, the shadows of several palms appeared out of thin air and grabbed at it. The young man laughed. A bunch of shameless bastards. With a boom, the demonic chi swept out, and the tables in the room turned into dust. The young man rushed forward like a dragon out of the sea. Boom boom boom. The world force collided in the void. In this instant, countless powerhouses exchanged blows, and there were muffled grunts mixed in. The First Inn, which had stood tall in the void for thousands of years, suddenly shattered. Dozens of figures shot out from it in all directions. Many of them were locked in a fierce battle, using all kinds of strange moves and secret techniques to fight each other. Madame Lan stood somewhere in the void, her face ashen. She looked at where the First Inn used to be and gritted her teeth. She held White 7 in one hand and the bookkeeper in the other. The cold air around her pierced through one's heart. Bai Chi's mouth opened so wide that he could almost stuff a fist in it. The accident happened so suddenly that he didn't realize what was going on. Only now did he shout, "Lady boss, they tore down our inn." The bookkeeper's eyes widened. What should we do? Since the opening of the First Inn, not many people dared to cause trouble here. Those who dared to do so generally didn't live long. However, the people who caused trouble this time were different. There were quite a few people who didn't fear the First Inn at all. Even if the inn was destroyed, it would be destroyed for nothing. They couldn't ask for compensation. After all, the owner of the First Inn was also involved. "Stinking brat, I'm going to skin you alive," Madame Lan said. Hatefully. If Yang Kai hadn't been hiding the Golden Crow's corpse, how could the First Inn have suffered such misfortune? If they had handed over the Golden Crow's corpse earlier, nothing would have happened. Now that the matter had escalated, no one knew how to deal with it. The 6 heaven-opening powerhouses fought in the void, and the scepter pouch kept changing owners in their hands. Even Madame Lan couldn't interfere in a battle of this level. She could only watch from afar. It was the same for the heaven-opening powerhouses of the other second-tier forces. Previously, many people had participated in the struggle for the scepter pouch, but they had all suffered quite a bit. Now, they were all well-behaved. They knew that the Golden Crow's corpse was destined to fall into the hands of the heaven-opening powerhouses this time, so they didn't waste time and energy. Thinking on the bright side, although the Golden Crow's corpse was incomparably valuable, it wasn't worth them risking their lives for it. At the same time, Xianxia, who was hiding in the scepter pouch, was very calm. Although the heaven-opening powerhouse's attacks were earth-shattering, they protected the scepter pouch well. This was because they also knew that if the scepter pouch was damaged, the contents of the pouch would very likely fall into the void cracks. At that time, they wouldn't be able to find it. He quietly opened a crack and released his divine sense. Before he could find anything, Xianxia felt a pain in his head. The divine sense he released was torn to shreds by a violent force. In that fleeting glance, he seemed to have seen several experts exchanging blows. This situation made Xianxia a little confused. Previously, he had been forced to hide in the scepter pouch to temporarily avoid the limelight due to the pressure of the young man. As for what happened after that, he vaguely guessed that the powerhouses of the First In were fighting for the scepter pouch. He didn't know who would get the scepter pouch in the end, and what would happen to him. At this time, he faintly hoped that the scepter pouch would be obtained by Situkong. At the very least, Situkong gave him a good feeling and wasn't an unreasonable person. The young man he had seen just now was surrounded by demonic chi. At a glance, he could tell that he wasn't a good person. If the scepter pouch was snatched by him, Xianxia wouldn't have a good ending. At this time, it was impossible for him to jump out. The aftermath of the battle between the heaven-opening powerhouses was enough to shatter his body. Letting out a long sigh, Xianxia felt a headache coming on. The feeling of entrusting his fate to the mercy of others was very uncomfortable, and he wasn't used to it. However, the road to heaven opening was long, and he needed to gather the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements. He didn't know how long it would take for him to advance to heaven opening. Suddenly, Xianxia remembered that guy covered in demonic chi. Could he be from the 10,000 demon heaven? He had heard Duan Hai mention the 10,000 demon heaven before. It was one of the top forces of the 36 paradise. And Mo Xing, who knew if he was from the 10,000 demon heaven? As his mind wandered, Xianxia suddenly turned his head and fixed his gaze on the golden crow corpse beside him, his eyes flashing. If those high-rank heaven-opening powerhouses wanted to compete for the scepter pouch, the outcome would definitely not be decided in a short time. A battle between powerhouses of this level might take a year and a half. Such a long time was enough for him to condense fire attribute power. With this thought, Xianxia was overjoyed. He had been thinking of delaying for a few days, but the lady boss didn't give him the chance at all. Who knew that there would be a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel? There was no need for a year and a half. As long as he had 5 or 6 days, Xianxia would be able to completely saturate the fire attribute power in his Dao seal. At that time, no matter how valuable this golden crow corpse was, it wouldn't be of much use to him. Who would have thought that the wrong move he had been forced to make would be the key to victory? There was no need to hesitate. Xianxia first sealed the scepter pouch. Although this move might be a little redundant, and if those high-rank heaven openers wanted to open the scepter pouch, a mere seal shouldn't be a problem for them. It could at least delay him for a while, giving him time to disguise himself. If he was discovered to be secretly absorbing the golden crow's true fire, all his secrets would be exposed. Sitting cross-legged in front of the golden crow corpse, Xianxia pressed his hand on the golden crow's forehead as usual, urging the power of his Dao seal to guide the true fire in the golden crow's body into his body. Time passed little by little, and the battle outside continued. No one would have thought that a mere cultivator from the Emperor realm would have the guts to secretly do something under the noses of a group of high-rank heaven openers. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The fire attribute power in his Dao seal became more and more abundant, and Xianxia's anxious heart slowly relaxed. He gradually forgot about his own situation and immersed himself in condensing fire attribute power. It wasn't until a certain moment when the fire attribute power in his Dao seal became completely smooth and could no longer absorb any more golden crow's true fire, that Xianxia suddenly woke up and knew that he had successfully condensed fire attribute power. Quietly feeling around, Xianxia found that there was still some true fire in the golden crow's corpse, but it was obviously much thinner than before, so he didn't know if it was enough for another person to condense fire attribute power. However, this had nothing to do with him anymore. This adventure had yielded results, so Xianxia was satisfied. Even if the golden crow's corpse was taken away and he didn't get the slightest benefit, he would accept it. Now, all that was left was to figure out how to get away. Hiding in the wishful scepter pouch wasn't a solution. He still had to face what he had to face. Moreover, Xianxia wasn't sure who his wishful scepter pouch would end up in. It was fine if it fell into Situkong's hands, but what if it fell into the hands of others? He wanted to investigate the situation outside, but when he recalled the pain of his divine sense being torn apart last time, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little scared. After hesitating for a long time, Xianxia made up his mind, gritted his teeth, opened the barrier, and quietly released his divine sense. He was mentally prepared to endure the destruction of his divine sense, but who would have thought that the situation outside was a little different from what he had imagined? The battle between the several high-rank heaven-opening masters had stopped at some point, and the void was calm. In his perception, there weren't many people here. A chessboard was laid out in the void, and Situkong was sitting on one side of the chessboard. Opposite him was the young man Xianxia had seen before, as well as a few people with deep auras who were watching from the side. The lady boss, Bai Qi, the bookkeeper, and many of the workers of the first inn were standing behind Situkong. What was going on? Xianxia couldn't understand. Just as he was puzzled, Situkong suddenly said, "Come out, can you hide for a lifetime?" As he spoke, he glanced around lightly. Even through the wishful scepter pouch, Xianxia could feel that this glance was looking into the depths of his soul. Xianxia didn't need to think to know that these words were directed at him. He hesitated for a moment, knowing that this was a blessing, not a curse. If it was a curse, he couldn't avoid it. Anyway, he had already condensed his fire elemental power, so he had nothing else to ask for. He immediately made up his mind and jumped out of the Rui pouch. In an instant, several gazes focused on him, with a sense of scrutiny. Xianxia's skin tightened, and the young man sitting across from Situkong even sneered at him, making Xianxia's heart beat like a drum. He thought that this guy wouldn't attack him out of anger, right? If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to resist. Fortunately, whether it was the scrutiny or the young man's sneer, it was only for a moment. In the next moment, no one paid attention to him anymore. Xianxia couldn't help but feel relieved. He quickly hid behind Situkong and quietly exhaled. A hostile gaze came from the side. Xianxia turned his head and met Madame Lan's gem-like eyes. Xianxia squeezed out a smile, cupped his hands, and said in a low voice, "Lady boss." The lady boss's beautiful eyes were murderous. She gritted her teeth and said, "Brat, this is what you've done." Xianxia smiled awkwardly, then took 2 steps back and stood shoulder to shoulder with Bai Qi. The lady boss seemed to be very angry. Although he didn't know why, it was better to stay away from her. Bai Qi secretly gave him a thumbs up with an expression of admiration, making Xianxia a little speechless. It was only now that he saw that his Rui pouch was currently in Situkong's hand. Obviously, in the previous battle, the owner of the first inn had won, otherwise, the Rui pouch wouldn't have fallen into his hands. What's the situation now? Xianxia couldn't understand the situation. He didn't know why Situkong had snatched the Rui pouch but was still playing chess with others. There was no one he could ask, so he could only ask Bai Qi. Bai Qi looked around and secretly transmitted her voice, "The master is currently using the skill of chess to determine the winner. This is the last one. As long as we can beat this one, our owner can win the Golden Crow's corpse." Xianxia was dumbfounded. Using chess skills to determine the winner? Weren't they engaged in a fierce battle before? Why did it suddenly change from a martial arts fight to a civil one? This change in situation was a little too sudden. Moreover, since Situkong had already snatched the Rui pouch, he should just run away quickly. There was no need to discuss chess skills with others. However, on second thought, if he could run away, why would Situkong stay behind? The people present were all high-grade heaven splitters. Although Situkong had won first and obtained the wish pouch, if the others joined forces, Situkong would not be a match for them no matter how powerful he was. On the other hand, it was the same. No matter which of these high-grade heaven splitters obtained the wish pouch, the others wouldn't let it go. This was an unsolvable situation. There would always be one person who would be attacked by the others. It was probably because of this that they changed from fighting to fighting. They didn't have to waste any effort. They just had to sit down and settle the matter amicably. Why not? However, it was not difficult to tell from Bai Qi's words that even in chess, Situkong was better. Yang Kai did not have a deep understanding of chess. He was still at the level of being able to understand and play a few games, so Yang Kai could not tell who was stronger between Situ Kong and the young man from the chessboard. However, from observing the situation, he could clearly feel the confidence in Situ Kong's strategy. On the contrary, the young man frowned from time to time with a difficult expression. The speed at which he placed his chess pieces was also much slower than Situ Kong. According to this situation, it was only a matter of time before Situ Kong defeated his last opponent. Bored, Yang Kai was now concerned about his wish pouch. He did not need to think about the golden crow's corpse. Now that it had fallen into Situ Kong's hands, he would definitely not be able to get it back. Moreover, his fire attribute power had reached perfection, so there was no need to offend anyone. However, he still wanted the wish pouch. He did not know if Situ Kong would return it to him. If Situ Kong took away his wish pouch, it would be a big loss. He thought about it with a conflicted expression. At this moment, a crashing sound was heard, startling Yang Kai. He looked up and saw that the chessboard between Situ Kong and the young man had been overturned. The black and white chess pieces were flying. The young man suddenly stood up and said with a bored expression, "I'm not playing anymore. It's boring." Playing chess to overturn the chessboard, his chess skills were quite good. Situ Kong also stood up and said with a smile, "Thank you for letting me win." The young man looked at him coldly. "Don't be so smug. You've just lived a few more years. If it were something else, I would not lose to you." Situ Kong said indifferently, "Living a long life is also a capital." The young man said, "Live a long life and die early. I hope that the next time I see you, you'll still be so energetic. I'm leaving." After saying this, his figure swayed and turned into a cloud of black mist, speeding away into the distance. This guy actually left as soon as he said so. He did not hesitate at all. When the other high-rank sky splitters saw this, they all took their leave. No one said anything to congratulate them. They probably weren't in the mood to congratulate others. The reason why they had stayed until now was probably to see the final result. Now that the result was out, there was naturally no need to stay. In the blink of an eye, the outsiders had all left. The people left were the people of the first in. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, because to the others, he was also an outsider. The lady boss smiled and said, "Congratulations, boss, congratulations, boss." The rest of the people also congratulated him. Situ Kong waved his hand and said, "There's nothing to congratulate. It's just a set of materials. Fortunately, although there were some twists and turns, I got it in the end." He looked at Yang Kai and smiled slightly. "Take it out." As he spoke, he threw the wish pouch to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it with some surprise and decisively shook out the golden crow's corpse from it. He then quickly put away the wish pouch, as if he was afraid that it would be robbed. Situ Kong did not mind. All his attention was attracted by the golden crow's corpse. The others were the same. Of the people present, no one had observed the corpse of an adult golden crow at such a close distance. Yang Kai felt a little guilty. No matter what, he had absorbed a lot of the golden crow's true fire from this golden crow's body and condensed his own 5 elements fire force. Compared to the beginning, the true fire in this golden crow's corpse was greatly reduced. He did not know if Situ Kong could see anything. Fortunately, Situ Kong only checked it briefly before waving his hand. The golden crow's corpse disappeared in an instant. No one knew where it was stored. The only thing he was sure of was that it was definitely not stored in a space ring. His sealed world bead could barely accommodate this golden crow's corpse, so it was impossible for a space ring to accommodate it. "I'll leave the rest to you." Situ Kong looked at Madame Lan after storing the golden crow's corpse. Madame Lan bowed gracefully, "Rest assured, boss." Situ Kong nodded and formed a seal with one hand. A complex spirit array pattern suddenly appeared under his feet and slowly rotated. Yang Kai clearly felt the fluctuations of space principles from it. Just as he was surprised and thought that Situ Kong was also proficient in space principles, the spirit array pattern flashed and Situ Kong disappeared. Yang Kai watched in a daze for a moment before suddenly understanding that it was not Situ Kong who was proficient in space principles. What he used just now should be the universe escape technique that Bai Chi had told him about. He had escaped to a certain universe temple. So this is the universe escape technique. Xianxia pondered. If this was the case, the drawbacks of this universe escape technique were not small. Situ Kong had a high-rank heaven-opening realm cultivation, but it still took him some time to use this universe escape technique, so those who were weaker than him would definitely spend more time. Don't underestimate this little bit of time. In a life-and-death crisis, this little bit of time could be the key to escape. It seemed that if he wanted to use the universe escape technique to escape, he had to first ensure that he would not be disturbed by others. He had to pay attention to this point. If he were to suffer a loss in this aspect, he would have to pay a great price. Just as he was pondering, he felt a sharp gaze land on him. Xianxia quivered and looked up, squeezing out a smile. "Lady boss." Madame Lan smiled sweetly and said in a soft voice, "You are called Xianxia?" Xianxia braced himself and said, "That's right." The lady boss nodded slightly. Xianxia thought that she was going to say something else, but unexpectedly, she did not respond. She lowered her head and seemed to be thinking about something. Xianxia was a little scared. He cupped his hands and said, "If Lady Boss has no other instructions, I will take my leave first." It was not good to stay in a dangerous place. After saying this, he turned around and left without waiting for her reaction. "You don't want your things anymore?" The lady boss's voice suddenly came from behind him. Xianxia turned around in surprise. "What things?" The lady boss smiled and said, "What? Do you think that our firstin would do something like that by force?" Xianxia was surprised and overjoyed. He said uncertainly, "What do you mean, lady boss?" The lady boss said, "Although you were very uncooperative before, and the Golden Crow's corpse was snatched by our boss after much effort, the firstin has always been fair and honest when it comes to business. How could we take you for free? If this were to spread, wouldn't outsiders say that our firstin is a bully and that we are robbing you?" Xianxia could not believe his ears. He hurriedly turned around and rubbed his hands, beaming with joy. "So, the conditions that your firstin mentioned before are still valid?" That was 10 million heaven-opening pills, which guaranteed the protection and materials to reach the 5th stage of heaven opening. Its value was enormous. "In your dreams," the lady boss said grumpily, "if you had cooperated earlier, those conditions naturally would not have changed, but now that the situation has changed, those two conditions can only be discounted. I'm sure you understand." Xianxia was startled for a moment, but he did not pursue the matter. He nodded and said, I understand. Then, how much compensation can I get?" This was a pleasant surprise, so there was no need to be polite. The lady boss casually took out a space ring and shook it on her fingertips. "There are 10 million heaven-opening pills in here." As she spoke, she tossed the ring over. Xianxia received the ring, swept it with his divine sense, and was immediately stunned. Inside the ring, there was a small mountain of heaven-opening pills, all of them shining with a glossy luster, almost blinding his eyes. Xianxia didn't count them in detail, but from a general impression, this number of 10 million was correct. 10 million, this was a full 10 million heaven-opening pills. He had actually obtained them so easily. For anyone who had just entered the starry cosmos world, this was a huge amount of wealth. If one had the means, they could even buy a set of 6th-grade materials with more than enough to spare. Old Feng and Dai Yu would never have imagined that they would one day be able to hold a ring with 10 million heaven-opening pills in it. Xianxia was overjoyed in his heart, but on the surface he maintained a calm expression, secretly thinking that this first-in was really quite good. Even now, it was still giving him such a generous compensation, causing him to feel a little guilty. After all, he had absorbed a lot of the Golden Crow's true fire, and he didn't know if the remaining Golden Crow's true fire in the Golden Crow's corpse was enough for another person to condense their fire attribute strength. If it wasn't enough, it was likely he would end up wasting their entire cultivation. However, it wasn't appropriate for Xianxia to remind others of this, so he could only keep it to himself. Before he could finish his thoughts though, he heard the lady boss coldly say, "I've given you your compensation, now let's talk about this queen's losses." Xianxia raised his head in surprise. "Losses? What losses?" Instinctively feeling that something was wrong, even the space ring on his hand felt a little hot. The lady boss gently sneered, "My firstin's business is all about credibility, we have always been honest with our customers. If you give us benefits, our first in will pay you back, but if you cause losses to our first in, we will naturally compensate you. It is very fair. Reaching out, she shouted, Count. The bookkeeper stepped out from the crowd, a small golden abacus in his hand making a crackling sound. A moment later, under the dumbfounded gaze of Xianxia, the accountant finished his work and presented the abacus to the lady boss, a look of pity on his face as he said to Xianxia, including the cost of the room, the total is 20,046,000 pills. The lady boss gently nodded, her slender jade fingers moving the abacus a few times as she lightly said, round it up and count it as 20 million. Yes, sir. The accountant replied. The lady boss stretched out her hand again, and before Xianxia could react, the space ring in his hand containing 10 million opening heaven pills was snatched back. The lady boss pinched the space ring and gestured to Xianxia, this is 10 million, you still owe me 10 million opening heaven pills from the first stack. Xianxia was a little confused. A moment ago, he had become rich overnight, holding 10 million heaven opening pills in his hand. In the next instant, he had inexplicably become someone who owed 10 million heaven opening pills. Then, he became furious. He gritted his teeth and looked at the lady boss. Is it fun to play with people? The lady boss looked at him with her phoenix eyes and said indifferently, do you think I'm playing with you? This consort doesn't have the time to do such a boring thing. Then what do you mean? Xianxia's anger surged in his chest, like a volcano that could erupt at any time. He secretly swore in his heart that if this woman didn't tell him the truth, he would immediately summon his blue dragon spear and poke a few holes in her beautiful face. As for whether he could beat her or not, he would fight first. He just happened to have a golden extinguishing mist golden feather in his hand. What do you mean? The lady boss smiled angrily as she pointed to the side and said, look for yourself. Xianxia turned his head and stared for a long time before his eyes began to ache. Only then did he turn back and ask, what are you looking at? There was nothing there, so what the hell was he looking at? The lady boss grit her teeth and slowly said, the first stack was destroyed. What does that have to do with me? Xianxia swallowed his words halfway. He frowned and vaguely understood what was going on. He said speechlessly, I wasn't the one who destroyed the first stack. Why are you looking for me? The lady boss said, if it wasn't for you, how could the first stack have been destroyed? This consort has been in charge of the first stack for more than 1,300 years. I've been cautious and conscientious and have never made a mistake. But today, because of you, you brat, even the inn has been destroyed. Who else can I look for if not you? Xianxia said, of course you're looking for the person who did it. Don't worry, none of the people who did it will be able to escape. But you're the cause of this, so you have to take the main responsibility. This consort will compensate you for the loss of 20 million taels. That's not too much, is it? You woman. Xianxia was furious. Can you still be reasonable? A figure flashed by, and a fragrant wind hit him. A slender, jade-like finger tapped on his chest, a dangerous aura pulsing from the fingertip. Madame Lan narrowed her eyes and said, say what you just said again. Xianxia lowered his head and looked at his chest. His Adam's apple bobbed as he rearranged his words. Lady boss, can't we be a little more reasonable? I sympathize with the destruction of your first stack, but I didn't do anything. Isn't it a little unreasonable for you to settle accounts with me like this? Unreasonable? The lady boss was so angry that she laughed. If you had accepted this consort's conditions earlier, all this wouldn't have happened. How dare you say that this has nothing to do with you? It's my freedom to accept or not. The first stack is open for business. You can't force a deal, can you? The lady boss said, who's forcing a deal with you? It's your freedom to accept or not, but do you dare say that the destruction of the first stack has nothing to do with you? I don't think it has anything to do with me. Xianxia straightened his neck. The lady boss examined him for a while, then suddenly laughed. She withdrew her hand and flicked her sleeve. It's fine if you don't want to admit it. No one dares to go back on their word with my first stack. Xianxia cracked his knuckles as he glared fiercely at the lady boss. The lady boss looked at him with a smile on her face, her eyes full of contempt. Behind the lady boss, Bai Qi kept sending him meaningful glances, indicating that he should calm down. After taking a few deep breaths, Yang Kai suppressed his urge to take out the golden annihilation plume and cause a scene. He turned his head and said, I don't have money anyway. 10 million heaven-opening pills was an unimaginable number. Where would Yang Kai get them? The lady boss said, I don't expect you to pay me back now. Yang Kai turned his head in surprise. Then, should I write an IOU? It wouldn't be bad if he could get away with an IOU. In any case, the world was big. As long as he was careful, he might not be able to meet the lady boss again. Of course, if the lady boss used her connections in the first stack to look for someone, unless Yang Kai didn't show up in front of others, it really wouldn't be easy for him to escape. Why would I want an IOU? The lady boss snorted disdainfully. She looked him up and down and said indifferently, pay me back with your body. Yang Kai almost vomited blood. He almost thought that he had misheard. What? The lady boss was too lazy to pay attention to him. She called out, bring him along and get ready to go. Bai Qi and the bookkeeper obeyed and went out, sandwiching Yang Kai between them. Yang Kai was stunned. What are you doing? The bookkeeper's dead fish face was expressionless, but Bai Qi kept blinking at him. He didn't know what she was trying to say. Madame Lan raised her hand and summoned a small boat-like artifact. The boat quickly grew bigger and turned into a huge ship more than 100 feet long. It was divided into 3 floors. Then, in a flash, it flew to a wing on the top floor of the ship and disappeared. The other people of the first stack also flew onto the big ship one after another and entered the cabin to get busy. Yang Kai was led onto the ship by Bai Qi and the bookkeeper. This ship didn't look very eye-catching on the surface, but Yang Kai could feel that this big ship was obviously much more high-end than the one in Great Moon Province. After all, this was the ship of the lady boss of the first stack. If it was too inferior, it wouldn't be appropriate for her identity. With a buzzing sound, the big ship shook, and then a layer of film visible to the naked eye appeared on the surface, wrapping the whole ship. The next moment, Yang Kai's body shook, feeling that the whole ship was moving in one direction at a very fast speed. Yang Kai was confused. He turned to look at Bai Qi and asked, where are we going? Bai Qi shook her head and said, I don't know. The lady boss didn't say. You don't know either? He turned to look at the bookkeeper, who let go of him without saying a word and then went into the cabin. Bai Qi stretched and saw that Yang Kai was still depressed. She reached out and patted him on the shoulder and said, are you still depressed? Aren't you depressed about this? Bai Qi thought about it seriously and nodded. It's quite depressing, but there are pros and cons to everything. We should think positively. Yang Kai said angrily, I don't know what's in it for me. Look over there. Bai Qi pointed. Yang Kai looked in the direction she was pointing and vaguely saw that there seemed to be a big ship standing quietly in the void in the distance. What do you mean? Yang Kai was confused. Bai Qi chuckled, I'm not sure which force that ship belongs to, but if you had gone on the road alone just now, they definitely wouldn't have let you go and would have followed you. It's not hard for you to guess what the consequences would have been, right? Yang Kai frowned and said, but Master Situ has already taken away the Golden Crow's corpse. It's useless for them to find me. Even though that's the case, who knows if you obtained any other benefits from the Sun Crow Divine Palace? For example, the Grand Sun Primordial Fire or Grand Sun Primordial Gold. Yang Kai was startled. He gritted his teeth and said, you've gone too far. He didn't have the Grand Sun Primordial Gold, but he did have a lot of Grand Sun Primordial Fire. He even had 3 5th-grade ones. Bai Qi patted him on the shoulder. Don't be fooled by the lady boss's cold look. In fact, she's protecting you. After all, whether you're willing or not, you've made a deal with the First In. The First In can't burn the bridge and ignore your life and death, right? If that's the case, I don't know what the world will think of the First In. According to what you're saying, should I go and thank the lady boss? Up to you. Bai Qi shrugged. Yang Kai said angrily, even so, why did she add 10 million to my debt? If she wanted to protect me, she could have just told me. This? Bai Qi scratched his chin. I'm not too sure. You'll have to ask the lady boss yourself. But then again, the destruction of the First In does have something to do with you. In front of a room on the top floor of the ship, Yang Kai stood in front of the door with a hesitant expression. After hesitating for a long time, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. A lazy voice came from inside the room, "Come in." Yang Kai braced himself and pushed the door open. Looking around, the room's decorations could not be considered luxurious. Instead, it gave off a fresh and elegant feeling. A faint fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. It was very pleasant to smell. It was hard to tell if it was a body fragrance or sandalwood. There was no trace of the lady boss. She should be in the inner room. Opening the bead curtain, he walked into the inner room. At a glance, he saw the lady boss lying on a fragrant couch, her hand supporting her temple. Her curves were graceful, and her appearance was lazy. When Yang Kai came in, he did not look at her. He just said indifferently, "What's the matter?" Kai Yang didn't open his mouth and just stood in front of her, quietly sizing her up. Although he had come into contact with her many times before, each time it was just a battle of words, a secret confrontation. He really didn't have the heart to carefully examine her. Now that he was sizing her up, he discovered that the lady boss really was a heavenly beauty. Her entire body exuded a mature charm. Even if she was just lying there, she still gave off an indescribable temptation. No wonder the guests in the inn often took advantage of her with words. Not many men could easily ignore such a beauty. On the couch, the lady boss suddenly opened her eyes. "If you look around again, I'll dig your eyeballs out." Yang Kai lowered his gaze and walked straight up. Under the lady boss's dumbfounded gaze, he directly climbed onto the bed. Crossing over her body, he laid down on the inner side. His entire body spread out. Turning his head, he said with a humiliated expression, "Even if you can obtain my body, you can forget about obtaining my heart." The lady boss was stunned. Yang Kai's actions were really too shocking. Even someone as strong as her sixth-stage heaven splitter cultivation was unable to react for a moment, and Yang Kai climbed onto the bed. As if she had been stung by a scorpion, she bounced up. Standing on the bed, she looked at Yang Kai, trembling with anger. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai turned to look at her. "Didn't you say?" After a dozen or so breaths, the door opened with a miserable scream. Yang Kai flew out like an arrow from a bow. He crashed into the ship's light barrier before he could stop himself. Slowly sliding down, Yang Kai covered his chest with his hand and cursed, "You didn't make yourself clear. You said something about paying with your body, and now you're attacking me. Can you still be reasonable?" Scram. Inside the room, the lady boss shouted angrily. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Hearing the commotion, White Seven and the others ran out of the cabin and saw Yang Kai standing there with a look of grief and indignation. There were two large dark circles around his eyes, which were extremely symmetrical. Suddenly, he felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. "What are you looking at? Get back to work." The lady boss roared again. Bai Chi and the others shrank their necks and ran away without a trace. "Crazy woman." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice before returning to the cabin. "What did you say? Say it again." The lady boss's voice sounded. Yang Kai glared angrily at the third floor's room. His mouth squirmed for a long time before he lowered his head and said, "A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him." He plunged into the cabin and found a spare room to live in. The room was not small, and it was fully equipped with all the necessary facilities. Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the bed and rubbed his injured eyes, feeling extremely sullen. Previously, when the lady boss said that he would pay with his body, he thought that was something else, but who knew that she didn't mean that at all. That crazy woman just wanted him to work at the first inn to pay back the money. Only when he paid back the 10 million heaven-opening pills would he regain his freedom. Yang Kai didn't know how Bai Chi and the others calculated their wages, but thinking about it, 10 million heaven-opening pills wouldn't be so easy to pay back. He estimated that he would have to follow that crazy woman for the next few decades or even a century. Thinking of this, Yang Kai sighed. Following the lady boss wasn't without benefits. At the very least, a 6th-grade heaven-opening pill was a great deterrent, so he didn't have to worry about his safety. But following her was also very dangerous. He had secretly absorbed most of the Golden Crow True Fire and condensed the power of the 5 elements fire. If she saw any clues in the future, he wouldn't be able to explain it. Thinking of the golden crow true fire, Yang Kai's heart burned with passion. Previously, when he condensed the power of the 5 elements fire in the wishful scepter pouch, he didn't have time to carefully examine it. Only now did he have some free time, so he naturally wanted to see the changes in his body. He calmed his chi and concentrated, examining his body. Within the Tao seal, 2 lights circulated, one green and one black. The green light surged with vitality, while the black light was reserved and low-key. However, it contained an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. The power of the wood element and the power of the fire element coexisted perfectly within the Tao seal, creating the alternating red and black colors of the Tao seal. It looked a bit strange, but it also gave off a feeling of firm strength. The golden crow true fire's power was extraordinary. Now that he had successfully condensed the power of the fire element, Yang Kai increasingly felt that what the lady boss had said before was correct. Only a sufficiently powerful wood element could suppress the golden crow true fire. If the wood element in the Tao seal wasn't strong enough, then even if it absorbed the golden crow true fire, the Tao seal would still be in danger of collapsing. And once the Tao seal collapsed, that would be the destruction of the entire foundation of the martial Tao. At that time, there would only be death. Not only that, but Yang Kai also felt that his strength seemed to have increased somewhat. He couldn't help but feel a trace of understanding. It seemed that his strength was about the same as the strength of the heaven-opening realm. Even if he was an existence that had condensed a Tao seal, there was still a huge gap in strength. The root of this gap should be the amount of yin, yang, and 5 elements fire element energy condensed. Every time he successfully condensed a portion of energy, his strength would increase by quite a bit. And once he condensed the 5 elements fire element energy, he would experience an explosive growth. This kind of person was usually called half-step heaven opening. Once he truly split open the heavens and earth in his body, his strength would soar once more. Of course, the increase in strength was directly related to the quality of the materials he absorbed. It was a direct relationship. A cultivator that absorbed a 3rd-grade phase material would naturally have a greater increase in strength than a cultivator that absorbed a 7th-grade phase material. Yang Kai felt that his strength had increased quite a bit, but since there was no one to fight in a life-and-death battle, he couldn't make a concrete judgment. No matter what, this was a good thing for him. The trip to the Golden Crow Divine Palace had made him feel an urgent need to increase his strength once more. He didn't want to experience being chased by a large group of heaven-opening realm cultivators again. Inwardly, he decided that unless he had no other choice, he definitely wouldn't rashly use the Golden Crow True Flame. Otherwise, it was extremely likely that his secret would be exposed. Now that the fire element energy had been completely condensed and its quality satisfied Yang Kai's requirements, even if he didn't know what grade the Golden Crow True Flame was, there was no doubt that it was at least 7th grade. From wood to fire, from fire to earth. The next step was to condense the formless earth element energy. Being able to obtain the Golden Crow True Flame this time was a coincidence, but where would he go to find 7th grade earth element materials, or even 7th grade earth element materials? A 7th grade material, if converted into heaven-opening pills, would be worth at least 150 million pills. Yang Kai even suspected that this was not something that could be purchased with heaven-opening pills. Once this kind of treasure appeared, just like the sun's true gold, it would definitely attract countless masters to compete for it. Even if some great force had such a material, it would likely only serve as a strategic resource. What did he have that could be exchanged with those factions? Yang Kai couldn't think of anything no matter how he thought about it. Furthermore, without enough strength to act as a guarantee, he didn't have the qualifications to exchange anything with others. There was no point in thinking about this for now. The fire element energy had just been condensed and needed some time to properly stabilize. The large ship continued to fly, heading to some unknown destination. Just as he was meditating, a series of knocks suddenly came from the door. Yang Kai frowned and got up to open the door. He saw Bai Qi holding a tray with a few exquisite side dishes and a pot of wine on it. The fragrance of the dishes assailed his nostrils. Yang Kai forced a smile and turned to the side. "Come in." Bai Qi was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said, "These things aren't for you." Yang Kai was speechless. If you're not for me to eat, why did you bring it here? Bai Qi pointed up. The lady boss wants it. Yang Kai was puzzled. The lady boss wants you to bring it to her. Why did you bring it to me? Bai Qi looked at him sympathetically. The lady boss specifically asked you to bring it to her. After saying that, she stuffed the tray into Yang Kai's hands and didn't care about his reaction. I'll leave it to you. Do a good job. Looking at Bai Qi's departing figure, Yang Kai stood there in a daze for a long time before he flew into a rage. You've gone too far. He raised the tray high and wanted to throw it on the ground, but after a long time, he didn't throw it. The corners of his eyes twitched. He thought to himself, does that crazy woman really think of me as a waiter in the shop? How can she be so arrogant? Taking a few deep breaths to calm the anger in his heart, Yang Kai looked at the few side dishes on the tray in his hand and wished he could spit a few mouthfuls of saliva on them. However, considering that the lady boss might be monitoring this place, it was better not to do so. What are you waiting for? Get up here. The lady boss's voice came into his ears. Yang Kai shivered and secretly cursed that this woman was indeed paying attention to this place. Fortunately, he didn't act impulsively just now. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer. I'm coming. Why are you rushing me? Yang Kai responded angrily and walked out with the tray. He stomped to the top floor and kicked open the door. Before he walked in, a gust of wind blew in his face, blowing him back. Didn't your master tell you to knock before you enter the house? With a bang, the door closed, almost knocking Yang Kai's nose out of joint. After standing in front of the door for a while, Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on the door. He gritted his teeth and said, "Is anyone home? Come in." The lady boss's voice came from inside. Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered the inner room. He put the tray on the table and said, "Here's what you want. Enjoy." "Where are you going?" the lady boss asked. Yang Kai turned his head and said, "Back to rest." "What else do you want?" The lady boss still maintained the same lazy posture as before. Her rosy little mouth pointed at the table and said, "Fill it up." The corners of Yang Kai's eyes twitched for a moment, but under the gaze of the lady boss, Yang Kai picked up the wine jug and poured himself a glass of wine. The lady boss, who was reclining on the bed, stretched out her delicate jade white hand and gestured. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then laughed out of anger. "Are you that lazy?" She was clearly torturing him, but he couldn't win against her, so he could only pass the wine cup to someone else. The lady boss was very forthright. She drank it in one gulp, then rubbed the wine cup between her fingers. She squinted at him. Not convinced? Yang Kai looked up at the roof. "I don't dare. Anyway, I'm in your hands. You can kill me or scrape me as you wish." The lady boss chuckled. "If you're not convinced, just say it out loud. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to her. This woman just didn't know what she was talking about. The more he paid attention to her, the more arrogant she became. The lady boss said lazily, "The first hotel is famous. Many people want to join but don't have the connections. Now that you're lucky enough to join, I don't know how many people will envy you. Brat, don't take it for granted." Yang Kai turned to look at her and laughed. The lady boss looked at him and said, "You'll be working under me in the future. Are you going to treat me with this attitude?" Yang Kai said in a bad mood, "Then what kind of attitude do you want?" The lady boss said, "I don't want you to be respectful, but you should at least show some respect. If other people see you like this, how can I discipline them? I was born like this." The lady boss snorted. She was obviously very dissatisfied with his attitude, but she didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, she said, "Where is your home?" No comment. "Who's in your home?" No comment. After asking several questions and not getting any decent answers, the lady boss seemed to gradually lose her patience. She waved her hand and said, "You can leave now." Yang Kai clasped his hands and turned to leave. The lady boss's voice came from behind. "From now on, you'll be in charge of my 3 meals a day, as well as washing and washing." Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look at her, only to see that the lady boss had already lowered her head and was absent-mindedly holding her wine cup, as if she was thinking about something. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the current lady boss gave off an inexplicable sense of weakness, completely different from the feeling that the sixth stage heaven opening expert gave off. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said in a muffled voice, "I know." When he returned to his room, before he could sit down, Bai Qi pushed the door open and entered. She closed the door behind her and asked sneakily like a thief, "Lady boss didn't make things difficult for you, right?" Yang Kai slapped the table and said angrily, "That's too much." Bai Qi was shocked and grabbed his arm. "What are you doing? Keep your voice down." Looking at Yang Kai's furious expression, she asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Why are you so angry?" Yang Kai said, "You don't know. That stinky woman actually asked me to be in charge of her 3 meals a day in the future. She can't starve to death even if she doesn't eat for 1,000 years, but now she actually wants me to eat 3 meals a day. It's a joke. I've never served a woman in my life. She's tormenting me and taking revenge on me." "No, no." Bai Qi persuaded, "There's no enmity between us. Why would the lady boss take revenge on you? In fact, the lady boss has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. You'll know when you get along with her for a long time." Yang Kai sneered. "I'm just afraid that I won't live long in her hands." Bai Qi laughed. "How could? Forget it, let's not talk about it." Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped her. He gritted his teeth and said, "Since she wants to play, I'll play with her. Let's see who can't hold on first." The following days were calm. Although there were dangers everywhere outside the universe, the first in ship was a huge sign. In the 3,000 worlds, there were not many people who dared to have designs on the first in. Yang Kai was busy every day. He was in charge of the 3 meals a day for the lady boss. He delivered them to her on time and collected the cutlery after a while. He didn't know if the lady boss ate anything. Anyway, the food he delivered was almost the same as the food he collected. Yang Kai was angry. He did things silently every time and didn't communicate much with the lady boss. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating in his room. Bai Qi came uninvited again and directly gave him an exquisite bamboo basket. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai asked. Bai Qi said, "In 2 hours, we will pass by a world called the Joyo continent. There is a place called the Heavenly Mountain there. You go to the Heavenly Mountain, find their leader, and give this basket to him. Then you don't have to worry about it." "Alone?" Yang Kai was stunned. Bai Qi nodded. "Yes, alone. Come back as soon as you're done. Don't mess it up." As she spoke, she didn't care about Yang Kai's reaction and walked straight out. Yang Kai was confused as he held the bamboo basket. He frowned and stood there for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out what was going on. He lowered his head and looked at the bamboo basket. It didn't seem to be special. The weaving was very exquisite, but there were no powerful restrictions. It was not a secret treasure. It looked like it was used to store things. Joyo continent, Heavenly Mountain. Yang Kai silently memorized it. 2 hours later, the ship that had been sailing for several days suddenly stopped. Yang Kai walked out of his room and stood on the deck, looking around. At a glance, he saw a beautiful world in the distance. Even though it was quite a distance away, the aura of the world of heaven and earth rushed towards him. This should be the Joyo continent. Yang Kai's heart flashed with a trace of understanding. Carrying the bamboo basket in his hand, he flew into the sky. The ship stopped at just the right distance, so it only took half an hour for Yang Kai to arrive at the world of heaven and earth. He broke through the clouds and the barrier of this world and directly descended into this world. This was not the first time Yang Kai had come to another world. When he was ordered to hunt down Feng Tai in the 7 Openings land, he had seen the scenery of this world once. This world seemed to be more powerful than that world, almost the same as the star boundary. At the very least, when Yang Kai broke through the barrier of this world and entered this world, he immediately felt several powerful divine senses sweep over him. As one of the great emperors of the star boundary, Yang Kai was very familiar with this aura and knew that this was the instinctive response of the great emperors of this world when they detected the aura of a master. Immediately, Yang Kai's skin tightened. Although he was now much stronger than when he had just been promoted to the great emperors, this was the territory of others after all. Others had the backing of the entire world of heaven and earth, while he did not have the support of the star boundary, so the strength he could display was limited. If he really fought with the great emperors in this place, Yang Kai estimated that even if he was a low-rank heaven splitter, he would still be at a disadvantage. Just as he was considering how to express his intentions and identity, the several powerful divine senses flashed and disappeared without a trace. There was even a strand of divine sense that showed obvious goodwill to him before it disappeared. Yang Kai was baffled. Just as he was puzzled, he saw a figure rushing towards him from afar, and a gentle and old voice sounded in his ears. Sect Master Bao Zitong of Heaven Mountain greets the special envoy. Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you. When the first word was spoken, the person was still far away, but when the last word fell, the person was already standing in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked over and saw a rosy-faced fat old man not far in front of him looking at him with a smile. The old man did not look special, but Yang Kai could feel the aura of the same kind from him. This old man was the great emperors of this world. And judging from the aura, he should be the person who showed goodwill to him just now. It turned out that the sect master of Heaven Mountain in this world was a great emperor's. This was easy. He was still considering whether to ask for the way to Heaven Mountain, but now that the other party had taken the initiative to welcome him, there was no need to waste his time. But, what was with the special envoy? Suppressing his doubts, Yang Kai kept his fists and said, Yang Kai greets Sect Master Bao. Sect Master Bao is too polite. No matter which world it was, those who could become great emperors were extremely rare and were blessed by their respective worlds' heavens and earth, so even though this Bao Zitong looked unremarkable, in his own domain, Yang Kai did not dare show the slightest disrespect. So it's Special Envoy Yang. Bao Zitong smiled from ear to ear. Special Envoy Yang has such a cultivation at such a young age. It really makes me feel ashamed. Sect Master Bao is too kind. Yang Kai said politely, then changed the topic. To be honest, Sect Master Bao, although I am here to look for you, I don't know the reason. May I ask what is the meaning of Special Envoy? Bao Zitong smiled and pointed at the basket on Yang Kai's arm. The one who holds this basket is the Special Envoy. Yang Kai looked down at the basket and said in realization, you recognize this basket. That's easy. No wonder the other party took the initiative to welcome him when he just arrived. It turned out that he recognized the basket. He thought that Bai Qi had already greeted the other party. Bao Zitong said, this is not the place to talk. Special Envoy Yang, please follow me. As he said that, Bao Zitong stepped forward and grabbed Yang Kai's arm. In the next moment, Yang Kai's vision started to move. He knew that this was the divine technique unique to the great emperors. In this world, any great emperors who were born in the Nine Serenities continent could go anywhere they wanted. This was slightly different from the space divine technique. In just an instant, the two of them appeared in front of a grand hall. The hall was huge, and a large group of cultivators were waiting respectfully in front of it. When they saw the two of them, they said in unison, Greetings, Sect Master, Special Envoy. Their voices were loud and clear, and the formation was not small. It was obvious that they had been prepared. Yang Kai kept his hand slightly. In the crowd, a woman in a palace dress stepped forward. She first bowed slightly to Yang Kai, then stretched out her hands. Yang Kai turned to look at Bao Zitong, asking for his opinion. The latter smiled and said, Basket. Yang Kai suddenly understood and quickly handed the basket to the woman. He nodded and said, Thank you. He did not know what the basket was for. Bai Qi did not explain clearly before, but the people of Sky Mountain obviously knew. Since that was the case, he did not need to ask too much. He just needed to cooperate. The woman took the basket and soared into the sky, disappearing in no time. Bao Zitong gestured with his hand. Special Envoy Yang, please come in for a chat. Yang Kai nodded. Thank you for your hospitality. He followed Bao Zitong into the main hall and took his seat. Immediately, a maid served high-quality tea and a plate of rare fruits. The fragrance of the tea filled the air, and the fresh fruits were fragrant. Not to mention the tea, the fruits on the plate were ones that Yang Kai had never seen before. They were obviously specialties of this world, so he casually took a few to taste. The taste was not bad, and for a cultivator with a lower cultivation, it should have the effect of increasing cultivation. However, for people like him and Bao Zitong, it was useless. At most, it was just a taste. While drinking tea and eating fruits, he casually chatted with Bao Zitong. The atmosphere gradually warmed up. After a while, Bao Zitong asked, "How is Madame recently?" Yang Kai guessed that he was probably asking about the lady boss, Madame Lan, so he nodded and said, "I'm in high spirits." He was in high spirits. Which sixth-order Kai Tian realm cultivator needed 3 meals a day? Bao Zitong smiled. That's good. He sighed. Madame is also a person with a hard life. Yang Kai raised his head. Why do you say that? Although he had a lot of contact with the lady boss, strictly speaking, he didn't know her at all. He only knew that this woman was a sixth pin splitter with a strong background. Therefore, when he heard Bao Zitong say that she had a hard life, he couldn't help but be interested. These days, he had been tormented by the lady boss. He was full of pent-up anger, but he couldn't beat her. He couldn't wait to hear her say something bad to balance his mood. Bao Zitong waved his hand. I misspoke. Please don't take it to heart, Special Envoy Yang. Yang Kai immediately looked disgusted. However, since the other party didn't say anything, he couldn't ask. He could only say, "Oh right, Sect Leader Bao, although I'm here under orders, I don't know what to do specifically." Does Sect Leader Bao have any advice? Bao Zitong didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "How long has Special Envoy Yang been following Madame?" "It's only been a few days." Yang Kai smiled embarrassedly. Strictly speaking, he was forced. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed that crazy woman everywhere. Bao Zitong said, "No wonder. Actually, it's not a big deal. There's a kind of spiritual fruit on Tianshan Mountain called the Snowy Skyline. It tastes unique and can't be found anywhere else. Madame likes the Snowy Skyline very much. Every time she passes by the 9th Underworld, she sends people to pick some and take them away." Snowy Skyline? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. This name sounded somewhat poetic and picturesque, but he didn't know what kind of spirit fruit it was that the lady boss, a 6th-stage heaven splitter, couldn't forget it. Every time she passed by here, she would pick it. He had to take a good look at it later. Only then did he understand why Bai Chi gave him a bamboo basket. It turned out that she was here to pick spiritual fruits. That Snowy Skyline. As Bao Zitong spoke, a look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, his interest waned, and he said, "Let's not talk about it anymore. Since Special Envoy Yang is Madame's man, he will understand in the future. This old man always speaks halfway." Yang Kai couldn't wait to use the black dragon spear to pry open his mouth. Bao Zitong obviously realized this as well. In the following conversation, he deliberately led the conversation to the topic of cultivation. Instead, he chatted happily with Yang Kai. When Yang Kai asked why he hadn't jumped out of the shackles of this universe and gone to the vast sky since he had already become one of the great emperors, Bao Zitong smiled and said, "I'm already old and have lost the heart to forge ahead. What can I do even if I jump out of the shackles of this universe?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "Then Sect Leader Bao is going to stay in the 9th Underworld forever?" Bao Zitong said magnanimously, "The 9th Underworld gave birth to me and raised me. I'm also willing to use the rest of my life to protect this world." Yang Kai nodded and couldn't help but think of the Star Realm. If Mo Xing hadn't tormented the Star Realm, would he have come outside of this universe? Would he be willing to wither and grow old there for the rest of his life? Yang Kai himself couldn't think of the answer to this question. An hour later, the woman who had taken the basket away entered the hall and respectfully placed the basket on the table beside Yang Kai. She curtsied and said, "Special Envoy Master, the Snowy Skyline has been harvested." "Thank you." Yang Kai nodded and looked at the spirit fruits in the bamboo basket. He found that the Snowy Skyline fruits were all about the size of a baby's fist. They were all reddish-black in color and were all about the same size. Obviously, they had been carefully selected. After all, these were for the lady boss, so Heavenly Mountain didn't dare to be careless. There was a faint fragrance, but he didn't know how it tasted. Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists. Sect leader Bao, this matter is over. I'll take my leave first. Bao Zitong said, Special Envoy Yang, take care. When you see Madam later, please send my regards and thank her for protecting the ninth underworld all these years. I will. Yang Kai nodded and walked out with the basket. Bao Zitong saw him off politely. It was much easier to leave the ninth underworld. Unlike when he came, he didn't need to break the world barrier anymore. Bao Zitong must have communicated with the world force of the ninth underworld and let him go. At the same time, Bai Qi stood before the lady boss in a room on the top floor of the first inn. She lowered her head solemnly and obediently. As usual, the lady boss was lying on the fragrant couch with her eyes closed. After a long time, the lady boss suddenly said, He's not back yet? Bai Qi shook her head. No, I'm afraid he ran away. The lady boss didn't say anything. Bai Qi said, he wasn't willing to join the first inn in the first place. Now that he got the chance, he would naturally run away. Why would he come back? If he ran away, then so be it, the lady boss said lightly. If he really ran away, whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with the first inn. Stunned, Bai Qi said, Lady boss, since you knew this would happen, why did you still want him to go to the nine underworlds continent? Moreover, why did you let him go there alone? After she finished asking, she came to a realization and said, I understand now. You just wanted to see if he would take the opportunity to escape. The lady boss said leisurely, I didn't think so much. I just didn't like him. Bai Qi was speechless. Just as she was about to say something, she saw the lady boss suddenly open her eyes. A light flashed in her beautiful eyes. What's the matter? Bai Qi asked. He's back. The lady boss closed her eyes again. Bai Qi didn't understand at first, but she quickly reacted and turned to leave the room. She stood on the deck and looked at the ninth underworld. After a while, a figure came from there at an extremely fast speed. Who else could it be but Yang Kai? He didn't run away. Bai Qi couldn't believe it. She thought that Yang Kai would definitely take this rare opportunity to get rid of the first inn. Who knew that he would come back? Is this guy a fool? If she were in his shoes, Bai Qi reckoned that she would definitely run away. After a while, Yang Kai landed on the deck. The colorful light on his body dissipated, revealing his figure. When he looked up, he saw Bai Qi staring at him in a daze. Yang Kai looked around and frowned. Why are you looking at me like that? Bai Qi crossed her arms and touched her chin with one hand. She sized up Yang Kai and said in surprise, I suddenly realized that you look like someone. Why didn't I notice it before? Who? Yang Kai asked. Bai Qi shook her head and didn't say much. Instead, she pointed at the room on the top floor of the ship, indicating that the lady boss was waiting for him. Yang Kai snorted and leaped to the door of the room. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Lady boss, I'm back. Come in. The lady boss's lazy voice came from inside the room. Yang Kai pushed the door and entered. On the deck, White Seven had a thoughtful expression on her face. She shook her head and walked into the cabin. She kept muttering, why didn't I notice it before? How strange. She ran to the accountant's room and told him about it. The accountant stared at her with dead eyes. Are you blind? You only noticed it now after drinking with him all day? You knew? Bai Qi was surprised. The accountant said, I saw it when he first entered the shop. Bai Qi suddenly understood. No wonder our lady boss wanted him to stay. So that's the reason. Then, is that why she kept tormenting Yang Kai? Suddenly, she said with a bitter face, then, isn't it over? The lady boss finally got over the past, and now she's going to be reminded of something sad again. What should she do in the future? The accountant said, I've been thinking about this recently. I finally thought of a way to solve this once and for all. Do you want to hear it? Tell me. Bai Qi nodded. The accountant said in a low voice, you find a chance to bring Yang Kai out, and then we'll kill him together. As he spoke, he reached out and wiped his neck. The corner of Bai Qi's eyes twitched. Is this your so-called once and for all method? The accountant said matter-of-factly, is there any other way? No, it's not appropriate. Bai Qi shook her head. We still don't know what the lady boss's attitude is. If we make the lady boss more sad, then we'll be sinners. The accountant sighed and said, this is also a problem. The key is what the lady boss thinks. Why don't you go and ask around? Bai Qi immediately shook her head like a rattledrum. You know what the situation is like every time. We can't go to the lady boss for at least 3 days. Otherwise, we'll be courting death. Hearing this, the accountant couldn't help but shudder. He seemed to think of something terrible and said decisively, I'll go into seclusion first. I'll hide for a few days. You go and tell the others that no one is to provoke the lady boss in these 3 days. I've said it before. We're all old people in the inn. Who needs reminding? Forget it, I'll go back and hide for a few days. In the wing room on the top floor, Xianxia entered the inner room, put the bamboo basket on the table, and said, Lady boss, I brought the things back. If you don't have any other orders, I'll go down first. He didn't know why the lady boss had a special liking for this snowy mountain. On the way back, he secretly ate one out of curiosity. He found that the fruit was astringent and bitter, and also a little sour. It was completely unpalatable. However, he heard from Bao Zitong that the lady boss would ask people to pick it every time she passed by the land of Nine Nether. It could only be said that everyone had their own preferences. On the couch, the lady boss remained indifferent. Xianxia waited for a while before cupping his hands, putting the basket on the table, and turning around to leave. Returning to his room, Xianxia sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Now that the Tao seal had condensed the power of the 5 elements fire, and although its quality had met Xianxia's expectations, it still needed some time to stabilize. This could not be rushed, it needed time to settle. Moreover, he did not know where to find the next 5 elements earth element, so he could make use of this free time. Xianxia could clearly feel the destructive aura of the 5 elements fire element in his Tao seal. If this kind of power was used against an enemy, it would definitely play a big role. Unfortunately, the characteristics of the Golden Crow True Fire were too obvious, and it was different from the Wood Element Force. The Wood Element Force was used on the user, so it was silent and difficult for others to detect. The Fire Element Force was different. If he did not have complete confidence, it was very likely to be exposed, and it would be difficult to deal with the aftermath. He secretly decided that unless he had no other choice, he would never use the Fire Element Force in his Tao seal. This thing was like his dragon form secret technique, a trump card at the bottom of the box. Above the Tao seal, 2 lights of green and black circulated, alternating and changing, looking very mysterious. While meditating, Xianxia suddenly heard a strange sound. He could not help opening his eyes and carefully perceiving it. At first, this sound was a little unclear, but after careful observation, it seemed to be the cry of a woman, but this cry was very suppressed. If it were not for Xianxia's current state of mind and perception, he would not have heard it. In this vast void, how could there be a woman crying? And crying so sadly, as if she had encountered a very sad matter. Xianxia suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. He did not want to pay much attention to it, but the sound continued to enter his ears, so he did not even have the mood to meditate. Frowning slightly, he got up and opened the door, following the sound. A moment later, Xianxia stood on the deck of the ship, looking up at the top floor with a blank expression. The woman's soft sobbing came from the top floor. In other words, was the lady boss crying? Xianxia thought he had sensed wrongly. The lady boss was a 6th-stage heaven splitter. Even in the 3,000 worlds, she was still a powerhouse. How could she cry so sadly in secret? However, the source of the sound was definitely not wrong. It was indeed coming from the top floor. To think that you would have such a day. Xianxia was very happy. Although he didn't know what the lady boss was sad about, he had been tormented by her for the past few days. At this moment, listening to her sorrowful cry was like the sound of nature, refreshing his heart. Standing on the deck and listening attentively for a while, Xianxia put his hands behind his back and strode back to his residence. The gloomy mood of the past few days was swept away. A day later, Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, looked up at the ceiling with a face full of anger, gnashing his teeth. It was not over yet. He did not know what sad thing that crazy woman had encountered, but she had cried for a day and a night. However, her cultivation was high. Even if she hid and cried secretly, it could still affect the mood of others. Yang Kai was disturbed to the point that he could not calm down at all, and even his mood became extremely bad. Furious, Yang Kai turned over and got out of bed. A moment later, in front of the lady boss's room, Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on the door. Lady boss, lady boss. No one in the room responded, but the crying did not stop. I'm coming in, Yang Kai said and directly pushed the door open. Passing through the outer room, Kai Yang entered the inner room. Sweeping his eyes around, his face suddenly twitched. The originally clean and tidy room was now a complete mess. Fruit pits were scattered all over the floor, tables and benches were all over the place, and the entire room was filled with a thick smell of alcohol. Looking to the side, the bamboo basket he brought back was half empty. Needless to say, it was eaten by the lady boss. Otherwise, there would not be so many fruit pits on the floor. He really did not understand how the lady boss ate that bitter and astringent fruit. Turning his head to look at the bed, Yang Kai frowned. He saw that in the corner of the bed, the lady boss was hugging her knees and curled up, her head buried in the gap between her knees. She was sobbing softly, her shoulders trembling. Yang Kai did not expect this scene. At this moment, the lady boss of the first inn looked too weak as a homeless and injured kitten. His heart was slightly moved, and he sighed inwardly. What sad thing did she encounter? How did she end up like this? In the end, she was still a woman. No matter how strong she was, she still had her weak moments. His mood of gloating slightly faded. Yang Kai bent down to pick up the tables and chairs on the floor. He also picked up the fruit pits that were scattered on the floor one by one, as well as a few empty wine jars. After tidying up, Yang Kai stood in front of the bed and thought for a while, but he did not know how to comfort her. The most important thing was that he did not know what happened to her. He could only sigh and reach out to pat the lady boss's shoulder. Lady boss, 9 out of 10 times, life is not as you wish. Let bygones be bygones, don't cry anymore. The sobbing lady boss slowly raised her head and looked at Yang Kai. Their eyes met, and the corner of Yang Kai's eyes fiercely twitched. At this time, the lady boss was like a pear blossom in the rain. Her 2 beautiful eyes were swollen like peaches, and her face was full of tears. Her long eyelashes had tears on them, and her face was intoxicatingly red. Just by looking at her, one could feel what it meant to be heartbroken. Yang Kai tried to squeeze out a harmless smile and lowered his head to look at her. The lady boss's vision slowly focused, and the original delicate charm was gradually replaced by coldness. She pursed her lips and gritted her teeth, saying, "It's you, you stinking brat." And? Yang Kai instinctively felt that something was wrong. The lady boss looked like, why did it seem like she was drunk? A 6th stage heaven splitter could also get drunk? You still dare to come back? The lady boss said hatefully. Her eyes were full of blood and tears of accusation. Ah? Yang Kai was confused. The next moment, his arm tightened. Looking down, he saw that the lady boss had already reached out and grabbed his arm. A violent force rushed through his arm and into his body. In a split second, Yang Kai's face changed greatly. He only felt that he was like a leaf that fell into a vast ocean. He could not exert any strength at all. Facing the storm that could come at any time, he could only resign himself to fate. The power of a 6th stage heaven splitter was actually so terrifying. While he was still in shock and confusion, the lady boss had already used some strength in her wrist and directly threw him to the ground with a thud. Immediately after, the lady boss jumped down from the couch. With one hand clamping down on Yang Kai, she did not let him have the strength to resist. With the other hand, she and her 2 legs fell on Yang Kai like raindrops. As she punched and kicked, she gritted her teeth and scolded, "Little bastard, you still dare to come back? You still have the face to come back? Why didn't you die outside? Why did you come back now?" The sound of banging was endless. At first, Yang Kai was able to fend off a few of the blows, but after a while, he could not resist at all. He could only hug his head with both hands and curl up on the ground to protect his face, silently enduring this inexplicable beating. After an unknown amount of time, the lady boss's arms and legs slowly lost strength. Finally, she sat on the ground and pounded Yang Kai with her fists while crying loudly. Her cries were heart-wrenching and heartbroken. Tears fell down her cheeks like beads from a broken necklace, as if she had suffered a great grievance. Xianxia raised his head, his face ferocious. He wanted to scold her, but when he saw her like this, he could not do so. He could only hatefully say, "Crazy woman, why are you hitting me?" He came over to comfort her with good intentions, but he did not expect to be beaten to the ground. The anger in Xianxia's heart could not be extinguished even with all the water in the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. The lady boss, who was crying loudly, immediately stopped. Her tears were still falling, but she still looked at Xianxia and asked, "You scolded me?" Her eyes were hazy with drunkenness, and it was obvious that she was still somewhat delirious. "So what if I scolded you?" Xianxia also lost his temper. He could not scold her even if he could not win. "Crazy woman, crazy woman, crazy woman." The lady boss stared at him and suddenly smiled. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Xianxia's neck, strangling him in front of her. She used her other hand to rub his head. "Stinky brat, you're still the same as before." He had never had his head rubbed like this before. An inexplicable sense of shame rose from his heart. Xianxia gritted his teeth and gathered his strength to break free from the lady boss's grasp, but he could not move at all under the restraint of the 6th-stage heaven splitter. "Since you're back, don't leave. Come drink with me," the lady boss shouted. She reached out and grabbed a jar of wine. She did not care whether Xianxia was willing or not. She opened his mouth and lifted his neck slightly, then poured the wine in the jar down his throat. The cold wine rolled down his throat, followed by a burning sensation. Not long after, the entire jar of wine was forced into his stomach. His abdomen was burning, and Xianxia saw stars. His only thought was that this wine was a bit too strong. Even someone as strong as his dragon bloodline physique could not bear it and became drunk so quickly. No wonder the lady boss was drunk. This wine was clearly not ordinary wine. It was very likely that it was specially brewed. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Since you're back, don't leave." The lady boss was crying and laughing at the side. He did not know what was wrong with her. After forcing Xianxia to drink the jar of wine, she picked up a snowy skyline fruit and stuffed it into his mouth, muttering, "This is what you like to eat. Eat more. Like your grandpa. Only a ghost would like to eat this kind of bitter and astringent fruit." He wanted to resist, but unfortunately, after drinking that jar of wine, his entire body became soft and intoxicated. He was stuffed into the lady boss' mouth, and the meat and the core were all eaten into his stomach. The scene in front of him was heavy. Trying to maintain his last bit of clarity, Xianxia used both his hands and feet to struggle out of the lady boss's embrace. He then crawled towards the door, weakly shouting, "Old boy, help." He hadn't crawled far when he felt something tighten around his ankle. He was probably caught by the lady boss, and then his whole body was dragged back. "Drink more." The lady boss pinched open Xianxia's mouth and poured the wine down his throat. The world spun around him. After an unknown amount of time, Xianxia slowly woke up. He felt that his mouth was extremely dry and his throat was burning. He opened his eyes and looked up, only to see a pink gauze curtain. He was slightly startled and absent-minded. After a while, some chaotic and blurry memories gradually came back to him. He seemed to have come to see what had happened to the lady boss, and then he was violently beaten up by her. After that, she forced him to drink a few jars of wine, and then he lost consciousness. His memory was still stuck at the moment when he was caught and forced to drink the second jar of wine. As for what happened after that, he had no recollection of it at all. He didn't know what kind of wine it was, but it was actually so strong. Just 2 jars of wine was enough to make him drunk. Where was this? He stared at the pink gauze curtain above his head and thought for a long time. Only then did he realize that he couldn't have been on the lady boss's bed, right? This gauze curtain was obviously the thing on the lady boss's bed. He had a terrible headache. He wanted to reach out and rub it, but found that his arm was being pillowed by something. Turning his head to look, Xianxia's eyes suddenly widened. His drunkenness was swept away, and his whole body felt uncomfortable. The thing that was pillowed on his arm wasn't anything but the lady boss's head. At this moment, the lady boss was lying on her side next to him, curled up and sleeping soundly. He didn't know what she was dreaming of, but there was a faint smile on her lips. He didn't know how long she had been in this position, but Xianxia felt that his arm was a little numb. He felt his hair stand on end. This scene was really a little scary. It wasn't that the lady boss wasn't beautiful or good-looking. On the contrary, the lady boss was a natural beauty. She had the face and the figure. He was afraid that no man would be indifferent to her. If there was someone who could sleep with her, that would be something that he couldn't ask for more. Most importantly, this person was the lady boss. Xianxia had been tormented by her for the past few days. Previously, when he came over to comfort her, he was beaten up by her. If she knew that he not only got into her bed, but also hugged her to sleep for a long time, Xianxia reckoned that no matter how many lives he had, it would not be enough for him to survive. Fortunately, the lady boss's clothes were still neat. Looking at himself, although he was a little embarrassed, there were no signs of him taking off his clothes. In other words, nothing should have happened when he was delirious. This made Xianxia secretly sigh in relief. The current situation was not the worst. If something really happened, then it would be over. Even though that was the case, their current situation was extremely ambiguous. If others were to see them, they would probably do something. No matter what, it was best to retreat first. After making up his mind, Xianxia held his breath and carefully pulled his arm out from under the lady boss's jade neck. Then, he tiptoed over her body and quietly got off the bed. Turning his head, he saw that the floor was full of wine jars. The entire room was filled with the smell of alcohol. Xianxia secretly gritted his teeth. Drinking really made things worse. He had only heard people say this before, but he had self-discipline. Even if he drank, he would not drink excessively. So, he had never experienced it before. Now that he was forced to get drunk, he finally had a profound experience. Not having the time to clean up, Xianxia turned his head and looked at the lady boss who was still lying on the bed. He gave her a big fist and tiptoed out. Gently opening the door, Xianxia flashed out and carefully closed the door, not making the slightest sound. The whole process was like that of a thief. If he didn't deliberately suppress it, he would definitely be able to hear his own heartbeat. After doing all this, Xianxia's anxious heart finally relaxed. It was not good to stay in this place for a long time. It was more important to go back to his room quickly. Xianxia buttoned his clothes as he turned around and jumped down, landing directly on the deck. When he looked up, he saw White Seven standing in front of him with a bucket of hot water. When their eyes met, White Seven was stunned. You. Xianxia was also a little dumbfounded. He was already very guilty. He didn't expect to bump into this guy when he turned his head. He quickly tidied up his clothes and said, "Brother White, are you busy?" N. White Seven nodded subconsciously. "Then I'll leave you to it. I'll go back first," Xianxia said. With his hands behind his back, he walked into the cabin step by step. White Seven stared at his back in a daze. Then he looked up at the wing on the top floor. The bucket in his hand fell to the deck with a crash, and the hot water spilled all over the floor. Pretending to be calm, Xianxia returned to his room. He wiped the cold sweat on his head. Before he could sit down, he heard a loud bang from the door. Then, 3 big men rushed in. All of them looked gloomy and murderous. "What are you doing?" Xianxia was shocked. He looked warily at White Seven, the accountant, and a cook who were approaching him. At the same time, he slowly retreated. The 3 of them didn't say a word. They cooperated tacitly and subdued Xianxia on the bed in 2 to 3. The accountant held the golden abacus high in his hand and was about to smash it. The cook put the polished kitchen knife on Xianxia's forehead. White Seven even wrapped the white towel around Xianxia's neck twice and tightened it. Xianxia said in a hoarse voice, "Let's talk nicely. Why are you touching me?" Bai Qi leaned down, almost touching Xianxia's face. With a ferocious expression, he gritted his teeth and said, "Smelly brat, I'll ask you something. Answer me honestly. If you dare to lie, I'll immediately take your life. Ask me, ask me." Xianxia nodded repeatedly. 2 fists couldn't beat 4 hands. There were 3 of them. He couldn't beat them at all. White Seven's eyes were red. Where were you last night? Where else could I be? Of course, I was in the room. He was right. He was in the room, but it wasn't his own room. How dare you be so stubborn when you're about to die? Teach him a lesson. White 7 tilted his head at the cook, who immediately raised the kitchen knife in his hand. Wait. Xianxia was shocked. These guys were serious. If they cut him with the knife, how could he survive? I gave you a chance, so you should cherish it. I'll ask you again, where were you last night? White 7 gritted his teeth and shouted. Xianxia was embarrassed. He was speechless. Didn't you see it? Why are you still asking me? What I saw might not be the truth. I want you to tell me yourself, where were you last night? Lady boss. In the room. Xianxia scratched his face. His eyes were wandering, and he had an embarrassed smile on his face. After he finished speaking, he felt the towel wrapped around his neck suddenly tighten. The kitchen knife on his head also emitted a sharp aura. White 7 tightened the towel. His eyes were red, and he was panting heavily. Did you do it? What? What did you do? Xianxia couldn't breathe because of the towel. He kept slapping his arm. I asked you if you did. It. White 7 gritted his teeth and repeated. I didn't do it, I didn't do it. Lady boss and I are innocent. We didn't do anything. Xianxia stuck out his tongue and defended himself with difficulty. Really? White 7 still had a look of disbelief on his face. It was mainly because the scene just now was too suggestive. Xianxia ran out of Lady Boss's room early in the morning with disheveled clothes. It was hard for him not to think too much. It's absolutely true. Xianxia hurriedly raised 3 fingers and swore to the heavens. White 7 stared at him seriously. After a long while, the redness in his eyes slowly dissipated. With a shake of his hand, he pulled down the towel wrapped around Xianxia's neck. He stood by the bed and looked down at Xianxia. Tell me, what happened? You'd better not lie at all. Otherwise, us brothers will not let you off easily. As he spoke, he held one end of the towel in each hand and shook it a few times. The accountant waved his golden abacus at the side, making a clattering sound. The chef waved his kitchen knife, and the cold gleam on the blade made people feel dizzy. Xianxia touched his neck and coughed a few times. He raised his head and looked at the 3 burly men standing in a row in front of him. With an anxious expression, he said softly, Actually, I don't really know what happened either. You don't know? White 7 glared at him again with a fierce expression. Then tell me what you know. Helpless, Kai Yang could only briefly recount what had happened. He said that he had heard the sound of soft crying coming from upstairs, so he went to check on the situation. In the end, when he entered the lady boss's room, he saw her crying her heart out. Instinctively, he wanted to comfort her, but who would have thought that she would directly force him to drink 2 jars of wine, causing him to lose consciousness. When he woke up, he was lying on the lady boss's bed. As for what had happened in between, he really didn't have any recollection. Even now, he couldn't remember. After listening, White 7 and the other 2 looked at each other. Their divine senses surged and they secretly communicated. Old White, didn't you tell this kid not to disturb Lady Boss these few days? The accountant asked. White 7 was slightly embarrassed. I forgot. After this kid sent the Snowy Sky frontline over, I immediately sealed the restriction in the room. I can't feel anything. The chef and the accountant also nodded, indicating that they were the same. If White 7 hadn't sent them a message just now, they were prepared to hide for another day. The chef held the kitchen knife and touched his chin. He glanced at Xianxia and said, Then do you think this kid's words can be trusted? Old White, didn't you say that you saw him run out of Lady Boss's room with his clothes disheveled with your own eyes, looking like a sneaky thief? I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be fake? White 7 was a little angry when he thought of the scene just now. He turned his head and glared fiercely at Xianxia. The accountant said thoughtfully, I think this kid's words should be trusted. It's not like you haven't tasted Lady Boss's wine before. My brothers couldn't even bear half a jar. If this kid was really forced to drink 2 jars, I'm afraid he won't have the ability to do anything else. White 7 and the chef both nodded. Thinking of the strength of Lady Boss's wine, they shuddered and didn't want to taste it again in this life. Then it's fine? The chef looked at the two of them. The accountant nodded and said, it should be a false alarm. Then I'll take my leave first. The chef said, Lady Boss is awake. I'll go make some hangover soup for her. I still have some debts to settle. I'll take my leave first too. The accountant said and followed the chef out. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 3 burly men left, leaving only Bai Qi standing there alone. Xianxia was confused. Just now, when he saw the 3 of them talking to each other with their divine senses, and from time to time, they would shoot him cold glances. He was really a little scared. No matter what, a big man like him had run into a woman's bed and slept with her in his arms for a long time. Even if he hadn't done anything, it was still somewhat improper. He had already prepared how to explain himself if Bai Qi and the others questioned him, but who would have thought that there would be no follow-up? Bai Qi turned to look at him and nodded. It seems like it's a misunderstanding. We've wronged you. Xianxia also nodded. So it's a misunderstanding. Yes. Bai Qi smiled and said, but why did you go to the lady boss's room to comfort her at this time? Every time this happens, we hide as far away as possible. Not to mention comforting her, we don't even dare to go near the lady boss's room. Speaking of which, it's my fault. I didn't tell you in advance. Hey, what are you doing? As he was talking, he suddenly found that Xianxia had opened the restriction of the room. Then, he stood up and punched his left palm with his right fist. He approached him step by step with a ferocious smile on his face. Bai Qi squeezed out an innocent smile. Xianxia, this is a misunderstanding. Let bygones be bygones. As a cultivator, we have to walk on the road and look forward. Don't hit my face. He squatted on the ground and protected his head. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Just because of a misunderstanding, you brought 2 burly men here in such an aggressive manner. Do you know how sharp Chef's kitchen knife is? If I hadn't shouted in time, I'm afraid I would have been cut in half by him. I made you misunderstand. After a series of punches and kicks, she also vented her anger at the lady boss. After a long while, Bai Qi stood up angrily and shouted, enough, if you hit me again, I won't be polite. Don't think that I can't beat you. I'm just letting you go. I'm too lazy to fight with you. Xianxia kicked him to the ground. You're really something. You hit me so hard. After a while, Bai Qi sat on the chair with a bruised face. He gently rubbed his wounds and looked at Xianxia from the corner of his eyes. This is nothing. When the lady boss hits me, it's called ruthless. You deserve it. Bai Qi sneered and pulled his wounds. He could not help but cry. Does it hurt? Xianxia looked at him and asked. Bai Qi said angrily, of course. Kai Yang was in a good mood, so he chuckled a couple of times. His expression became serious, and he whispered, I want to ask you something. What? Bai Qi replied unhappily. Kai Yang sorted out his words and muttered, do I look like someone? Someone very close to the lady boss. Bai Qi's hands paused slightly and he said unintentionally, who? Xianxia frowned and said, I don't know. Thinking back to the encounter in the lady boss's room, he was very concerned about a few words of the lady boss. At that time, the lady boss probably mistook him for someone else. Otherwise, why would she say something like just come back and don't leave? This was obviously something she said to an acquaintance she had not seen for a long time. You don't know? Then why are you asking this? Bai Qi turned his head and looked at him. Kai Yang didn't know how to explain it, so he could only vaguely say, anyway, yesterday the lady boss gave me the feeling that she thought I was someone else. Oh right, is the lady boss married? He thought to himself that this crazy woman shouldn't be thinking of him as her husband, right? No. There are many suitors, but the lady boss doesn't like any of them. I've never seen her have any emotional entanglements with anyone. Bai Qi shook his head and deliberately changed the topic. What did the lady boss do? Why do you have such thoughts? Nothing much. First, she beat me up, then forced me to drink 2 jars of wine. I don't know what happened after that. She didn't say anything? She said don't leave when you come back. She was probably drunk and talking nonsense. Xianxia nodded. This was the only explanation. The two of them were silent for a moment. Baiqi said, you didn't think of leaving? Leave what? Xianxia turned his head in surprise. Baiqi said, didn't I ask you to go to the 9th netherworld to pick the snowy skyline? Why didn't you think of leaving at that time? No one was with you at that time. Where should I go? Xianxia sneered. The first inn is so powerful. Unless I don't show up in front of people in the future, I will definitely be exposed. When that time comes, I will be caught by you. What good will that do? Suddenly, he came to a realization and looked at Baiqi with a frown. You asked me to go to the 9th netherworld alone. So it was just a test? Not really. You are now a member of the first inn. It is natural for you to do something for the lady boss. Baiqi chuckled. Just as they were talking, the door was pushed open. Chef walked in with a food basket and put it on the table. I made some hangover soup. Wait for the lady boss to wake up and send it to her. Xianxia blinked a few times before finally responding, me? Chef glanced at him. Who else can it be? Xianxia said guiltily, I won't go. Chef, you can send it over yourself. Chef said, the lady boss said before that you will be in charge of her 3 meals a day. I don't dare to disobey the lady boss. Old Bai. Xianxia turned to look at Baiqi with a pleading expression. Baiqi stood up and patted him on the shoulder. Good luck, I can't help you. After saying that, he didn't care about Xianxia anymore and left with Chef, leaving behind a person looking at the food box on the table, at a loss of what to do. He didn't know when the lady boss would wake up, but it should be soon. After all, his cultivation was so much lower than hers. He had already been awake for more than half a day. How long could the lady boss, a 6th grade Kaitian, be drunk? He didn't have to wait for too long. 2 hours later, the bell hanging in the room suddenly rang. Speaking of this bell, Xianxia was irritated. Ever since the lady boss ordered him to be in charge of 3 meals a day and washing chores, Baiqi made a bell in his room. Once the bell rang, it meant that the lady boss was calling for something. He couldn't ignore it, but the bell kept ringing. If it was a blessing, it wasn't a curse. If it was a curse, he couldn't avoid it. Xianxia took a deep breath, got up and grabbed the food box. With a few steps, he came to the deck. He jumped to the front of the room on the top floor and raised his hand to knock on the door. Lady boss. The lady boss's languid voice came from inside the room. Xianxia could almost imagine what she looked like now. I'm coming in. After saying that, Xianxia pushed open the door and entered. He went straight into the inner room and looked up. He found that it was as he thought. The lady boss was sitting at the table, one hand supporting her forehead and the other gently rubbing her temples. The mess in the room was still the same as when he left. The floor was full of wine bottles and fruit pits, and the bed was also very messy. Looking at the graceful figure sitting there and thinking about how he hugged her and slept for a long time, Xianxia couldn't believe it. It was simply luck to be able to survive. He didn't know if the lady boss remembered what happened before, and if she would find trouble with him. Feeling uneasy, Xianxia took 2 steps forward and opened the food box. He took out a bowl of thick soup and placed it in front of the lady boss. Lady boss, the chef made a bowl of hangover soup for you. Drink it while it's hot. The lady boss responded weakly, closing her eyes. He didn't know what she was thinking. After a long time, she brought the bowl of hangover soup in front of her. She picked up the spoon, gently blew on it, and drank it spoonful by spoonful. The way the lady boss drank the soup was very elegant. Even though she was drunk, she didn't lose her manners. Instead, there was a different kind of seductive feeling. Rub it. After drinking a few mouthfuls of soup, the lady boss suddenly said. Anne? Xianxia was on tenterhooks when he suddenly heard her say this. He didn't react. My head hurts. Rub it. The lady boss raised her hand and tapped on her forehead. Xianxia was speechless. He slowly walked behind her and reached out his hand to press on her temples, gently rubbing them. Why are you so obedient today? the lady boss said while drinking the soup. Yang Kai also felt that he was a bit too guilty. The main thing was that he didn't know if she remembered what happened last night. Hearing this, he said, "Seeing how drunk you are, I was too lazy to talk to you. You are a woman, is it appropriate to drink like this?" He swallowed his saliva and probed, "What if someone took advantage of your drunken stupor to do something to you? I'm afraid you wouldn't even have the strength to resist. I'm afraid that person doesn't want to live anymore," the lady boss said lightly. Her tone was calm, but it was full of dominance. "I'm just saying, what if? In this world, there are always people who are bold and lustful. I think you're quite honest." Yang Kai's hand froze and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He swallowed his saliva and said, "You, remember? If you remember, why wouldn't I?" The lady boss lowered her head and drank the soup. "But I don't remember much." Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything. At this time, the more he spoke, the more likely he would make a mistake. It was better to be silent. He silently rubbed the lady boss's temples. "What happened last night, don't tell anyone." The lady boss suddenly reminded him again. Yang Kai thought to himself, "I already said it. It was Lao Bai and the others who forced me. I really had no choice," but he didn't dare to admit it. He nodded repeatedly. "I won't say it, I won't say it. Even if you beat me to death, I won't say it." Not long after, the bowl of hangover soup was finished. The lady boss said, "Clean up. Go get some hot water. I want to take a bath." Yang Kai didn't say a word and started to get busy. He quickly cleaned up the room and walked out with the food box. After a while, he came back with hot water and poured it into the lady boss's bathtub. He suddenly realized that after what happened last night, he couldn't confidently challenge the lady boss. He always felt very guilty. He was completely ordered around like a servant, so he didn't have any temper. He stood outside the room and waited. From inside came the rustling sound of clothes being taken off. Soon, there was the sound of water splashing. Yang Kai's heart was as calm as still water. He didn't think too much. His gaze passed through the endless void, his mind wandering. When the lady boss finished bathing, he helped her throw away the water. He didn't need to do anything to change her clothes. The lady boss wouldn't let him do it either. The first instant's maidservants would do it. When the lady boss came out again, she was radiant. Yang Kai looked at her in a daze. He felt that the person in front of him was completely different from the person who drank too much yesterday. Under Yang Kai's gaze, the lady boss leisurely walked to the side of the ship. She gazed at the colorful and endless void and was lost in thought. No one knew what she was thinking. Yang Kai didn't disturb her. He turned around and went into the room. He took out the bathwater and poured it out. Then he came to the lady boss and said, "Lady boss, do you have any other instructions? If not, I'll go down first." The lady boss said without turning her head, "This vast universe is quite beautiful." Yang Kai looked up and thought, the scenery is the same everywhere. What's the difference between beautiful and not beautiful? He didn't dare to casually reply and just stood there in a daze. After standing there for a long time, the lady boss waved her hand gently and said, "Go back to your work." Yang Kai kept his fists and turned around to leave. The rest of the trip didn't have many twists and turns. The only difference was that after that incident, the lady boss seemed to have changed a little. She was no longer alone in the room. Instead, she often came to the cabin and pulled Lao Bai, the accountant, and the cook to play drinking games. Usually, Yang Kai couldn't escape from this kind of situation. Old Bai and the others were obviously familiar with this matter, but Yang Kai had never experienced it before. At first, he had been drunk by these bastards a few times, but as time passed, he gradually became more familiar with the situation and didn't fall behind. It could be said that he saw another side of the lady boss. A sixth-stage Kai Tian could actually get along well with people from the Emperor realm. She was very approachable. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating in the side room when the door was pushed open again. Lao Bai barged in. Yang Kai looked at him speechlessly. He didn't know how many times he had told him to knock before entering, but this guy just couldn't remember. Yang Kai suspected that he was doing it on purpose. "I won't drink, I won't drink." Don't call me today. Yang Kai waved his hand repeatedly. It wasn't a big deal to drink in a crowd. After all, as long as it wasn't the lady boss's wine, he wouldn't get drunk. The main thing was that the frequency was too high, and he was a little sick of it. It's not drinking. I'll take you somewhere. Bai Qi chuckled. Where? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. It's a good place. Follow me and you'll know. Bai Qi waved at him. Yang Kai frowned. This guy's mysterious appearance really made people curious. Since he had nothing to do, he followed him out. Arriving on the deck, Bai Qi turned her head and shouted at the room on the top floor, "Lady Boss, open the door." The lady boss didn't respond, but in the next moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the light curtain that enveloped the ship. Clearly, it was under the lady boss's control. Let's go. Bai Qi pulled Yang Kai's arm and soared into the sky. After the two of them left, the crack quickly closed up. Where are we going? Yang Kai turned his head and asked as he flew side by side with White 7. Over there. Bai Qi pointed in a direction. Yang Kai looked in the direction of his finger and couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. That was because in the endless void, there was a castle-like building. This castle didn't look very eye-catching from a distance, but it was obviously not small and had a metallic luster to it. What's that place? Yang Kai asked excitedly. Hee, you'll know when we get there. Bai Qi pretended to be mysterious. Yang Kai curled his lips and didn't ask any more questions. In any case, this guy shouldn't harm him. After flying for an hour or so, Kai Yang finally arrived in front of the castle. While still in the distance, Kai Yang saw that there were many people going in and out of the castle, making it seem very lively. Moreover, next to the castle's main entrance, there was a huge stone with two big words engraved on it. One for heaven, one for earth. The two words were written in a sharp and flamboyant style. It was obvious that they were written by a great master. Heavenly Palace? Yang Kai suddenly remembered what Bai Qi had told him before, and immediately had a guess. Bai Qi grinned, smart. That's right, this is the Heavenly Palace. Then we're here for. Bai Qi said, the lady boss told me to bring you here to leave your brand, so that it will be convenient for you to come here in the future. Although you yourself are proficient in the spatial laws and can teleport, the Xianxia escape method is the most practical in this void. Yang Kai was overjoyed, then I'll have to thank the lady boss properly. Previously, when he heard Bai Qi mention the Xianxia escape method and the Xianxia escape seal in the inn, Yang Kai was extremely curious. He had originally thought that if he had the chance in the future, he would definitely go and experience it, but he did not know where the Heavenly Palace were located, so he did not expect to see it so quickly. While they were talking, the two of them had already landed in front of the Heavenly Palace. Although the Heavenly Palace had the word palace, it was much larger than any of the other palaces. Furthermore, there was only a cultivator coming out from inside, but not a single one of them came in from outside like him and Bai Qi. Thinking about it, it was not strange. Those cultivators could come to the Heavenly Palace by using the Xianxia escape method, so they naturally did not need to rush over. He was like this because he had never left his brand in the Heavenly Palace, so it should be the same for other people who came here for the first time. In front of the main entrance, two guards in bright golden armor stood on the left and right, looking majestic. One of them held a spear, while the other had a sword. Bai Qi secretly sent a sound transmission. The Heavenly Palace was jointly created by the 36 paradises and 72 blessed lands, so the people guarding the Heavenly Palace are all people from these peak forces. All of them have their eyes on the top of their heads. Don't say anything later, I'll handle it. Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. He quietly glanced at the two gatekeepers and found that they were both heaven-opening realm cultivators. He was secretly dumbfounded. If even the gatekeepers were at the heaven-opening realm, then what kind of master was in charge of this place? Yang Kai estimated that they were at least on the same level as the lady boss. No wonder no one dared to act presumptuously here. Who would have the guts to do so if they were not strong enough? Even if they were strong enough, they would not dare to provoke the Blessed Enclave. Otherwise, it would not be fun to be hunted down by them. What are you doing? The heaven-opening realm guard on the left looked at Bai Qi and Yang Kai and shouted. Bai Qi chuckled and cupped his fists. Master, my brother wants to brand himself, so I hope Master can make things convenient. The man turned his head and sized up Yang Kai, not showing much expression. He had probably seen many people like Yang Kai before, so he said indifferently, you know the rules, right? Bai Qi nodded repeatedly, I know. Saying so, he handed over a space ring. The man received it and casually tossed it aside. Sweeping it with his divine sense, he nodded and said, come with me. Saying so, he led the way. Bai Qi called out to Yang Kai, and the two quickly followed. Following closely behind the golden-armored cultivator, Yang Kai asked in confusion, why do we have to give benefits to leave our brand here? Bai Qi glared at him, don't speak nonsense. Seeing that the heaven-opening realm guard did not have much of a reaction, he quietly said, why do you think those paradises created this heaven and earth palace? Is it just to make things convenient for others? If you want to leave your brand here, you have to pay a fee. How much? 100,000. Yang Kai was startled, that expensive? 100,000 heaven-opening pills, a set of third-grade materials only cost 150,000. This kind of wealth was a huge sum for many people, and at the level of the Emperor realm, very few people could afford it. Even for some ordinary low-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators, 100,000 was not a small sum. Suddenly thinking of a problem, he frowned and asked, you said before that in this universe, there are heaven and earth palaces in every large territory, with some having 3 to 5 at most and some having 1 or 2 at least. Does every heaven and earth palace require this kind of fee? Of course. However, the price is clear. 100,000 for a brand is the same. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. If this was the case, then a cultivator would have to spend a huge sum on a heaven and earth palace alone. However, in consideration of one's own safety, this kind of expense was unavoidable. After all, when comparing worldly wealth with one's own life, it was clear which was more important. Just think about it, if one was chased to the point of no return and could use the heaven and earth escape technique to escape to a heaven and earth palace, how fortunate would that be? Those who could not bear to spend this kind of money could only be chased to death. This is really a huge source of income. Yang Kai sighed. Even if a cultivator left a brand in 10 different heaven and earth palace in his life, the cost would still be 1 million heaven-opening pills. In these 3,000 worlds, there were as many cultivators as there were carps crossing the river, so who wouldn't leave a way out for themselves? Moreover, rich people would definitely leave a brand in more than 10 heaven and earth palace, so the cost would only be even more terrifying. With the heaven and earth palace here, it was simply a path to wealth for those paradises. As long as the heaven and earth palace was not destroyed, there would be an endless stream of heaven-opening pills flowing into their pockets, and it would be effortless. That's why they need to work together. No one can monopolize such a big piece of fat meat. Bai Qi chuckled. As they chatted and walked, Yang Kai discovered that there were actually many shops in the heaven and earth palace, and many of them were quite lively. Many people were in a hurry, and this was just like a city. Although it was not as prosperous and noisy as a real big city, it was still not bad to have such a scene in the void. Thinking about it, it was not strange. Those who used the universe escape technique to come here would definitely need to rest here. Maybe some of them were being chased and forced to come here, so how could they not have a good rest? That was why so many people were gathered here. If there were people, there would naturally be transactions, but the heaven and earth palace did not allow any form of private fighting, so although there were many cultivators here, the security was quite good. The golden-armored cultivator led the way in front, while Bai Qi and Yang Kai followed behind him and conversed. At the same time, they brought Yang Kai to observe the situation around him. Not long after, they arrived in front of a secret room. The golden-armored cultivator stopped and turned around. Go in, after entering the array, leave your brand and you can come out. Bai Qi patted his shoulder and said, it's always a little uncomfortable for the first time, but I'm too worried. I'll wait for you outside. Yang Kai nodded. The golden-armored cultivator took out a token and opened the restrictions of the secret room. Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. After entering the room, the secret room closed. It was pitch black and he couldn't see anything clearly. Just as Yang Kai was puzzled, a ray of light suddenly burst out. Looking up, he saw that on the floor of the secret room, lines of patterns lit up, gradually outlining a complicated and huge formation. Xianxia understood and walked towards the center of the formation. Just as he stood still, a buzzing sound came from his surroundings, as if the formation was operating. A faint suction force came from the formation. Xianxia understood and hurriedly formed a seal with both hands. He calmed his qi and focused his mind. He could clearly feel that his qi was being attracted by the formation. He knew that the formation was recording some of his unique information. The buzzing continued as the formation rotated. After a long time, the buzzing sound gradually subsided and the light of the formation gradually weakened. In the end, the secret room returned to darkness. Xianxia carefully sensed it and discovered that he seemed to have a faint connection with a certain place in the heavenly palace. However, he did not know how to use this connection for the time being. After all, he had never cultivated the heaven and earth escape technique. However, judging from the current situation, the brand should be completed. He was actually quite curious about what the heaven and earth escape seal was. He originally thought that he would be able to take a good look at it this time, but who knew that he wouldn't be able to see it at all? Even if he couldn't see it, there was nothing he could do. Xianxia walked around the room a few more times and didn't find anything special. Only then did he push the door open and leave. Outside the door, Bai Qi said, "How is it?" "It's done." Xianxia guessed that it had something to do with his proficiency in the laws of space. Those who did not know the laws of space would probably feel uncomfortable when they came here for the first time. "That's good." Bai Qi heaved a sigh of relief, turned around and cupped his fists towards the golden armored warrior. "Thank you, master." That person nodded indifferently. "No form of fighting is allowed in the heavenly palace. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Take care." With that, he sealed the secret room and turned to leave. He was mainly responsible for bringing Xianxia here to leave the brand. He didn't need to care about the rest. When Xianxia and Bai Qi wanted to leave, that was their own business. The heavenly palace would not interfere. "Come, accompany me to buy some things," Bai Qi said. She pulled Xianxia's arm and walked in a certain direction. Seeing that he was familiar with the place, it was obvious that it was not his first time here. The things that Bai Qi wanted to buy were very messy. Obviously, they were needed by the inn. Xianxia followed behind him and looked around casually. Leave behind your brand and cultivate the Qianquan escape technique. In the future, you can come to this place as you wish. Of course, the premise is that you are in this large territory. However, you must remember that you must be in a safe range. Once the Qianquan escape technique is used, you will directly escape to this place. If the distance is too far, with your current cultivation, you will not be able to withstand it. At that time, there will be the risk of your body being crushed. Xianxia nodded, indicating that he understood. There's one more thing you have to remember. When you use the Qianquan escape technique, there will be a certain amount of time delay. It doesn't mean that you can escape immediately. You have to grasp this time well. If you are chased in the future, don't use the Qianquan escape technique in front of others. Otherwise, they will kill you before you can escape. You must use this technique from a safe distance. Xianxia said, "How long is this time?" He had to ask clearly. Bai Qi glanced at him. "With your current cultivation, it should be about 5 or 6 breaths. Of course, the higher your cultivation, the shorter this time, but no matter how short it is, there will still be a delay." "Then who should I learn the Qianquan escape technique from?" Xianxia asked. "I'll teach you later." Bai Qi grinned, "But there will be a fee." Xianxia covered his space ring and said vigilantly, "I have no money." He still owed the lady boss 10 million, and he didn't know when he would be able to pay it back. Bai Qi said, "It doesn't matter if you don't have money. You even got the Golden Crow corpse in the Golden Crow Divine Palace. Didn't you get some Sun's True Fire or Sun's True Gold?" As he said this, he winked at him. "No," Xianxia said decisively. "Don't be so stingy. I'm not picky. Just give me some Sun's True Fire or whatever." "Forget it. I'll ask the lady boss to teach me the Qianquan escape technique later. I won't trouble you." Bai Qi was speechless. An hour later, the two flew out of the Qianquan palace and returned the way they came. The first-in ship hadn't gone far and was still waiting there. When they returned to the ship, the lady boss talked to the two of them and asked about the situation. After learning that everything went smoothly, she didn't say much. She just nodded and waved her hand to let the two of them leave. However, before she left, she flicked a jade slip to Yang Kai. Since you've left your brand, you have to cultivate the Qianquan escape technique. You're proficient in the law of space, so the Qianquan escape technique shouldn't be too difficult for you. Go and cultivate it. Yang Kai thanked her and left with Bai Qi. After closing the door, Yang Kai waved the jade slip in his hand to Bai Qi with a smug expression. Bai Qi's expression was one of boredom. Over the next 10 days, Yang Kai cultivated the Qianquan escape technique in his room. Just as the lady boss said, this secret technique wasn't difficult for him to learn. After all, he had the foundation of the space divine technique. Strictly speaking, the Qianquan escape technique was also a kind of space divine technique. However, it required the help of the Qianquan escape seal to display it. Moreover, even if one wasn't proficient in the law of space, they could still display it. This was the greatest charm of the Qianquan escape technique. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to master it without a year or so. However, Yang Kai had already mastered it in 10 days. If it weren't for the inconvenience, he even wanted to try the magic of the Qianquan escape technique. However, although he didn't have the opportunity to try it, when he activated the Qianquan escape technique, Yang Kai could clearly feel that he had a close connection with the Qianquan temple. However, unless it was a critical moment, Yang Kai would break it, lest he really had to escape to the Qianquan temple. The ship continued to sail. Yang Kai didn't know where the destination was. About a month after setting out from the old site of the first inn, a loud buzzing sound suddenly came and the entire ship shook violently. Yang Kai was startled and rushed to the deck. He saw that Bai Qi, the cook, and the accountant were already there. The lady boss stood at the bow of the ship with a solemn expression. She was forming a seal with one hand and her strength was surging. "What's going on?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Bai Qi said, "We're going through the territory gate. Don't be nervous." Only then did Yang Kai notice that the ship had come to a territory gate at some point and was slowly sailing through it. He had passed through the territory gate several times before, but those times were under the protection of Ah Sun's white jade fox. Except for the last time when the white jade fox's strength was exhausted, the other times were extremely smooth. He never thought that the ship would cause such a big commotion when passing through the territory gate, making him think that there was a strong enemy invading. "We're going to another large territory?" Yang Kai was surprised. "It seems so." Bai Qi nodded. Hearing this, he also didn't know where the destination of this trip was. The ship was huge, so the pressure they had to bear when passing through the territory gate increased. Fortunately, the lady boss's 6th stage heaven opening cultivation base was here, so the several people present were not nervous. Not long after, the entire ship entered the territory entrance. With the protection of the light screen, they didn't feel much. When they turned their heads to look around, they found that the scenery around the ship was warped and distorted. It was strange and bizarre. In just an instant, the ship shook and then stabilized. Everything around it returned to normal. Obviously, they had jumped out of the territory gate and entered another large territory. The lady boss seemed to be a little tired after being busy, so she turned and went into the side room to rest. Yang Kai was dragged by Bai Qi to drink and play with the cook and the others. A few days later, Bai Qi left the ship with Yang Kai and went to another heavenly palace. With the experience of the first time, the second time was even easier. Soon, they left their brand in the heavenly palace. Along the way, Bai Qi would take Yang Kai to the nearby heavenly palace every once in a while. After 7 or 8 times, Yang Kai was a little embarrassed. On the way back, he said, "Old Bai, did I delay your trip?" Bai Qi turned his head and looked over. He chuckled. "Did you just realize?" Yang Kai was speechless. "If it weren't for me, you should be able to use the heavenly escape technique and travel from one heavenly palace to another. There's no need to take the ship like this." "Yes, but you're also a member of the First Inn now. Since you're a member of the First Inn, we can't just leave you behind." Yang Kai smacked his lips. Is it the lady boss's idea? Bai Qi nodded. Of course. The lady boss is actually quite nice. Yang Kai scratched his chin. Just the cost of the heavenly palace alone is 800,000. Bai Qi looked at him and blinked. Do you think the lady boss gave you the money to spend? Yang Kai asked curiously, isn't it? Bai Qi grinned. The lady boss said to put it on your account. When you have money in the future, you can slowly pay her back. What? Yang Kai was shocked. This is my own money? What else can it be? Bai Qi winked at him. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He thought the lady boss paid for the heaven-opening pills for him, but it turned out to be the truth. His face twitched involuntarily. Seeing this, Bai Qi said, if you feel bad about it, next time we pass by the heavenly palace, we won't go there. I'll go. Why won't I go? Yang Kai gritted his teeth. He had to go to the heavenly palace. Maybe it would become a life-saving retreat. Even if he didn't use it to save his life, it would be good for him to travel. After all, he had so many debts that he didn't have to worry about. It was just 100,000 at a time. Compared with the 10 million that he owed, it was like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. Half a year passed in a flash. After passing through 4 large territory, the ship finally arrived at its destination. Hearing the news, Bai Qi excitedly pulled Yang Kai to the deck and pointed at the spiritual state in the distance. Kid, do you know where that is? Yang Kai said, how would I know? Outside of this world, he was still in a state of groping and unfamiliarity. How could he know where this place was? Looking sideways, not far away, he saw the lady boss standing by the side of the ship. Her clothes were fluttering in the wind, and she had a smile on her face. It seemed that the boring voyage of the past 6 months had made her feel a little bored. Now that they had finally arrived at their destination, her mood naturally changed. Yang Kai walked over, stood not far from the lady boss, and asked, is that our destination? The lady boss stroked her hair behind her ear and nodded, yes, that's our destination. What is that place? After flying for more than half a year and passing through several large territory, Yang Kai couldn't help but be curious. That's the star market of this territory. Bai Qi came over excitedly, boy, do you know what a star market is? He thought Yang Kai had never heard of it. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, that's a star market? He couldn't help but look over there, but it was too far away and he couldn't see what was going on there. Moreover, the entire spirit state seemed to be covered by a large array, so looking from a distance, it was hazy. Zhang Rua she had said that if he wanted to inquire about the world tree, the best place to start was Star City, because this place was a gathering place for people from all walks of life. The more people there were, the more information there would be, and the more good things there would be. Perhaps he would be able to find the world tree. Unfortunately, as soon as Yang Kai entered the 3,000 worlds, he was introduced to the 7 possibilities land as a handyman. After that, he wandered for a while and then came to the first inn. He didn't have the time to look for a star market, let alone know where to find one. He didn't expect that the lady boss's destination this time was actually the star market. What a coincidence. You know about it? Bai Qi was stunned. I've heard of it. Yang Kai nodded and turned to look at the lady boss. Are we going to stay there in the future? The lady boss's first inn was destroyed in the battle, so she definitely had to find another place to stay. After spending half a year here, she naturally wouldn't just buy some things. It was very likely that she would stay there. For now. The lady boss nodded and noticed Yang Kai's excitement. She turned her head and smiled, are you interested in the star market? Yang Kai said, I've never seen it before, so I'm a little curious. The lady boss smiled, it's nothing special. The world you came from must have places like markets. The so-called star market is just a little more advanced than those markets, and the things are more expensive. Yang Kai nodded and looked over, wondering if he should ask the lady boss about the world tree. After all, the first inn was in charge of intelligence gathering. If there was really a world tree, the lady boss would have heard of it. But after thinking about it, he decided to ask first when he got there. Bai Qi, the cook and the 3 bookkeepers were already gathered in a corner of the deck, they were whispering something. Behind him, a silver-armored young general stepped out and shouted, who are you? Where's the document? The lady boss gestured to Bai Qi, and Bai Qi immediately ran over and handed a jade slip to the silver-armored young general. The young general took it and scanned it with his divine sense, revealing a trace of surprise. He then handed the jade slip to the golden-armored general. After reading it, the latter nodded slightly and said, "So it's Madame Lan from the first inn. I didn't recognize you immediately. Please don't blame me, madam." The lady boss smiled sweetly. "The general is at the Wushu Star Market. You are busy with military affairs, so it's natural that you didn't recognize her." While they were talking, Bai Qi smiled and handed a dimensional ring to the silver-armored young general. The lady boss said at the right time, "Brothers, you've worked hard. This is a small token of my appreciation. Take it as a treat." The young general held the dimensional ring and didn't know what to do with it. He looked at the golden-armored general. The latter smiled and said, "Since it's from Madame Lan, take it." The young general accepted the dimensional ring with peace of mind. He turned around and cupped his hands at the lady boss. The golden-armored general said, "It's just a routine matter. Please don't take it to heart, madam." He raised his hand and returned the jade scroll to Bai Qi. He led the group of people down the ship and waved his hand, "Let them pass." The restriction formation of the ferry slowly opened. The lady boss thanked him and steered the ship into the spirit state. On the ship, Xianxia clicked his tongue in wonder. It wasn't hard to see that the lady boss had a wide network of connections. She didn't necessarily know the golden-armored general, but as soon as the document came out, he immediately recognized her as Madame Lan of the First Inn, which showed that she had a great reputation outside of this universe. It was no wonder. A sixth-stage skysplitter was not weak. Moreover, she was such a charming beauty. It was easy for her to attract the attention of others. However, there was one thing that made Xianxia a little curious. He moved closer to Bai Qi and asked quietly, "Why is there a large number of soldiers on the periphery of the Star Market? Is the Star Market not safe? Or is someone coming to attack Star City?" White Seven said, "No one dares to do that. The Star City here is the foundation of the Great War Heavens. The golden-armored general and the silver-armored general you saw just now are both from the Great War Heavens. They guard the ferry, firstly to make it easier to control the Star City, and secondly to guard against void beasts. Have you seen any void beasts before? Does the thousand-jointed insect count?" Xianxia's only encounter with a void beast was the thousand-jointed insect. As a result, he and Zhang Ruashi were separated. He still didn't know where Ruashi was. However, Ruashi had awakened some of her ancestors' memories and knew more about the outside world than he did, so he didn't have to worry too much. If he guessed correctly, Ruashi should have gone directly to Langya Blessed Land. After all, it was the place where her ancestor was born. You can say that. However, the 10,000 jointed worms aren't that dangerous. Some void beasts like noisy places the most. Moreover, they are very powerful. If these fellows were to rush into the Star City, they would definitely cause a lot of damage. With them guarding the ferry, under normal circumstances, no void beasts would dare to cause trouble. Xianxia understood and asked again, "The Great War Heaven you mentioned just now, could it be the Great War Cave Heaven, one of the 36 heavenly caves?" He vaguely saw it in the jade slip given to him by the Great Moon State's disciple, Meng Hong. "Yes. And the heavenly temple you went to for the first time, the two gatekeepers were also from the Great War Heavens. The people of this place are very easy to recognize. They are like an army and do everything according to military rules. The internal hierarchy is also divided according to military ranks. They are very rigid." Xianxia nodded, "No wonder that guy just called himself a general." Bai Qi chuckled and said, "A general is a middle-grade heaven splitter. That guy just now should be a great general with the strength of a 5th-grade heaven splitter. Below him are 4th-grade generals, and above them are 6th-grade generals. Above them are marshals and grand marshals." Interesting. Xianxia clicked his tongue in wonder and then changed the topic, "Speaking of which, what kind of force is the First Inn?" Although he had joined the First Inn for half a year, he still didn't know which big tree was behind the First Inn, although he was sure that it was definitely one of those Paradise Grotto heavens. "You should ask the lady boss." Bai Qi chuckled. Xianxia glanced at him and wanted to tear his mouth off. While the two were talking, the ship had entered the spirit state where the star market was located. After passing through the clouds, the rich heaven and earth spiritual chi rushed toward them. Xianxia couldn't help but take a deep breath. After drifting in the void for so long, he finally arrived at a place like this and felt like he had taken root. The spirit state wasn't very big. Looking down from the sky, one could see the end of it at a glance. It was almost the size of several large cities. However, the entire spirit state was almost filled with all kinds of buildings. The clean and spacious streets crisscrossed like lines on a chessboard. Below them, the lights were waning, and it was a beautiful sight to behold. On the ground, people were walking shoulder to shoulder. In the sky, there were people flying here and there from time to time. There were also many flying secret treasures of different shapes shuttling back and forth. Xianxia was thoughtful. It seemed that this place didn't prohibit flying. This was very humane. Some places were set up with restrictions, and it was impossible to fly within the restrictions. It would take a lot of time to travel. The ship kept moving forward. After about 5 minutes, the lady boss's voice sounded, "Get off the ship." Hearing this, the people standing on the deck all flew out. The lady boss's hands changed seals, and the power on her body fluctuated. She made several seals, and the huge ship immediately shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it turned into something the size of a palm and was put away by the lady boss. "Let's go." After calling out, the lady boss directly descended, and the people of the first inn followed closely behind her. There weren't many people in the first inn, but there were still about a dozen of them. Except for White Seven, the accountant, and the cook, who Xianxia was familiar with, the rest were all people who did odd jobs. After all, it didn't take too many people to maintain the operation of an inn. A dozen or so people were enough. Soon, the group landed in front of a shop. The shop didn't have a signboard, and it was in a good location. It was at the intersection of several streets, and there was a lot of traffic. The lady boss looked around and nodded slightly. Then, she lifted her long dress and stepped in. The group followed closely behind her. Immediately, an elderly man came in and cupped his hands. Yuan Ruida greets the master. This elderly man was in the heaven-opening realm, but his level wasn't too high. Therefore, despite his age, he was still very respectful to the lady boss. The lady boss nodded slightly. Yuan Rueda said, "Master, you must be tired from the journey. Do you want to rest first?" The lady boss waved her hand and said, "No need. Let's do our work first." "Yes, master, please take a seat." Yuan Rueda gestured with his hand. After Madame Lan took a seat, Yuan Rueda took out a jade slip and handed it to Madame Lan, saying, "This is the deed for the shops here. They've all been handed over." The lady boss took it and glanced over it, then put it away. Yuan Rueda took out another jade slip and said, "This is the location of the businesses under those forces, as well as the names of the shops and the distribution of the experts inside." He took out another jade slip and said, "This is all the information about the shopkeepers and workers in those shops." The lady boss carefully checked the information in the 2 jade slips behind her and nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." Yuan Rueda said, "It's my duty." The lady boss played with the jade slip and asked, "Where's the original owner of this shop? He didn't let anyone suffer any grievances, right?" Yuan Rueda smiled and said, "I bought his shop at a price of 20% above the market price. That money was enough for him to buy another shop in another place. He couldn't be happier, so how could he be wronged?" "That's good." The lady boss nodded in satisfaction. Yuan Rueda bowed and said, "Master, do you have any other instructions? If not, I'll take my leave first and go back to report. Do you want to rest for a night before leaving?" "I appreciate Master's kindness, but I've already rested here for a few days. It's more important to go back and report." "Then I won't keep you." "Old Bai, send him off." The lady boss called out. Bai Chi stepped out with a smile and gestured with his hand. "Please. I'll take my leave." Yuan Rueda bowed and left in large strides. After Yuan Rueda left, the lady boss turned around and looked around. She nodded and said, "This place is not bad." Bai Chi went up and said, "Lady boss, are we going to open a shop here in the future? Can't we?" The lady boss replied casually as she strolled casually. Bai Chi's eyes shone with golden light as he chuckled and said, "How can we? As long as lady boss is here, it doesn't matter where we are." The lady boss sneered, "Don't think that I don't know that you guys are tired of staying outside. You can't wait to come to this busy city to eat, drink, and play. Let me tell you, you can play, but don't cause me any trouble. Don't delay my work. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble." "Absolutely not," Bai Chi promised solemnly. Then, he turned his head and winked at the chef and the accountant with an excited expression. "There's dust." The lady boss wiped the armrest of the chair, looked at her fingers, and wiped them on Bai Chi's clothes. She made a circle with her small hand. "Find someone to change everything here tomorrow." "Yes," Bai Chi replied respectfully. The lady boss covered her red lips and yawned. "I'm tired. I'm going to rest first. You guys should also find a place to rest. We'll start work tomorrow." "Lady boss, take care." Bai Chi, the cook, and the accountant stood in a line and respectfully sent him off. Xianxia was stunned when he saw this and hurriedly joined the line. The lady boss gave them a sidelong glance, as if she had already seen through their hearts, livers, spleens, lungs, and kidneys. With a flick of her sleeve, she walked into the inner room and said, "Xianxia, follow me." White Seven and the others immediately looked at Xianxia with sympathy. Xianxia was speechless. He had wanted to take this opportunity to see what Star City was like. Who would have thought that he would be caught by the lady boss? He had no idea what this woman wanted to do. Helpless, they could only watch enviously as Bai Chi and the others walked out with their arms around each other's shoulders. With a sigh, he walked towards the inner courtyard. Following the sound, he came to a side room and knocked on the door. "Come in." The lady boss's voice came out. Xianxia pushed the door open and entered. Inside the side room, two maidservants were busy making the bed for the lady boss. To Xianxia's surprise, the incense bed he saw on the ship was also moved out. "Lady boss, what's the matter?" Xianxia asked. In the past few months, he had been getting along well with the lady boss, and this woman had not made trouble for him again. The lady boss sat there and looked up. "Do you have a secret treasure that can hide your body and aura?" Why did she ask this all of a sudden? Xianxia was puzzled, but this matter could not be hidden from her. The main thing was that the lady boss had already discovered his tracks in the Golden Crow Divine Palace, so it was natural for her to have this inference, so he nodded and admitted it. "Let me see." The lady boss stretched out her hand. Xianxia took out the shadowless veil and handed it over. The lady boss took it and said with a faint smile, "Aren't you afraid that I won't return it to you?" Xianxia laughed. "That's not necessary, right? How could this thing even enter your eyes?" "That's hard to say," the lady boss said as she lowered her head to examine it carefully, pouring her Saint Chi into it from time to time. After a while, the lady boss gently nodded, "This thing is quite good. It should be able to completely isolate anyone below the mid-rank splitting the heavens realm. Even if it is a mid-rank splitting the heavens realm, if one does not examine it carefully, they may overlook it." Xianxia gave her a big thumbs up. The result of this examination was exactly the same as what Du Ruffing had said. It had not been refined, but she had come to this conclusion after just a brief examination. It could only be said that the lady boss's eyesight was quite good. "Your courage is quite big. Back then, you relied on this thing to act recklessly in the Golden Crow Divine Palace?" The lady boss looked at him with a faint smile. Xianxia sighed, "At that time I had no choice but to do so. It was not my will." After being inexplicably trapped in that passage, everything that happened afterwards was instinctive and not deliberate. Even the Golden Crow corpse was something he had obtained by chance. "Do you believe me?" Xianxia looked at her suspiciously, not knowing how to answer such a sudden question. The lady boss played with the shadowless muslin and said, "If you believe me, leave it with me for a while and return it to you later." What does this woman want to do? Although the shadowless muslin was good, it shouldn't be enough to arouse her greed, right? After all, she had seen through the shadowless muslin's concealment ability at a glance, and from the long time they had spent together, the lady boss was not the kind of person who would rob others. After pondering for a moment, Xianxia asked, "May I ask what you want to do?" "You'll know when the time comes," the lady boss said, not caring whether Xianxia agreed or not, directly putting away the shadowless muslin, not giving him a chance to regret. Xianxia had a toothache. His strength was too low now, and the shadowless muslin was definitely the most useful artifact for him. If it was really taken away by the lady boss, he didn't know where to cry. However, his fist was not as big as hers, so he could only accept it. In any case, he still owed her 10 million, so he could only use it as payment. "This is for you," the lady boss said, taking out a box and pushing it in front of Xianxia. "What is this?" Xianxia looked at her puzzled. "Open it and see for yourself." Since she said so, Xianxia didn't ask any more questions. He picked up the box and looked at it. It was not heavy, nor was it big. It was the length of a chopstick, so he didn't know what was inside. Opening the lid, Xianxia was slightly startled by the scene in front of him. Inside the box was a mask, vivid and lifelike, like human skin. It was a little too exquisite. At first glance, it was obvious that it was made by an artifact refining master. He reached out and picked up the mask, but it didn't have the slightest weight. The whole mask was as thin as a cicada's wing. Although it was the first time he had seen it, Xianxia was not a greenhorn, so he vaguely guessed the purpose of this mask. 7 faces. The lady boss folded her hands, supporting her chin, and looked at him with a smile. "This artifact is called 7 faces, which means that it can change into 7 different faces. What's more, it can even change a person's breath, voice, and even figure. It can be said to be very mysterious. It's a little thing I got a long time ago." Xianxia's eyes lit up when he heard this. A long time ago, he had obtained an artifact that could change one's appearance, similar to a mask, but that thing could only change one's appearance and was very easy to expose, so he hadn't used it many times. But now, this 7 faces could even change one's breath, voice, and even figure, which was a bit amazing. In other words, this thing could really transform a person into a completely different person. This artifact has the same weakness as yours. It can't hide from the prying eyes of those who are too strong. If the other party has a strong enough divine sense, they can also see through it, but it should be able to block the prying eyes of a low-rank heaven splitter. Swallowing his saliva, Kai Yang said in disbelief, "Lady boss, you are. Take it, your current strength is too low and you really do need some external protection." "How could I accept this?" Xianxia grinned, but even though he said this, he was reluctant to put it down. The shadowless gauze was already enough to protect him to a certain extent, and if it was supplemented by the 7 faces, there were many things he could do without worry. Although he wanted nothing more than to quickly refine this 7 faces and experience its wonders, Xianxia still said, "This thing is too precious, lady boss, I can't accept it without any effort." The lady boss looked at him with a smile. 5 million. Xianxia was stunned and turned to look at her. "What do you mean? Why did she suddenly ask for 5 million? The lady boss said, "I'll lend this thing to you. Before you break through to the Heaven Splitter realm, 5 million Heaven Splitter pills." Xianxia was furious. "You still dare say you're not running a shady shop?" He wanted nothing more than to smash the 7 faces into her beautiful face. Just borrowing it before he broke through to the Heaven Splitter realm actually cost 5 million, why didn't she just rob him? No wonder she had been smiling at him all this time, it turned out she had been waiting for him here. Just now, he had been slightly moved, but now he realized he had been blind. The lady boss said, "It's up to you whether you want to lend it or not." Xianxia angrily placed the box in front of her and turned to leave. The lady boss looked at his back, a hand supporting her cheek as she smiled. After 3 breaths of time, Xianxia rushed back in and hugged the box to his chest. He glared fiercely at the lady boss before leaving once more. The lady boss shouted from behind him, 16,200,000. Xianxia staggered, his mouth filled with bitterness. He had only been in the universe dimension for a short time, yet he had already owed such a large sum of money. Who knew when he would be able to pay it all back? The lady boss's unbridled laughter came from behind him, as if she was very happy. His heart filled with bitterness, he found a room in another courtyard and pushed open the door. The room's furnishings were quite good, and it had all the necessary amenities. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yang Kai suppressed the anger in his heart and lowered his head to examine the box. Although 5 million was indeed a bit expensive, this 7 faces definitely wouldn't be any less useful than the shadowless gauze. If he used it at the right time and place, it wouldn't be something that could be measured with money. Even though the lady boss's heart was as black as charcoal, Yang Kai could only brace himself and borrow the 7 faces. After closing the door, Yang Kai took out the 7 faces from the box and carefully stuck them on his face in front of the mirror under the faint candlelight. As if they were nothing, he didn't feel any discomfort. Even after sticking them on, he didn't feel much. However, his appearance didn't change much. After all, he hadn't refined them yet. He turned over and got on the bed, sat cross-legged, calmed his chi, and silently urged his power to refine them. A few days later, Yang Kai, who was refining the 7 faces, suddenly heard a burst of hurried footsteps coming in his direction. Then, the door was pushed open. Bai Chi poked her head out and said, "Boy, it's time to get to work. Come to the front hall." Yang Kai responded, took the 7 faces off his face, put them away carefully, and stepped out. After a few days of refining, the 7 faces hadn't been completely refined. For the time being, he couldn't use its effect. However, this was something that couldn't be rushed. It was a painstaking effort. He could only wait for an opportunity in the future. In contrast, Yang Kai was more curious as to why the lady boss had taken the trouble to come all the way to Star City. Logically speaking, her first inn had been destroyed, so she should have rebuilt it on the old site, so why had she come all the way here? However, this wasn't what he needed to care about. Now, he was just a waiter of the first inn. He only needed to listen to the lady boss's instructions. When he arrived at the front hall, he found that almost all the people of the first inn had gathered. He was the only one missing. Yang Kai quickly stood beside Bai Chi and looked around. All the facilities in the front hall had been changed. The tables and chairs were shiny and new. They should have been changed in the past few days. After he stood there, the lady boss gave him a lecture. There was nothing special. It was just that the first inn had been destroyed, and everyone would have to stay here in the future. Although it was a change of location, what they had to do was the same. She hoped that everyone would work hard and work together. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, the lady boss asked Yang Kai and White 7 to hang up the sign of the first inn. This was considered the opening of the business. Yang Kai was a little speechless when he saw this. The first inn had such a big name, but no one came to congratulate them. It was quite shabby. But then again, it was probably because the lady boss didn't invite anyone. After all, they had only been here for a few days and didn't have the time to do such things. Moreover, as long as the sign of the first inn hung there was no need to worry about not having business. The reputation of the first inn wasn't just for show. This was Star City, a place where people gathered and information traveled quickly. As long as someone wanted to inquire about some secret information, they would definitely come to the first inn. As soon as the sign was put up, a skinny middle-aged man with a wretched face and rat eyes walked in stealthily. He didn't look like a good person at first glance. It was as if he didn't dare to believe that he could actually see the sign of the first inn in this bustling city. After entering, he looked left and right, and his words were evasive. It wasn't until the lady boss slightly revealed the aura of the lower 6th stage heaven splitter that this fellow finally confirmed it. He asked for a secret room and had a good chat with the lady boss. He didn't know what the lady boss was thinking, but she brought Bai Chi and Yang Kai with her. The person had come to inquire about information, and it wasn't anything too secretive. It was about the whereabouts of a rare treasure. The lady boss told him the information, and the person was ecstatic. He thanked her profusely, and after leaving the reward, he left with light steps. Yang Kai was amazed. He didn't know how much the reward left by the person was, but Yang Kai thought it wouldn't be too little. The first inn could make money by selling information. This business without any cost was really enviable. After sending the guest away, the lady boss handed a jade slip to Bai Chi and Yang Kai respectively, and said lightly, "Take a look." As she spoke, she picked up the teacup and took a sip. Yang Kai took it suspiciously and scanned it with his divine sense. He found that the information recorded in the jade slip was very strange. It seemed to be the name of the shop, and then the location of the shop, as well as the name and cultivation of the shopkeeper. Thinking of the jade slip that Yuan Rueda gave to the lady boss a few days ago, it seemed that this was the information. Full of confusion, Yang Kai looked at the lady boss and asked, "Who are these people?" The lady boss looked up at him and said, "Like you, they all owe us money." Yang Kai asked curiously, "There are people who dare to owe money to the First Inn? Besides, wasn't the First Inn in the business of trading information? This business had always been paid in cash, so how could there be people who owed money?" Bai Qi next to him kicked him, and Yang Kai turned his head and said, "What?" The corner of Bai Qi's mouth twitched, and he laughed dryly. The lady boss said angrily, "The destruction of the First Inn has something to do with the owners behind them." I said, "None of them can escape." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted, "You mean, the owners of these shops are the forces that attacked the First Inn before?" Of course, otherwise, why would I come all the way here? Yang Kai frowned and said, "Then what do we need to do?" "Collect the money." The lady boss tapped her finger on the table and said word by word, 10 million for each shop, and get the money back. Yang Kai suddenly felt a headache coming on. The reason why he owed the lady boss 10 million was because he had something to do with the destruction of the First Inn. Now, it wasn't too much to ask for 10 million for each shop. But then again, he was just the Emperor realm, and the people who attacked the First Inn before were either first-class forces like the Blessed Enclave or second-class forces with middle-ranked Kai Tian in charge. If a little pawn like him went to collect the money, would they care? As if she saw Yang Kai's concern, the lady boss said, "It's only right to pay back what you owe. No matter where you go, we'll always be on the side of reason. If they're willing to pay, that's fine. If they don't, I don't mind going to their headquarters." Yang Kai said with a toothache, "Lady boss, if I remember correctly, there were people from a few grotto heavens who were causing trouble at the First Inn." "Those people?" The lady boss said, "I'll deal with them myself, so you don't have to worry about them. What I'll leave to you are the leftovers." Her phoenix eyes swept over. "This matter concerns the reputation of the First Inn, so don't mess it up." "Don't worry, lady boss. I'll definitely complete the task perfectly and won't embarrass you." Bai Qi cupped his hands and said firmly. Yang Kai swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The lady boss looked at him and said, "What about you?" She was forcing him to make a statement. Yang Kai bared his teeth and said, "I'll try my best. I've never collected money before, so I'm not familiar with it." The lady boss said, "Don't you owe me 16,200,000? How about this, you'll pay back 5% of the money you collected." "Really?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. 5% didn't sound like much, but if he could get 10 million, then 5% would be 500,000. On the jade slip that the lady boss gave him, there were about 20 shops. If he really collected all of them, it would be tens of millions. "Really?" The lady boss nodded. Yang Kai suddenly cupped his fists. "Don't worry, lady boss. I'll collect the money even if I have to die." The lady boss nodded in satisfaction and waved her hand. "Go." Yang Kai and Bai Qi turned around together. Both of them were full of murderous intent. Even if there were 10 million people around, they would still go forward. After leaving the secret room, Bai Qi said, "When did you get another 5 million? Wasn't it 11,200,000? The 10 million was originally owed, and the 1,200,000 was the cost of the brand of the Heavenly Palace." He remembered all these clearly, so he was a little puzzled by the sudden addition of 5 million. Yang Kai looked around and said, "Old Bai, I think we should first discuss how to collect the money." The lady boss had called him over alone to lend him 7 faces. Yang Kai felt that it was better not to make this matter known to everyone. Bai Qi said, "I had the same idea even if you didn't mention it. Let's go to my room first. Let's have a good discussion." He pulled Yang Kai's arm and dragged him over. After entering the room, the two of them sat down. Yang Kai said, "Have you ever collected money before?" Bai Qi shook his head and said, "No, it's the first time for a lady to get on a bridal sedan chair." Yang Kai glared at him. "You dare to talk nonsense when it's the first time?" He even said that he had completed the mission perfectly. Bai Qi looked indifferent. "What are you afraid of?" The lady boss is standing behind us. We'll ask for it first. If we really can't get it back, we'll ask the lady boss to do it. I don't think they dare to not give it back. Xianxia didn't know what to say. Old Bai could have this idea, but he couldn't. The lady boss had said that he would pay back half of the money he collected. He was still hoping to pay back a little more. If he asked the lady boss to do it, he wouldn't be able to do it. Bai Qi said, no matter what, we still have to be courteous before resorting to force. They are also reputable people, and they might not know what happened before. It's not appropriate for us to suddenly go over and collect the money. You're right. Xianxia nodded slightly. Well, let's send a greeting card first and explain the cause and effect of the matter in the greeting card. Then, we'll explain the reason for the visit and see if they will cooperate with us before making a plan. That's good, let's do it. If that's the case, we have to ask the lady boss for a token. Otherwise, how can they believe that we're from the first in? This is easy. Let's go to the lady boss later. After the discussion, the two of them immediately got busy. They took out blank jade slips and made greeting cards. As they had discussed before, they explained the cause of the matter and the purpose of the visit in each greeting card. They used tactful words and a kind tone. Although they were asking for money, they didn't give people a feeling of disgust. There were 19 shops in Xianxia's jade slip. Of course, he made 19 greeting cards. The number on Bai Qi's side should be about the same. After they finished, the two of them checked each other and confirmed that there were no problems. After that, they went to look for the lady boss together and asked for the first-in's token. The lady boss was straightforward and directly gave each of them a palm-sized jade token. It was written with the words first in on it. After everything was prepared properly, the two of them immediately left the inn and cupped their hands at each other at the entrance of the inn. They said that they had succeeded and parted ways. It was rather tragic and stirring. Walking along the crisscrossing streets, Kai Yan leisurely strolled through one shop after another, appreciating the local customs, which was quite an eye-opener for him. Half a day later, he entered a tea house, ordered a pot of tea, and waited in silence. When the waiter served the tea, Xianxia stopped him. "Brother waiter, I have something to ask you." The waiter politely said, "Please ask." Xianxia said, "I'm new here, so I'm not familiar with this place. Is there anyone familiar who can introduce me to this star market?" The waiter said, "Sir, are you looking for a guide?" "Yes." "Then you've asked the right person. I have some recommendations, but I don't know if they meet your requirements. Bring him here so I can take a look." Xianxia said lightly. "Okay, please wait a moment," the waiter responded. Xianxia leaned against the window and looked into the distance, sipping his tea while waiting. Although the jade slip given to him by the lady boss contained all kinds of information about the 19 shops, he was clueless about this star market. Even if he had the jade slip, he didn't know where to look for it, so he came to this tea house to find a guide. Now it seemed that he had made the right choice. No matter where it was, tea houses and restaurants were always places where people from all walks of life gathered, so it was easy to find a guide. With a local guide, it would be easy to find those shops. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe won't delay the work of cutting firewood. After waiting for a while, the waiter led a person over. Xianxia looked up and found that the person was a woman in her early 30s. She had a plump figure and was still charming, especially her full breasts, which were spectacular. However, there was a cautious smile on her face, and there was a sense of restraint in her expression. She followed behind the waiter and looked at Xianxia nervously. Her cultivation was good, and she seemed to be at the peak of the emperor realm, but Xianxia didn't feel the aura of Dao from her. In other words, this woman hadn't condensed her own Dao seal yet. This was not surprising. At the level of the emperor realm, 90% of the people would not be able to form their own seal and would be stuck there for the rest of their life. The waiter walked over and whispered into his ear, "Sir, this woman is a local and is very familiar with this star market. Please take a look and see if you are satisfied with her. If you are not satisfied, this little one will give you another one." Xianxia looked up. The woman immediately bowed to Xianxia and said in a low voice, "Greetings, master." Her voice was very pleasant and soft. If one didn't look at her face, one would think that she was a young girl in her early 20s. Yang Kai raised his hand and handed over the jade slip the lady boss gave him. Do you know how to get to these places? The woman took it and scanned it with her divine sense. She quickly nodded and said, yes. With our current location as the starting point, plan out the shortest route to these places and carve it into the jade slip for me to take a look. Yes. The woman lowered her head and busied herself. Soon, she returned with both hands holding the jade slip and respectfully said, Master, it's done. Yang Kai took the jade slip back and checked it. He found that there was more information inside. The 19 shops were rearranged in order. Are you a local? Yang Kai looked at her and asked. The woman pursed her lips and said, I was born in this star market and have never left. Yang Kai nodded and said to the waiter, she'll be the one. Then, he flicked 2 heaven-opening pills over to the waiter. The waiter caught them and said with a smile, thank you, sir. This little one will take his leave now. He turned around and gave the woman a look, indicating that she should do her job well. After the waiter left, Yang Kai looked at the woman and said, sit down and talk. The woman hesitated for a moment. She probably felt that she was too conspicuous standing in front of Yang Kai, so she thanked him and sat down. Yang Kai poured a cup of tea for her and asked casually, how should I address you? The woman quickly said, I am Luo Hai. Yang Kai nodded and introduced himself, my name is Yang Kai. I asked you to come here because I need you to take me to some places. This is not something that can be done in a day or two, so you must be prepared to be on standby at any time while I employ you. Luo Hai hurriedly said, no problem, this mistress is all alone here and has nothing to worry about. I won't be busy with anything else. Yang Kai asked curiously, weren't you born here? Since she was born here, how could she have nothing to worry about? Luo Hai was a little embarrassed, although I was born here, I don't know who my parents are. I was raised by someone else. My adoptive mother passed away 700 years ago. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh, what a pitiful person. Luo Hai smiled embarrassedly. How do you calculate the remuneration? Yang Kai changed the subject. Luo Hai said, 2 opening heaven pills a day. As she spoke, she carefully looked at Yang Kai. Seeing him frown slightly, she quickly added, 3 pills a day is fine too. When Yang Kai heard this, he knew that she had misunderstood his meaning. He frowned not because he thought it was expensive, but because he felt that it was too cheap. Just now, he had given the waiter 2 opening heaven pills as a reward. However, when he thought about it, the servants of Kikikyo land only earned 3 opening heaven pills a year. Although there was an additional income, the servants could only earn 20 to 30 opening heaven pills a year. In comparison, 2 opening heaven pills a day for Luo Hai as a guide was not too cheap. The reason why he felt it was cheap was mainly because he had been with the lady boss for a long time recently and owed her 16 million. In front of such a huge number, 2 or 3 opening heaven pills was negligible. 3 opening heaven pills a day, I will be at your beck and call. Luo Hai's eyes lit up. She stood up and bowed, thank you, master. Seeing that Yang Kai's cup was empty, she walked over and filled it with tea. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He felt that this woman had good eyesight and her attitude was quite good. Although they had not known each other for a long time, from her cautious expression, she should be an honest person. He could trust this kind of person. After drinking the tea, the 2 left the tea house. Under Luo Hai's lead, they passed through several streets and stood in front of a shop. Yang Kai looked up and saw the words, Gathering Virtue Source written on the signboard of the shop. If he remembered correctly, this virtuous gathering origin was a property called the 9-Star Blessed Land. The 9-Star Blessed Land was one of the 72 blessed lands. In the 3,000 worlds, it was a famous first-tier force with a high-grade heaven splitter overseeing it. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. It was a bit difficult to ask for payment from a blessed land as soon as he arrived. But since he was already here, he could only give it a try. As expected of the blessed land's business, this Zhu De Yuan's shop was several times bigger than the neighboring shops. Moreover, there were many customers going in and out of the shop. It was hard to tell what kind of business they were doing, but since they had opened their shop here and their business was booming, they must have made a lot of money. Master, do you want this servant to accompany you? Luo Hai asked in a low voice, her voice trembling. Yang Kai turned his head and found that her face was slightly pale. One of her hands was subconsciously twisting the corner of her clothes, looking very nervous. Although he had just met her, Yang Kai could tell that this Luo Hai was a woman with low self-esteem. She had always been at the bottom of Star City, so it was likely that she had never entered such a big shop before. At this time, her expression was somewhat unnatural. "No need, you can wait for me outside." Yang Kai shook his head. Luo Hai breathed a sigh of relief and pursed her red lips, "Then I wish master all the best." She did not know why Yang Kai had come here, but what he said was definitely true. Yang Kai nodded lightly, turned around, and walked in with his hands behind his back. As soon as he entered the shop, a young servant greeted him enthusiastically. Yang Kai did not waste any time and directly took out the card he had prepared and handed it to him. "I want to see your shopkeeper." The young servant was stunned. Although he was only doing odd jobs in this shop, he was also a person from 9 Stars blessed land and had his own pride. He had never seen anyone as arrogant as Yang Kai, wanting to see the shopkeeper as soon as he came in. How could the shopkeeper be so easy to meet? Only some big customers would be personally received by the shopkeeper, but looking at Yang Kai's appearance, it did not seem like he ran a big business. The young servant suspiciously received the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. His face immediately became serious as he realized that this person's background was not small. He was actually from the famous First Inn, so he immediately restrained his expression and said, "Please wait a moment, I will go ask for instructions." Turning around, he entered the inner room. While waiting, Yang Kai casually strolled around the shop and found that this Zhu Yuan did a lot of business. All kinds of goods could be found here, from alchemy and artifact refining materials to finished products. Casually picking up a few items, a young servant would come over and enthusiastically promote them. Not long after, the young servant ran out again and gestured, "Shopkeeper invites you in." When the First Inn's name was mentioned, not many people would refuse. Yang Kai nodded and calmly followed the young servant inside. Soon, he saw the shopkeeper of Zhu Yuan in a secret room. He was a thin old man with a heaven-opening realm cultivation. The feeling he gave Yang Kai was similar to that of Duan Hai in the Qiqiao lands. He should be a 4th stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, which was consistent with the information recorded in the jade slip given to him by the lady boss. Yang Kai was secretly speechless. This kind of great force was truly extraordinary. The shopkeeper of Star City was actually a mid-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator. If this kind of cultivation was placed in the Qiqiao lands, he would be an earth protector. However, thinking about how the First Inn was even more excessive, and the lady boss was a 6th stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, Yang Kai understood. When Yang Kai entered, the old man didn't get up. After all, the difference in cultivation was obvious. If he really got up to greet him, it would be too embarrassing. The young servant withdrew and closed the door, isolating the inside from the outside. Yang Kai kept his fists and said, "Junior Yang Kai greets shopkeeper Gong Sun." The shopkeeper of Zhu Yuan was called Gong Sun Hong, which was recorded in the jade slip given to him by the lady boss. His appearance and cultivation matched, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't mistake him for someone else. Gong Sun Hong smiled and said, "No need to be so polite, sit down and talk." Yang Kai thanked him and calmly sat down. Although the difference in cultivation was not small, he was representing the First in this time, so he naturally wouldn't appear too weak. Seeing Yang Kai's calm expression, Gong Sun Hong nodded inwardly. After sipping a few mouthfuls of tea, Gong Sun Hong said, "This old man has seen little friend's letter and knows why you are here. However, little friend said you are from the First Inn. Do you have a token with you?" "Of course I do." Smiling faintly, Kai Yang took out the jade token that the lady boss had given him and handed it over to Gong Sun Hong. Gong Sun Hong took it and channeled his energy into the jade token. In the next moment, the jade token lit up. Gong Sun Hong's expression changed slightly and he turned to look at Yang Kai, his expression slightly twitching. "Your innkeeper is Madame Lan?" "Yes." Yang Kai didn't know what secret was hidden in the jade token that allowed Gong Sun Hong to recognize him immediately. However, looking at Gong Sun Hong's expression, he seemed to be a little afraid of the lady boss. This was easy to handle. Yang Kai was secretly delighted. He wasn't afraid of the lady boss. As long as he was, the 10 million would be easy to get. Madame Lan is here? Gong Sunhong asked again. Yes. When did she come? Why didn't this old man receive any news? A few days ago. Yang Kai replied with a smile, the lady boss keeps a low profile. Even when the first inn reopened, it was just a plaque hanging. There wasn't much fanfare. Gong Sunhong's expression suddenly became unnatural. He coughed lightly and said, Madame Lan's way of doing things, she is indeed very low profile. It was unknown what he recalled, but the corners of his eyes kept twitching. After a short pause, he continued, the first inn's reopening is a big event. This old man should be there to attend the ceremony. However, since Madame Lan doesn't want to make a scene, she should have her reasons. Yang Kai chuckled, as a servant, this junior shouldn't ask too much about the lady boss's matters. Gong Sunhong nodded slightly, his fingers tapping on the table as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he said, this old man doesn't know what little friend said in the letter. Can you tell me why that person from the 9 Stars Blessed Land started a fight in the first inn? He even destroyed the first inn. Yang Kai shook his head and said, it's not convenient for me to reveal that. If shopkeeper Gong Sun wants to know, you can just ask the lady boss. Gong Sunhong smiled and raised his hand. Have some tea, have some tea. Yang Kai took a sip and turned to look at him, shopkeeper Gong Sun, this junior came here under orders to ask for compensation. Our lady boss said that 9-star Blessed Land is famous and the Gathering Virtue Source earns a lot of money every day, so this little bit of compensation is not a problem. This junior still has to go to other places to ask for payment. Time is tight and the task is important. Shopkeeper Gong Sun, do you think you can settle the bill first? Gong Sunhong asked curiously, you're going somewhere else? Yang Kai said, of course. He opened his mouth and listed the names of several shops. Gong Sunhong was shocked, could it be that there were many people fighting in the first inn? Behind those shops, could it be the forces of the Blessed Lands? There are indeed many. Yang Kai nodded and said, I won't hide it from shopkeeper Gong Sun. The reason our lady boss brought us to Star City is to ask for payment. The lady boss said that no one can run away. Everyone has to pay. If you can get it, then so be it. If you can't, then go to the headquarters of each shop and have a good talk. The lady boss also said that all the Blessed Lands are of the same breath and branch. There's no need to make everyone unhappy over such a small matter. Gong Sunhong frowned slightly. It was hard to tell what he was feeling. Yang Kai looked around and said, the Gathering Virtue Source is such a big shop, it should have a lot of income every year. Shopkeeper Gong Sun, although 10 million isn't a small amount, it shouldn't be a problem for the Gathering Virtue Source. If it's convenient, can you help us? Let this junior return to the lady boss as soon as possible. Gong Sunhong nodded, little friend, since you're from the first inn and brought Madame Lan's token here, this matter shouldn't be false. This old man should also compensate. However, suddenly, he changed the topic and said, that's just your words, so I'll have to send a message to the main altar to inquire about the situation. If it's really as you say, my 9-star Blessed Land will not deny it. He knew it wouldn't be so simple. If he could really get 10 million. Just by casually talking, it would show that the 9 Stars Blessed Land was too afraid of the first inn. However, this was also within his expectations, so Yang Kai wasn't disappointed. He simply nodded and said, of course, I just don't know how long it will take for shopkeeper Sun to send a message back to inquire. 1 month. Gong Sunhong said, I'll give you an answer in 1 month. Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists, then I'll have to trouble shopkeeper Gong Sun. Take care, I won't see you out. Gong Sunhong waved his hand. When he walked out of the Jude Origin, he saw Luo Hai standing not far away from him. He waved at her and Luo Hai immediately came forward to greet him. She asked in a low voice, My lord, have you settled the matter? It's all right. Yang Kai nodded. This trip could be considered to have achieved his goal. Let's go to the next inn. He ran down one inn after another. After spending an entire afternoon, he only went to 3 inns. Among the 3 inns, aside from the Juda origin, one of them was from the Blessed Lands. The answer he received was similar to Gong Sunhong's. He also needed to send a message back to the headquarters to ask for more details. The other inn was from a second-class organization. They weren't as stubborn as the Blessed Lands. When they heard that the first inn was coming to collect their debt, they were a little fearful. They were also very polite to Xianxia, but in the end, the result was the same. Night fell, but the star market was still very lively. Xianxia ran around for an entire afternoon and pretended to be polite. He was a little tired, so he asked Luo Hai to go back and rest. He would find her the next day. Before leaving, the two of them exchanged contact details and agreed to continue the next day. Luo Hai naturally agreed to it. When he returned to the first inn, he saw that it was very lively inside. People were coming and going, and the hall was full of guests. Everyone was toasting each other. Xianxia was stunned. The lady boss was shuttling through the hall, chatting and laughing with the guests at each table. Xianxia was in a daze, as if he had returned to the first inn in the void. It had only been a day, but the business here had become so popular. It seemed that the first inn was indeed famous. The lady boss looked up and saw Xianxia. She reached out and waved at him. Xianxia quickly walked over. He followed the lady boss into the inner room. The lady boss turned around and sat down. She looked at Xianxia and asked, "How was it?" "Not bad." Xianxia walked over, picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of water. He drank a few sips and said, "The first inn is famous, so no one dares to make things difficult for us." "Who asked you that?" The lady boss glared at him. "Did you get the money?" Xianxia put down the teacup and laughed. How could it be so fast? They all need to send a message back to the headquarters to ask. They will only decide whether to give the money after it is confirmed. "How many did you contact?" 3. All of them said so. The lady boss nodded. "Of course, but the time limit can't be too long." "Don't worry, it's all agreed." 1 month is not too long. 1 month. Okay, you can go do your work." The lady boss waved her hand. "What work?" Xianxia looked at her, stunned. The lady boss blinked. "You are the inn's waiter. Don't you need to be a waiter? The inn's business is good now, but we are short on manpower. Hurry up and help." Xianxia was speechless. He had never been a waiter in his life. "You what?" "Hurry up and go." "Do you want me, the lady boss, to do it myself?" Xianxia glared at her fiercely. After a long time, he was defeated. She had big eyes and could not stare at him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, you are ruthless." He turned around and slammed the door. Behind him, the lady boss crossed her legs and pursed her lips into a smile. When he reached the main hall, Xianxia looked around. He grabbed a piece of white cloth from a servant and put it on his shoulder. He then went into the kitchen to serve the dishes. Since they were all cultivators, they were full of energy, so there was no need to close the shop. Xianxia was busy all the way until dawn, when he finally had time to rest. What made him feel indignant was that Old White was still nowhere to be seen. Xianxia guessed that this guy knew that he had to come back, so he decided to spend the night outside. He secretly made up his mind that he would not come back tomorrow. Not long after, Xianxia went out again. He sent a message to Luo Hai in advance and went to the tea house where he saw her yesterday to wait for her. When Xianxia arrived, Luo Hai was already standing there. "Master, did you not rest well last night?" Luo Hai saw that Xianxia's expression was not right and went forward to ask. "Don't mention it." Xianxia was very depressed. It was not that he did not rest well, but that he did not rest at all. Although it was not a big problem, he was still a little tired. Xianxia did not say much, and Luo Hai did not dare to ask more. The two immediately went on their way. Today's situation was similar to yesterday. After visiting one house after another, the replies were almost the same. Thinking about it, it was not strange. If he encountered such a situation, he would definitely not just listen to one side of the story, even if the signboard of the first inn was there. He sat down in each shop and chatted with the shopkeepers of each shop. In this day, he had only gone to 6 or 7 shops. In this way, it would take another 2 to 3 days to finish all of them. He did not know how Bai Qi was progressing. He took out a communication device to contact Bai Qi, but there was no response. He did not know what he was busy with. Later that night, Yang Kai took Luo Hai to a restaurant and ordered some food and wine as a token of his thanks. Luo Hai had been running around with him all day, following him wherever he went. It really was quite tiring. Luo Hai did not want to make Yang Kai spend so much effort, but Yang Kai insisted, so she could only go along with it. During the banquet, there was naturally a respectful toast. Yang Kai was not used to this. No matter what, Luo Hai was also in the emperor realm. There was not much difference between her and him. Yang Kai felt a little guilty when she called him master. After 3 rounds of drinking, Luo Hai's face became a little rosy, and her eyes became hazy. It seemed that she was not very drunk. Yang Kai was curious about something, and asked, how do people in the emperor realm outside of this universe comprehend martial arts? He had condensed his own seal in the heavenly void hall. Every great emperor in the star realm had this experience. Presumably, the great emperors in the other universe realms were also like this. However, the capacity of those small universe realms was limited, so there were not many people who could condense their seals. But what did people outside of this universe realm do to reach this step? He happened to run into Luo Hai, so he asked casually. Luo Hai patted her slightly feverish cheeks and said with a smile, those with good aptitude can rely on their own comprehension to condense their Dao seal. Those with inferior aptitude like me can only rely on external help. After drinking some wine, she seemed to have relaxed a little and was no longer as cautious as before. External help? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. There are some natural treasures that can help people condense their Dao seal. There are also some pills that can help, such as great Dao pills. However, these things need to be bought with money and are more precious. Yang Kai nodded. He had been wondering what those from the Emperor realm who hadn't condensed their own Dao seal could do with the heaven-opening pill. Although this thing was a kind of hard currency outside of this universe and could be used to buy all kinds of things, it wasn't very useful to those from the Emperor realm. It wasn't like the heaven-opening realm, where they could use the heaven-opening pill to increase their grade. Now, it seemed that the heaven-opening pill was useful to anyone. Luo Hai was working so hard to earn money because she wanted to buy a great Dao pill and condense her own Dao seal to advance her martial Dao. However, condensing a Dao seal was only the beginning. She still had to condense yin, yang, and 5 elements before she had a chance to advance to the heaven-opening realm. The path of martial Dao was long and far, accompanied by enormous financial support. How many people were as lucky as him, first condensing high-grade wood elemental energy, then obtaining high-grade fire elemental energy? However, even he wasn't confident that he could find other yin, yang, and 5 elements energy that matched his requirements. As long as there was a problem with any of them, even if he reached the heaven-opening realm, his grade wouldn't be too high. As they ate and drank, the two chatted, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. After a long time, Yang Kai said, let's call it a day. Go back and rest. Come back tomorrow. Luo Hai put down her chopsticks and stood up, saying, then I'll take my leave. Yang Kai nodded and watched her leave. After what happened yesterday, Yang Kai made up his mind not to return to the first inn. He didn't want to have to run errands again. He took out his communication device and contacted White 7. Surprisingly, White 7 replied quickly and asked where he was. White 7 told him the name of a place. As soon as Yang Kai heard this, he knew that this place was not a good place. This guy was actually fooling around in a brothel. Bai Qi warmly invited him to have fun, but Yang Kai decisively refused. After drinking by himself for a while, Yang Kai put down the money for the dishes and left the restaurant alone, preparing to find an inn in the city to rest for the night. The inns in Star City weren't cheap, but they weren't as expensive as the first inn. Back then, the first inn had cost 1,000 heaven-opening pills for a night, but the black-hearted lady boss had raised the price to 10,000. As soon as he left the restaurant, Yang Kai saw a figure standing opposite him. He walked over in surprise and asked, why haven't you gone back yet? Luo Hai had been waiting for him outside. Luo Hai shook her head and said, nothing, I'm just worried about Master. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. It's just a little wine, you won't get drunk. You should go back early. He thought that this woman was quite considerate. It's still early. If Master is willing, I can accompany Master to stroll around Star City. I've been busy during the day, so Master doesn't have time. She added, it's free of charge. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, sure, but it won't delay you, right? Luo Hai hurriedly waved her hand. No, I'm the only one at home, so there's nothing to do when I go back. She paused and said, where does Master want to go? There's a brothel in the western part of Star City. Men like to go there. As she spoke, she blushed. Xianxia casually asked, where's the Spring Breeze Drizzle building? Luo Hai nodded and said, Master, do you know about the Spring Breeze Drizzle building? Xianxia clicked his tongue. I've heard about it, but I've never been there. He knew that Lao Bai was fooling around, and now it seemed that he was right. Master, do you want to go? Luo Hai inquired. Xianxia waved his hand. No, I'll just walk around. At this point, he suddenly thought of something. Right, I want to buy a map. Where can I buy it? Luo Hai asked, Master, do you want to buy a map of the universe? Then you should go to the Four Seas workshop. The maps of the universe there are the most complete, and the updates are also the most timely. Let's go take a look. Xianxia was suddenly interested. He had this idea before, but he didn't remember who had mentioned it to him. The map of the universe included a map of all the large territory that had been discovered outside of Qianquan. It could be said that it was one of the essential things for a cultivator who wanted to travel outside. Xianxia really wanted to find where the astral world was in the map of the universe. He was swallowed by the thousand-knuckle worm, and then inexplicably appeared in the large territory of the Kikikyo land. Although he hadn't found the world tree yet, it would be good if he could find the way home in advance. Luo Hai was very familiar with the Star Market. She led Xianxia through a few streets and arrived in front of a shop. That shop was the Four Seas workshop. Although it was night time, the Star Market was still very lively. After entering the shop, a woman dressed as a maid immediately greeted them. She curtsied gracefully and said sweetly, Good evening, esteemed guest. What do you want to buy? Luo Hai walked out at the right time and answered, My master wants to buy a map of the universe. The maid smiled and said, This way please. She gestured with her hand. Under her guidance, Xianxia came in front of a row of shelves. There were no maps on the shelves, but there were things that looked like long boxes. They were the length of chopsticks and were completely black. They looked very strange. Xianxia didn't understand, but he didn't ask. Luo Hai said, Introduce them. The maid understood and immediately said, Yes, esteemed guest. Our shop's map of the universe is divided into 3 types. The lowest level is a map of the large territory, which includes the locations of the mini-universe worlds that have been discovered, as well as the locations of some fixed altars in the spiritual state. The middle level is a map of the entire universe, which includes all the large territory that has been discovered, as well as the contents of the lowest level map. It also includes the various Qianquan palaces and the locations of the territory gates. It's clear at a glance, simple and convenient. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and asked, What about the middle level and above? The maid smiled and said, There's not much difference between the middle level and the high level. Xianxia asked curiously, If there's no difference, why is there a middle level and high level? It's like this. Although there's no difference between the two, if you buy the high-level map and discover a new large territory in the future, our shop can help you update the contents of the map of the universe for free. Our shop has branches in many star markets, so you don't have to worry too much. You just need to bring the map of the universe there. If you buy the middle-level map, you won't have this convenience. If you want to update it, you'll have to pay more. Xianxia nodded in understanding. The maid said, Esteemed guest, do you want a map of a large territory, or a collection of all the maps of the large territory? Xianxia said, A collection, of course. The maid said, Then I recommend you buy the high-level map. The middle-level map is fine. Luo Hai interrupted her before she could finish. The maid glanced at her and said with a smile, Of course, it's your choice. Get me a copy, Luo Hai said. The maid nodded and turned to walk to the side. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Hai sent a message, Master, as far as I know, the price of a middle-level map and a high-level map are twice as expensive. Moreover, no new large territory has been discovered in the past 1,000 years. It's a waste to buy the high-level map. Xianxia nodded slightly. A moment later, the maid took out a long black box and handed it to Xianxia, saying, "Pour your divine sense into it and you'll be able to check it." Xianxia was stunned. Only now did he realize that the long box in front of him was actually the map of the universe. Fortunately, he didn't say anything just now. Otherwise, he would have really embarrassed himself. Pouring his divine sense into it as instructed, Xianxia felt his field of vision suddenly change, as if he had entered a strange world. His field of vision constantly shrank towards a certain place before finally coming to a stop. Focusing his eyes, there was a small red dot constantly flashing in front of him, and at the location of this red dot was marked with the word Star City. Understanding this, Xianxia knew that this small red dot probably represented his current location. The Star City marked on the map should be the one he was currently in. With a thought, the vision continued to zoom back and around the Star City. Some other names gradually appeared, all of which seemed to be the names of the mini-universe world. Although he had just gotten hold of this thing, Xianxia soon figured out how to use it. Seeing it like this, it was very simple and convenient. He really had to buy a copy of this thing, as it would be more convenient for him to move around in the future. Withdrawing his divine sense, Xianxia asked, "How much is this thing?" The maid responded with a smile, 500,000. Xianxia nodded lightly. This price was not very expensive, but did he have 500,000 on hand right now? Most of his heaven-opening pills came from the dead people in the After all, Great Moon Province was only a third-class force, and those heaven-opening pills were Wei Kei's personal compensation, so it was naturally impossible for there to be too many. Xianxia estimated that these 100 or 200,000 heaven-opening pills were enough to hurt Wei Quebec. If not for Wei Kei's compensation, Xianxia would not have been able to buy the World Atlas. Just as he was about to count how many heaven-opening pills he had, Luo Hai pulled the maid to the side and quietly communicated with her through sound transmission. By the time Xianxia finished counting, Luo Hai had also finished her discussion and walked over. "Master, we've already agreed on a 10% discount, 450,000. Xianxia was speechless. Only now did he realize that Luo Hai had pulled the maid over to haggle. This was a 50,000 heaven-opening pills discount, which was a great discount. However, when he checked just now, he found that he did not have enough heaven-opening pills. In total, he only had about 430,000. This was a bit awkward. The price had already been negotiated and he was only waiting for the bill to be paid, but he did not have enough money. How could he accept this? It was a bit difficult to speak, but Luo Hai was a smart person and immediately saw through Xianxia's difficulties. She quietly asked, "Master, did you not bring enough money?" Luo Hai had asked if he hadn't brought enough, not if it wasn't enough. This question was very clever and greatly alleviated Xianxia's embarrassment. Nodding gently, Xianxia was about to put down the world map in his hand and come back to buy it some other day when he heard Luo Hai ask, "Master, how much are you missing?" "Not much, 10,000 to 20,000. Xianxia scratched his face awkwardly. Luo Hai pondered for a moment before saying, "Master, if you don't mind, this mistress will pay for it. Master can return it to me later." Xianxia turned his head to look at her, not realizing that she actually had such courage. He had only known her for 2 days at most, and it was only a concubine relationship, neither a relative nor a friend. What's more, Luo Hai herself was not a wealthy person. These 10,000 to 20,000 heaven-opening pills were likely the result of many years of savings for her. Being able to lend them to him as soon as he opened his mouth was not something she could do without some courage. After all, up until now, she still didn't know who Xianxia was. If he took these things and ran away, she wouldn't be able to find him. Seeing Xianxia look over, Luo Hai whispered, "I trust Master." Since she had already said so much, Xianxia couldn't refuse anymore and immediately nodded, "All right, I'll consider it a loan, I'll definitely return it to you later." Luo Hai said, "I'll go pay the bill." Yang Kai handed over a space ring and watched her walk towards the counter with the maidservant, secretly sighing to himself. This woman was really meticulous. Although it was only a simple act of paying the bill, it greatly alleviated his embarrassment. This way, he wouldn't have to take the heaven-opening pills from her and let others know that he didn't bring enough money. On the other hand, she could quietly transfer the insufficient heaven-opening pills into her space ring without anyone noticing. After a while, Luo Hai returned. "Master, it's done." Yang Kai nodded, stuffed the world map into his space ring, and walked out of the Four Seas Square with her. "Master, is there anything else you want to buy?" Luo Hai asked. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "I'm so poor, why would I want to buy anything?" Luo Hai also understood and felt a little embarrassed. She felt that she had spoken without thinking, so she changed the topic and said, "Then is Master going back to rest?" Yang Kai shook his head. Thinking of yesterday's experience, he would rather die than go back. Originally, he wanted to find an inn to rest, but now it seemed that there was no need. He didn't even have the money to get a room, so what was there to rest for? Luo Hai had probably thought of this as well. She suggested, "Master, would you like to come to my place for a chat? Is it convenient?" Yang Kai hesitated. Luo Hai pursed her lips and smiled. "There's nothing inconvenient about it. There's no one else at home, just me." At this point, she suddenly realized that her words were a little ambiguous, making it seem like she was seducing him. She couldn't help but blush a little. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't seem to mind and simply raised his hand. "Then let's go." He couldn't really wander around here all night, that would be too boring. On top of that, he had just borrowed some money from her. If he were to be in such a hurry to separate from her, it would be a bit like running away from a debt. "Master, please come with me." Luo Hai immediately led the way. Along the way, they gradually left the bustling trade area and entered a more chaotic area. This place seemed to be the outermost area of the entire Star City. It was some distance away from the center of the Star City. Houses stood everywhere without any order, and there wasn't even a proper road. From time to time, there would be people coming in and out of this place, but their cultivations were not very high. Most of them were on the same level as Luo Hai, while some were even weaker. Yang Kai understood that this was probably the place where the lowest level members of the Star Envoys lived. Fortunately, although this place was a bit dirty and messy, it was still within the boundaries of the Star City, so no one dared to cause trouble here. Many people obviously knew Luo Hai. Along the way, there were people constantly greeting her. A few women saw Yang Kai following behind her and couldn't help but have a slightly ambiguous look in their eyes, which made Luo Hai feel a little embarrassed. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a house. Luo Hai stepped forward and closed the restriction on the house. She opened the door and said, "Master, please." Yang Kai walked in and looked around. He found that although the house was small, it was very clean and tidy. There was no courtyard, only a main hall and a side room. There was a faint fragrance in the room, which was very pleasant and made people feel very warm. Luo Hai invited him to take a seat and made a pot of tea. She said apologetically, "The place is a bit small, Master, please don't mind." Yang Kai chuckled, "I also came from a small place and am used to living a poor life." Luo Hai said curiously, "You don't look like one." "Then what kind of person do I look like?" Luo Hai thought for a moment and said, "Master, you look like someone who holds a high position all year round, either rich or noble." Yang Kai laughed. Luo Hai shook her head and said, "Master, please don't think this concubine is flattering you. This concubine has been in this star market for thousands of years. I don't dare to say anything else, but I do have a good eye for people. Master, why do you think this concubine dared to lend her life savings to you? It is because this concubine thinks you are a trustworthy person. Master may be troubled for a while, but there will be a day when you will be proud of the 9 heavens." Yang Kai's smile faded and he looked at her seriously. He really couldn't tell that this woman who was nervous and reserved when they first met had such insight. Luo Hai covered her red lips with her hand and said nervously, "This concubine misspoke, Master, please don't blame me." Yang Kai waved his hand, "Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. Although your strength isn't high, it isn't too low either. Have you never thought about joining some great force? Luo Hai smiled bitterly. There are at least 8,000 people like this concubine in the entire star market. I have no connections or background, so which great force would want me? What can they do if they took me in? Spend time and effort to cultivate me? She paused for a moment before continuing. In the past, there was a great force that came to Star Market to recruit disciples, but they wanted to recruit young and malleable disciples. This concubine doesn't have such good fortune. Xianxia nodded. He was also a sect master, so he naturally knew this. When a sect recruited disciples, they would rather spend a large amount of resources to cultivate them from a young age than accept those who already had a foundation. This was a matter of loyalty. This concubine's current wish is to save enough money to buy a few great Dao pills and see if I can condense my own Dao seal. If I can reach the heaven-opening boundary in this life, then I won't have lived in vain. I heard you mention great Dao pills before. Are these spirit pills very expensive? Usually, one costs around 10,000 or so. Moreover, refining these pills seems to be a bit difficult, so there aren't many of them. Usually, when a great Dao pill appears, it will be quickly snatched away by others. Xianxia nodded. The situation outside the universe realm was quite tricky. There should be many people who were stuck at the threshold of the peak of the Emperor realm, unable to condense their Dao seal. This was why the great Dao pill was so popular. It could be imagined that this thing was not only popular among the lowest class of people like Luo Hai, but also many great forces. As such, the chances of people like Luo Hai competing for it were very small. How many great Dao pills do you think you need? At least 3. Luo Hai smiled shyly. This concubine's aptitude isn't that good. If I don't have 3 pills, this concubine doesn't have the competence to condense my Dao seal. Xianxia nodded. He didn't know what materials were used to refine the great Dao pill. If he had enough materials and obtained the pill recipe, he should be able to refine it. After chatting for a while, Xianxia said, "Go and rest first. You've been busy the whole day." Luo Hai said, "Then I'll rest first. Master, if there's anything, just call me." She didn't refuse. She probably felt that it wasn't good to let a man like Xianxia rest in her room. She got up and walked into the room. After a few steps, she stopped and turned around. She lowered her head and asked softly, "Master, do you need someone to serve you tonight?" "There's someone here." "I can help, Master, call someone over." Xianxia looked at her and shook his head, "No need." "Okay." Luo Hai was obviously relieved. She walked into the room and closed the door. Xianxia was left alone in the living room. He looked helpless. He didn't expect that he would end up in a situation where he had to stay the night. He made up his mind. No matter what, he had to find a way to get some money tomorrow. At most, he could just sell a portion of the Grand Sun Primordial Flame. The Grand Sun Primordial Flame of the 4th grade was worth at least 150,000 heaven-opening pills. It was more than enough to repay Luo Hai's debt, and there was still some left over. He had a total of 6 Grand Sun Primordial Flames in his possession, and even 3 Grand Sun Primordial Flames of the 5th grade, all of which he obtained from the Golden Crow Divine Palace. As for the 5th grade ones, they were worth 1,500,000. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't repay his debt even if he sold all of them, Xianxia would have thought of a way to sell the Grand Sun Primordial Flame in his possession. That way, he wouldn't be bound to the first in and lose his freedom. Thinking about it, the hundreds of thousands of opening heaven pills that Wei Kei left him was indeed a big loss. These opening heaven pills were enough to buy a portion of 4th grade materials. Great Moon Province was only a 3rd grade force. They didn't even have a 4th grade opening heaven pill. Thoughts flashed through Xianxia's mind. He took out the 7 faces and placed them on his face, silently refining them. At the same time, he took out the scroll of the universe and sent a strand of his divine sense into it to search carefully. He wanted to search the scroll of the universe to find where the star boundary was. He wouldn't have known if he didn't look, but the moment he did, he was given a fright. It was only at this moment that Xianxia realized that there were over 1,000 large territory that had been discovered. And this was just the ones that had been discovered. There were many that had never been set foot in before. Among these 1,000 large territory, each large territory had its own small world. There were also the headquarters of many forces, the locations of the territory entrances, and so on. These 450,000 opening heaven pills were well spent. Wei Kei had spent a great deal of effort to summarize these things and had definitely used many years to constantly innovate and innovate. It was truly worth the price. But then again, as long as one had enough money, anyone would be willing to buy a scroll of the universe. This 4C square would definitely make a lot of money. Each large territory had its own name, but Yang Kai quickly discovered that the names of these large territory were closely related to the most powerful force within it. For example, the large territory that the Seven Openings land was in was called the Seven Openings territory. This was because the most powerful force within the Seven Openings territory was the Seven Openings land. There was no one more powerful than it. There were also large territories where the blessed enclaves were located. They were basically named after the respective blessed enclave. For example, the 10,000 Demon Realm was called the 10,000 Demon Territory, and the Great War Territory was called the Great War Territory. Yang Kai also found Langia Blessed Land and Golden Spirit Blessed Land in the universe map. The reason he paid attention to Langia Blessed Land was not because of anything else. It was the place where Zhang Ruashi's ancestor was born. Now that Ruashi had come to the universe map, she should be going to Langia Blessed Land. As for Golden Spirit Blessed Land, it was because of the existence of the sharp metal Yuan Qi. If he wanted to condense the power of the 5 elements in the future, he might need to go there. Silently calculating the distance between these two blessed lands and himself, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit speechless. Neither blessed lands were close, separated by several dozen great territories. If he relied on flying alone without the assistance of the universe escape technique, it would take him several years to arrive. This made Yang Kai a little worried. Although Ruashi's strength was good in the star boundary, it was obviously not enough outside the starry sky. He didn't know if it was safe for her to go to Langia Blessed Land alone, or if she could arrive there smoothly. In addition to those large territory with their own names, there were many large territories without names, only code names, such as A1 territory, B3 territory, and so on. Yang Kai looked for a while and summed up a pattern. These large territories without names and only code names were all large territories without second-class forces. For example, the large territory where Great Moon Province was located was called D39 territory, not Great Moon territory. In this way, only second-class forces were qualified to have their name on a large territory. Third-class forces did not have this qualification. There were also some large territory that did not even have third-class forces. They only had many small universe worlds, each of which was marked with a name. It was a big project to find the location of the star boundary from such a large map. Yang Kai carefully checked it, and his eyes were sore. Time passed by, and suddenly, he heard the sound of the door opening. Yang Kai collected his thoughts and looked up, only to see Luo Hai coming out of the inner room. Yang Kai was in a daze for a moment, but he quickly reacted. It should be dawn. Master didn't rest? Luo Hai looked at him in surprise. Yang Kai put away the world portrait and shook his head. I was busy with something and forgot about it. Is it dawn already? Luo Hai nodded. Yes. They had to start work at dawn. After packing up a little, the two of them immediately set off. After 2 days of running around, Yang Kai was already familiar with the process of collecting debts. Anyway, he didn't expect to get it immediately. The other party always needed to verify before deciding whether to pay or not. All he had to do was to send a visiting card and then talk to the shopkeeper for a while to inform him of the reason and the 1-month deadline. A few more clans came down, and everything went smoothly. Master, be careful in the 100 Refinements Hall later, Luo Hai suddenly said as they walked. Why? Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. Was there something different about this 100 Refinements Hall? He hadn't heard her say anything about being careful before. Luo Hai said, I don't know if it's true or not, but it's rumored that the shopkeeper of this 100 Refinements Hall is an unreasonable person. Yang Kai looked down at the jade slip and found that the background of this 100 Refinements Hall was a blessed land. He smiled and said, it doesn't matter. If he's reasonable, I'll reason with him. If he's unreasonable, someone will naturally take care of him. The lady boss of the 6th grade Splitter Heavens sect was standing behind him. As long as the other party wasn't a high-grade Splitter Heavens sect, Xianxia didn't need to be afraid of anything. Moreover, from the attitude of the shopkeepers these past few days, the background of the First Inn was most likely one of the 36 paradises. Although the Blessed Enclave was a first-class force, there must be a reason why the Blessed Enclave was ranked at the top. However, if it wasn't necessary, Xianxia didn't want to trouble the lady boss. First of all, half of the debt he collected would be his, and second of all, if he troubled the lady boss over such a trivial matter, it would make him seem too incompetent. Seeing him like this, Luohai didn't say anything more. After all, she had never come into contact with such a master before. What she said was just a rumor, and it would be awkward if she made a mistake. Outside the 100 Refinements Hall, Luohai was still waiting. Xianxia sent a greeting card, and after waiting for a while, someone came to lead him into the inner courtyard. As soon as he stepped into the inner courtyard, Xianxia felt a violent energy fluctuation coming from there. He was startled, wondering why someone was fighting here. Moreover, from the intensity of the energy fluctuations, the strength of the attacker wasn't too high. They shouldn't have reached the Heaven Splitter realm. They should be around the same level as him, someone who had condensed a Dao seal. Secretly on guard, Xianxia raised his eyes and was slightly surprised. In front of him was a transparent barrier. In a large field, two figures were crisscrossing, fighting endlessly. The divine technique was endless, and they were locked in a fierce battle. One was an azure-robed youth, while the other was an old man. Xianxia didn't know what enmity they had with each other, but both sides were extremely ruthless and seemed intent on killing. The two of them were evenly matched, and their techniques weren't bad either. It was like they were evenly matched. Xianxia couldn't help but take a few more glances. The manservant leading the way turned around and said, "Follow." Only then did Xianxia withdraw his gaze and follow. After walking for a short while, they arrived at a high platform. On the high platform, a man with a large waist and a ferocious face had his hands on his waist. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the battle below without blinking. This man's face was ferocious, and even if he didn't circulate his strength, he still gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. At this moment, his strength was extremely unstable, causing the servants accompanying him to tremble in fear, afraid that he would unleash his anger. The manservant leading the way lowered his head and looked at his feet, saying in a trembling voice, "Ma, shopkeeper, I brought him." "Wait." The burly man waved his hand, not even glancing at him. He continued to stare at the battle, looking extremely nervous. Xianxia didn't know what he was nervous about. Kaiyang was speechless. Every time he went to a shop before, the shopkeeper would always treat him politely and didn't look down on him because his cultivation wasn't high. This was the first time he had been ignored by someone. It seemed that there was no smoke without fire. Luohai saying that he was an unreasonable person was quite possible. The host followed the guest's wishes. Since the guest wanted to wait, Xianxia could only wait. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait for nothing. Xianxia simply looked at the battle below as if he was watching a good show. In the field, the battle was extremely lively, but because their strength was on par, it would be difficult to determine a victor in a short time. The shopkeeper of the 100 Refinements Hall seemed to be a little impatient and shouted angrily, "How long do you two want to fight? I'll give you 10 breaths of time. If you can't determine a victor, then scram to the mines." Xianxia turned his head to look at him with a speechless expression, thinking that there were all kinds of birds in the forest. The two of them were originally on par with each other, yet they insisted on determining a victor within 10 breaths of time. Wasn't this forcing them to use their trump cards? Sensing Xianxia's gaze, the burly man glanced down at him and grinned, revealing a mouthful of ferocious fangs. Xianxia could only respond with a smile. In the battlefield, when the two people who were fighting endlessly heard this shout, they both jumped back a step. Then, their expressions became solemn as the strength in their bodies fluctuated violently. In the next moment, the two of them seemed to have discussed it before they each turned into a dazzling ball of light and collided with each other. An earth-shattering sound rang out from the battlefield, and countless ripples appeared on the light curtain that wrapped around them. The light gradually dissipated, and one person fell to the ground, unable to get up, while the other stood proudly. The one who fell to the ground was an old man, and the one who stood was a young man in azure clothes. However, even though he had won, the young man's face was pale, and his body was covered in blood. Obviously, he had suffered some injuries. The burly man raised his hand and said, "Throw the loser out to the mines and win the reward." The young man cupped his hands, "Thank you, shopkeeper." The burly man chuckled, turned around, and sat down. He picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp, then looked around and said, "Now it's a little more interesting, don't you think so?" "Yes, yes, yes." The group of people nodded, not daring to say no. Xianxia was even more speechless. He didn't know what this 100 refinements hall was selling, but why would they let this kind of guy be a shopkeeper? How could he make money with this kind of personality? He might even lose his pants when the time came. "Boy, you don't seem to agree. What do you think?" The burly man suddenly turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands. "The first in's Xianxia greets shopkeeper Pei." The shopkeeper of the 100 refinements hall was called Pei Buan, and it was recorded in the jade slip that the lady boss had given him. He was a 4th grade heaven opening master, and his strength was not bad. The first in. Pei Buan rubbed his chin. "Ha, what a big name. Boy, why have you come here?" Xianxia replied, "The purpose of this visit has been stated clearly in the letter. I'm here to collect a debt." Pei Buan chuckled. "Debt? What debt?" Xianxia frowned, thinking to himself, isn't this asking the obvious? It was clearly stated in the letter, so it seems that this trip won't go smoothly. Thinking this, he said, "Shopkeeper Pei, someone from your side fought at the first inn and destroyed it, so the lady boss wants me to ask for compensation." Pei Buan clicked his tongue. "Someone fought at the first inn, that's amazing. Then who is this person you're talking about?" Xianxia shook his head. "This boy doesn't know, nor do I know. Who knew what kind of people fought at the first inn? The lady boss definitely knew them, so how could a nobody like him know them? Moreover, he was hiding in the wishful pouch at the time, so he didn't even know when the first inn was destroyed. Was this lord there?" Pei Buan asked again. Xianxia shook his head. "No. Come closer and take a closer look. Was this lord among the people who fought at the first inn and destroyed it?" Pei Buan asked as he moved his face closer. "No." Xianxia continued to shake his head. "Are you sure?" Pei Buan narrowed his eyes slightly. "I'm sure. Since it wasn't me who destroyed the first inn, why do you want me to compensate you?" Pei Buan slammed the table beside him. His palm overflowed and the table fell apart. He glared at Xianxia and said, "Kid, do you think I'm easy to bully?" "I wouldn't dare." Xianxia lowered his head. "I'm just following orders." Pei Buan snorted coldly. "Go ahead and look for the person who destroyed your first inn. It's none of my business if someone else destroyed it." Xianxia said, "Shopkeeper Pei is right. If that's the case, I'll take my leave. However, there's something I need to tell you." "Speak." Pei Buan looked at him. "Before we left, my lady boss said that we'll collect the debt. If we can't get it, she'll come here personally and have a good talk with all the shopkeepers. If it still doesn't work, then we'll go to the headquarters and have a good talk." Pei Buan chuckled and said, "Do you think I'm scared? Ask her to come. See if she can get a large sum of money from me. If she can, I'll call her great aunt." In a loud voice, Kai Yang said, "Junior will remember, I will definitely pass on this message to my family's lady boss. I'll take my leave." He cupped his hands and turned to leave. "Wait." Pei Buan suddenly thought of something and frowned. "Is there anything else?" Xianxia turned to look at him. Pei Buan's eyes flickered. "You mentioned your lady boss just now. As far as I know, the people in charge of the first storehouse are mostly men. There are only a few women. What's your lady boss's name?" It was mainly because those few women were not to be trifled with, especially 2 of them. "My lady boss is called Madame Lan." Xianxia kept his hands in the direction of the first inn with a respectful face. Pei Buan's face twitched. "Madame Lan? Which Madame Lan?" Xianxia said, "I don't know how many Madames Lan there are in the first inn. I haven't been with the lady boss for a long time, so I don't know much about the first inn. However, I have the lady boss's token. Would you like to take a look? Give it to me. Pei Buwen stretched out his large hand. Yang Kai presented the jade tablet to Pei Buwen with both hands. Pei Buwen took the jade tablet and activated it slightly. His Adam's apple bobbed as he laughed dryly. So it's Madame Lan. Familiar, very familiar. I still remember when I visited the first in a few hundred years ago, Madame Lan was very enthusiastic. Haha, in the blink of an eye, a few hundred years have passed. It's really. He really didn't know how to continue the conversation after a long while. Changing the topic, he asked, has Madame Lan arrived at this star market? Yang Kai said, yes, the first inn has also reopened. It's just a few streets away. Oh. Pei Buwen nodded. Is there anything else, Manager Pei? If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Lady Boss, wait for me to report back. It's fine. Pei Buwen waved his hand and handed the jade pendant to Yang Kai. Yang Kai grabbed it, but he did not let go. Yang Kai looked at him and said, what's the meaning of this, Manager Pei? This jade pendant isn't worth much. If you want it, you can go to the first inn. Lady Boss should have quite a few and can give you some. Why would I want this jade pendant? Pei Buwen said angrily. He let go of his hand and said, don't be in a hurry to leave. Let me think about it. As he said this, he stood up and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. From time to time, he would reveal a thoughtful expression as if he was thinking about something. Seeing this, Yang Kai admired the lady boss even more. Pei Buwen and the other idiots were terrified when they heard her name. Although they did not show it, how could Yang Kai not see it? He was really curious about what the lady boss had done to make such a big name in the 3,000 worlds. After a while, Pei Buwen suddenly stopped, as if he had made up his mind about something. He turned to look at Yang Kai and said, kid, you want to collect your debt, right? Yang Kai replied, I want compensation. It's the same meaning, you want money. Pei Buwen waved his hand and looked at him, I see that your cultivation is not bad and you have already condensed the seal of Tao. How's your experience in fighting? Yang Kai frowned. This question was baffling. He pondered for a while and said, I came from the mini-universe world. In other words, he had fought his way up step by step. There was no need to say more about his experience in fighting. As soon as he said this, Pei Buwen's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, good. He pointed at the arena below and said, do you see that guy? Yang Kai turned his head and saw that the young man who won earlier was meditating with his legs crossed. It was obvious that he was adjusting his breath and healing his injuries. What do you mean, Manager Pei? Yang Kai asked. I want you to fight with him. I don't understand. Pei Buwen hugged his shoulder and put his arm around his back. He lowered his voice and said, if you can beat him, I'll pay you the compensation. Yang Kai was surprised, are you serious? Of course. How much? I'll pay you the full amount. What kind of stupid hobby was this? How bored was this guy? He actually liked to watch people fight. But then again, this kind of idiot couldn't be judged with common sense. It was undeniable that this proposal made Yang Kai somewhat tempted. The compensation limit was 10 million. If he took half of it, it would be 500,000. He just needed to fight. And he could get the money. It could be considered very easy. Compared to other people who needed a month's time, Yang Kai didn't know if he could successfully fulfill the agreement. Yang Kai was still very interested. Most importantly, he borrowed some heaven-opening pills from Luo Hai yesterday. If he could get the 10 million, he could also return the money to her and stop thinking about it. Yang Kai had seen that young man's strength just now. He wasn't weak, but his foundation didn't seem very solid. If it was a one-on-one fight, Yang Kai was still very confident that he could beat him. He guessed that Pei Buwen was probably afraid of the lady boss's reputation. Previously, he said that he would call her grandaunt if she deducted a large sum of money. This time, he was probably looking for a way out. If he refused, it wouldn't look good for him. Thinking of this, Yang Kai nodded and said, okay. Good. Pei Buwen clapped his hands and laughed, wait a moment. That guy just had a hard fight and consumed a lot of energy. Let him recover first. Yang Kai naturally didn't have any objections. Pei Buwen's figure flashed and entered the field. He said a few words to the young man. The young man looked over and nodded slightly. Then, Pei Buwen handed a jade bottle to the young man. It seemed to be some kind of healing pill. The young man didn't hesitate. He took out the pill and consumed it. Then, he continued to meditate with his legs crossed. Pei Buwen flashed back and said with a smile, "Wait for 2 hours." 2 hours wasn't a long time. However, in order to prevent Luo Hai from worrying, Yang Kai took out his communication device and told her that he was safe. He also told her that he was in the middle of a discussion and would only be able to leave after a while. On the other side, Pei Buwen asked the servants to change the table. He served tea and started to chat with Yang Kai. 2 hours passed quickly. In the field, the young man stood up and waved at Yang Kai. "Shopkeeper Pei, I'm going down. Don't forget your promise." "Don't worry, I won't forget," Pei Buwen said with a smile. Yang Kai walked to the center of the field. When he reached the center of the field, he cupped his fists and said, "Yang Kai." The young man also cupped his fists. However, the moment he raised his hand, his figure suddenly flashed and punched at Yang Kai's face. The terrifying fist force produced a sonic boom. The violent force wrapped around the fist as if Yang Kai had a deep hatred for him. It was a little different from what he had imagined. Yang Kai frowned and also punched out. With a loud bang, the two figures retreated. A strange look flashed in the young man's eyes. Apparently, he didn't expect Yang Kai to be so stubborn. However, before he could recover, Yang Kai had already stabilized his body and rushed at him. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was already in front of him, and a fist rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. The young man was shocked and hurriedly raised his hand to block, but he felt an unstoppable force spread out from his opponent's fist. This time, it was more than twice as strong as the first punch. Shocked, he tried to summon his artifact, but it was already too late. With a cracking sound, a sharp pain spread from his hand as his arm was broken. The next moment, a sky full of fist shadows shrouded him. The young man's face instantly turned ashen. In the stands, Pei Buwen's pair of ox-like eyes showed a look of surprise at first, but then they became brighter and brighter, as if he had found a treasure. His nostrils were even breathing hot air. A series of thunderous booms rang out one after another. In the field, the young man could only block and was unable to fight back, falling into a disadvantageous position. For Yang Kai, fighting opponents above his realm was a common occurrence. He might not be a match for a heaven-opening realm master. After all, his opponent had already opened the heavens and earth and could use the world force, but as long as his opponent hadn't reached the heaven-opening realm, Yang Kai had nothing to fear. If his opponent had tried peaceful means before resorting to force, Yang Kai wouldn't have gone too far. The key was that this young man had attacked without saying a word, so Yang Kai had no choice but to be ruthless. Although he was in human form, he possessed the strength of a 1,000-meter dragon, so how could an ordinary person compete with him? In terms of strength? If his opponent had opened up a distance and competed with him using artifacts or secret techniques at the beginning, he might have been able to hold on for a while, but now that he had engaged in a melee battle, he was simply courting death. A short time later, after a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai threw out his last punch and the young man lay motionless on the ground, covered in blood. Yang Kai didn't kill him, but with such injuries, he would need at least 10 days to half a month to recuperate. Yang Kai returned to Pei Buwen's side without panting, as if he had just warmed up. He cupped his fists and said, "Shopkeeper Pei, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." The group of servants looked at him as if they had seen a ghost, all of them surprised. Pei Buwen even put his hands behind his back and circled around him, clicking his tongue and pinching his arm from time to time. Yang Kai was not used to this and frowned. "Shopkeeper Pei, as you said, I won. As for the compensation..." "Compensation? What compensation?" Pei Buwen stared at him. Yang Kai's face sank. "Shopkeeper Pei, are you going back on your words? You clearly said just now that as long as I won, the guy below would give me money." "Did I say that?" Pei Buwen turned his head and looked around in bewilderment. "No." The crowd shouted. Pei Buwan looked at Yang Kai, crossed his hands behind his back, and said with a smile, "You see, they all said no, so I definitely didn't say anything like that." Yang Kai's face twitched. He looked at him in disbelief. "Shopkeeper Pei, are you serious?" This guy was actually playing dumb. Yang Kai had never seen such a person before. For better or worse, he was a fourth-stage heaven opening master, and he was also the shopkeeper of a shop. People who did business had always been honest. It would be strange if he could run a business like this. If he didn't lose money, Yang Kai would follow his surname. He was indeed a fool. Luo Hai was right. Pei Buwen smiled and didn't answer. "Thank you." Yang Kai kept his hands and turned to leave. Although he had been toyed with by the other party and his heart was filled with indignation, he was in the other party's territory and the difference in strength was so great that Kai Yang really couldn't do anything to him. He secretly swore to himself that he would go and drag the lady boss over to teach this bastard a lesson. Behind him, Pei Buwen looked at him and stroked the stubble on his chin. "Kid, help me fight another round and I'll definitely give you the 10 million. Yang Kai didn't stop. Once trust was broken, it was hard to make up for it. After suffering once, Yang Kai wouldn't fall again. "I'll personally compensate you with 500,000 heaven-opening pills." Yang Kai pretended that he didn't hear anything. 1 million. Pei Buwen gritted his teeth. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to walk out of the inner court, he immediately shouted, "I swear on my own Dao seal." Yang Kai had 1 foot out of the inner court. After hearing this, his body froze in place. It was as if someone had cast a spell on him. After a while, he slowly turned around and walked back. Pei Buwen grinned and watched Yang Kai walk to the side and sit down. He also sat down and moved his head closer. "Kid, fight 1 round and I'll give you 11 million heaven-opening pills immediately. Make an oath first." Yang Kai held his teacup and didn't look at him. His eyes were indifferent. Pei Buwen said, "It's easy to swear, but I have another condition. You have to win. If you lose, not only will you lose the heaven-opening pellet, I won't let you off easily." Yang Kai glanced at him and saw the ominous glint in his eyes. He didn't seem to be joking, so he frowned and said, "You can't expect me to fight a heaven-opening realm expert, right?" Pei Buwen said, "Don't worry, your opponent isn't at the sky-opening realm. He's not even at the half-step sky-opening realm. He's not much weaker than you." "Swear it." Yang Kai nodded. As long as his opponent wasn't at the heaven-opening realm, Yang Kai didn't need to fear anything, let alone this opponent he had yet to meet who wasn't even at half-step heaven-opening. So confident? Pei Buwen was surprised. He had been thinking of ways to get Yang Kai to fight, but now seeing Yang Kai's performance, he was a little nervous. "If you trust me, then swear it. If you don't, then I'll leave right now." Yang Kai took a sip of tea, put down the cup, and stood up. Pei Buwen frowned and looked hesitant, but after a short while, he suddenly stood up and solemnly swore, "I, Pei Buwen, swear on my own Dao seal, as long as, what's your name?" The last sentence was for Yang Kai. When Yang Kai introduced himself just now, he probably didn't listen carefully. Yang Kai said it again. Pei Buwen continued, "As long as Yang Kai can win 1 more battle, I will give you 11 million heaven-opening pellets. If I go back on my words, may I, Pei Buwen, cut off my future path and destroy my Dao." Yang Kai said calmly from the side, "My opponent's cultivation." Pei Buwen bared his teeth and swore again, adding Yang Kai's request. Only then did he look down. "That should be enough. If you still can't do it, then you're going too far, kid." Yang Kai nodded, "That's enough." This idiot swore on his own Dao seal, so he was quite trustworthy. No one dared to joke around with their Dao seal. If he really went back on his words, it would definitely leave a flaw in his heart. At that time, he might really cut off his future path and destroy his Dao. Yang Kai was a little curious. Why did this guy want him to fight with someone else? Was there any benefit for him? If there was no benefit, why would he pay 11 million heaven-opening pellets? However, Yang Kai couldn't understand the thoughts of this idiot. He was too lazy to think about it. He stood up and said, "Where's my opponent? Call him out." The sooner he finished, the sooner he could leave. Pei Buwen laughed mischievously, "Your opponent isn't here." How about this, you rest here for a night and recharge your energy. Tomorrow, I'll bring you over tomorrow and make a big scene. Xianxia frowned. He realized that he seemed to have thought too simply about this matter. Listening to Pei Buwen's words, it seemed like he was going to go somewhere to make a scene. Could it be that he had fallen into a trap? Xianxia suddenly had a bad feeling. There was nothing he could do. The matter had already been settled, and the 11 million heaven-opening pellets were too tempting. At this time, he couldn't back out. He sent a message to Luo Hai, telling her to go back first and that he would look for her tomorrow. Then, under the guidance of the 100 Refinements Hall's servants, he entered a quiet room to rest. The 100 Refinements Hall's hospitality was very thoughtful. They sent Xianxia a lot of nutritious food and even a few bottles of healing spirit pills. At a glance, he could tell that they were top-quality goods. If he took them out and sold them, they could fetch a lot of money. Xianxia could vaguely feel that tomorrow's battle was very important to Pei Buen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invested so much in him. The night passed without a word. It wasn't until the afternoon of the second day that Pei Buen pushed open the door and entered. With his hands on his waist, he stood at the door like an iron tower. "Brat, are you ready?" Xianxia stood up and said, "Let's go." There was nothing to prepare. It was just a fight with someone he didn't know. However, the more indifferent he appeared, the brighter Pei Buen's eyes became. This showed that he was confident. He grinned and waved his hand, "Follow me." After exiting the 100 Refinements Hall's door, Xianxia saw Luo Hai standing not far away. He couldn't help but stop and wave at her. Luo Hai glanced over at Pei Buen with a timid expression, mainly because the oppressive feeling this guy gave off was too strong. His entire person was simply too fierce. Normally, if she saw such a person, she would definitely avoid him, but since Xianxia had summoned her, she could only walk over and salute Pei Buen. "Greetings, shopkeeper Pei." Pei Buen looked at Luo Hai and then looked at Xianxia. "Are you a woman?" Luo Hai's face turned red. She didn't know how to explain. Xianxia was too lazy to pay attention to him. He looked at Luo Hai and said, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to go back?" Luo Hai said, "I came back again. I thought that master might have something to do today." "I don't have anything to do today." Xianxia smiled. He pondered for a moment and said, "If you don't have anything to do, you can come with me." He turned to look at Pei Buen and said, "Is it okay to bring one more person?" "It's okay. Just follow me." Pei Buen waved his hand. He had also brought some people with him. They were probably the shop staff. Speaking of which, the 100 Refinements Hall was also a place that sold artifacts. Unfortunately, it was deserted and the business was terrible. The shop staff had nothing to do in the shop. Otherwise, Pei Buen wouldn't have been able to bring so many people out. Xianxia tilted his head at Luo Hai, indicating that she should follow. The two of them led the way in front while the group followed behind. The people on the street gave way from a distance, as if avoiding snakes and scorpions. Xianxia was speechless. He knew that shopkeeper Pei was infamous. No wonder his business was in such a mess. If he was the owner behind the 100 Refinements Hall, he would have fired Pei Buen long ago. "Shopkeeper Pei, the fight will start soon. If you have anything to say, just say it quickly," Xianxia said. Pei Buen nodded and said, "Indeed, I have to tell you some rules. Listen carefully. In the fight later, you are not allowed to use artifacts or take pills. You can only rely on your own strength to determine the winner. This is the most basic rule." "Artifacts and pills cannot be used?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows. If that was the case, then he had a huge advantage. "Absolutely not." Pei Buen's expression was dignified. "Don't be nervous and bring out your secret treasure. If that happens, even if you win, it'll be considered a loss." Xianxia nodded and said, "Don't worry, I won't use them." He didn't have many artifacts that he could use now. The ones he brought from the star boundary couldn't keep up with the pace. The mountains and rivers bell was destroyed last time. The only ones he could use now were the black dragon spear, the wish pouch, and the shadowless veil. Pei Buen continued, "In this fight, life and death are not involved. In other words, if you have the ability, it doesn't matter if you kill them. Yang Kai asked curiously, you can kill in Star City? Didn't they say that private fights were not allowed here? Pei Buwen laughed, only in that place can you kill. However, if either side admits defeat, the fight will end immediately. You are not allowed to fight again. Otherwise, you will lose. He turned to look at Yang Kai, these are the two rules. Do you remember them clearly? I remember them clearly. Luo Hai's face suddenly turned pale. She said from the side, Shopkeeper Pei, are you talking about the Sure field? Pei Buwen turned his head and smiled at her. His mouth was full of terrifying fangs, that's right, the Sure field. Luo Hai quickly pulled Yang Kai's clothes and whispered, Master, the Sure field is dangerous. Many people die every day. It's best not to go. Pei Buwen laughed, it's too late. This kid has already promised me. He can't not go. Luo Hai heard and her eyes were filled with worry. Yang Kai smiled, don't worry. Tell me, what kind of place is the Sure field? He probably wouldn't get anything from Pei Buwen. Since Luo Hai knew, he might as well ask her. Luo Hai thought for a moment and explained, among the 36 heavenly paradises, there is a place called the Sure Paradise. The people in the Sure Paradise are bloodthirsty and cruel. They are not to be trifled with. They set up in Sure field in every star city for people to fight. Life and death are not allowed. Those who win a battle in the Sure field will receive some rewards. If they win consecutively, the rewards will be doubled until they reach the maximum reward they set. For instance, if you win the first match, you can obtain 50 heaven opening pills. If you win the second match, you can obtain 100 heaven opening pills. If you win the third match, you can obtain 200 heaven opening pills, and so on until you reach the highest limit. Yang Kai nodded, that's a bit interesting. Don't look at the 50 heaven opening pills you won in the first match. If you won 7 or 8 matches in a row, then the rewards you could obtain would be far greater. If you could win 9 or 10 matches in a row, then the rewards you could obtain could break through 10,000. The Azure Arena is divided into 3 levels, heaven, earth, and mortal. Correspondingly, there are 3 Azure proclamations. The mortal proclamation is for those below half-step heaven opening, the earth proclamation is for those at half-step heaven opening, and the heaven proclamation is for those at the heaven opening realm. However, no matter which proclamation it is, those that can be ranked on the Azure proclamation are not to be trifled with. This arrangement was also reasonable. After all, for a cultivator, half-step heaven opening was a watershed. Once a cultivator condensed 5 different strengths in their body, their strength would rise by leaps and bounds. After reaching heaven opening, there would be a qualitative change. Thus, the Azure Arena used half-step heaven opening as the boundary to divide the heaven, earth, and mortal proclamations. Since Pei Buwen said that his opponent wasn't at the half-step heaven opening realm, then his opponent this time should be a master on the mortal proclamation. I also heard that the purpose of the Azure Arena was to temper the disciples of the Azure Heaven. The people of the Azure Heaven rely on fighting and fighting as their foundation. The more intense the battles they experience, the faster they grow. However, even though the Azure Heaven is one of the 36 heavenly grottos, it is impossible for them to often have the opportunity to fight others. This Azure Arena satisfies their needs. Pei Buwen turned his head and smiled, this little madam knows quite a bit. That's right, the existence of the Azure Arena is a place for the disciples of the Azure Heaven to cultivate. Everyone that enters the Azure Arena is the cornerstone of their smelting trial. But, who told them to offer such generous conditions? Even on the mortal decree, as long as you win a single match you can obtain 50 heaven opening pills. As for the earth and heaven rankings, there are even more rewards. Naturally, there are as many as the clouds in the sky. While they were talking, the group had already arrived at the entrance of a shop. From the outside, this shop didn't look special, it was just that the front of the shop was a bit more spacious than the other shops. But before they could even get close, Kai Yang could already smell the stench of blood. Raising his head to look, he could see that above the shop, there was a plaque with the words Azure Field written on it. These 3 words were bright red, as if they were painted with fresh blood. At first glance, there wasn't anything special about it, but after looking at it for a while, you could see that these 3 words were actually dripping with blood, dripping down from the plaque. Yang Kai's eyebrows shot up. His eyes flashed and the plaque returned to its original state. The bloody scene from before had already vanished. Shopkeeper Pei has arrived. Please come in. A young servant warmly greeted him at the entrance. Pei Buwen was clearly a regular customer here. Pei Buwen calmly replied with a grunt of acknowledgement. With his hands behind his back, he led the group of people in. After entering the shop, Yang Kai discovered that there was a completely different world within. The main hall was incomparably spacious and there were many people gathered here. Some were in groups of 3 to 5, and some were alone. In the center of the main hall were 3 thick pillars. On these pillars, there were rows upon rows of shining words. Pei Buwen turned around and said, "You all wait here for a moment. I will find someone to make arrangements." After he finished speaking, he led the 2 shop assistants away. After he left, Luo Hai walked over. She softly said, "Master, do you really want to fight? The Azure Field is a dangerous place. If you don't have to fight, then it's best not to." Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's something that has already been decided." Luo Hai's expression darkened. She exhorted, "Then Master, you must be careful later. When fighting in the Azure Field, you will do anything. You can't treat it with ordinary experience." "I know." Yang Kai nodded. He looked in the direction of the 3 pillars and asked, "Are those the heaven, earth, and mortal lists?" When he entered, he had already noticed these 3 pillars. It couldn't be helped. These 3 pillars were built too conspicuously. It was difficult to miss them. Moreover, the top of these 3 pillars were engraved with the words heaven, earth, and mortal. Naturally, it was clear at a glance. Luo Hai nodded and said, "That's right. Those are the heaven, earth, and mortal lists." Yang Kai raised his head to examine. After a glance, he realized that the names on these lists were quite interesting. Most of them didn't look like names, but more like codenames or aliases. For example, there were names like Black Fox and Thousand Knives. There were also some names that were more normal and should be real names. Moreover, on these 3 lists, the colors of the names of the people ranked at the top and the people ranked at the bottom were different. The names of the top 3 were written in dark gold. The 4th to 10th were written in gold. The 10th to 30th were written in silver. The 30th and below were written in white. On each list, there were only 100 names, no more and no less. These names were not engraved on the pillars. Instead, they were left on them using a strange method. As he was looking, one of the names on the earth list suddenly dimmed. This attracted Yang Kai's attention. He asked in confusion, "Why did this name turn gray?" Luo Hai's face turned slightly pale. "He's dead." Upon hearing this, Yang Kai was stunned. This name that had turned gray was originally silver. He was ranked 15th. Obviously, his strength was not low. Now that he was dead, it could be seen how dangerous the battles in this Azure Field were. Although the rewards here were generous, they needed to be won with one's life. A normal cultivator would not have the courage to do so. After a moment of being stunned, the name that had turned gray suddenly collapsed and disappeared. It was removed from the earth lists. Following that, the names that were originally ranked below him all jumped up a row. At the bottom of the list, a brand new name appeared, making up the number of 100. In a corner of the hall, there was a passage. At this time, someone was walking out of the passage with a blood-soaked and lifeless body of a cultivator on his back. Blood dripped onto the floor, striking the hearts of the onlookers. Many people in the hall felt a chill in their hearts. Yang Kai knew that this dead guy should be the one who had just been removed from the earth lists. Looking at the miserable state of his body, it was obvious that he had gone through an extremely difficult battle. Behind him came the sound of hurried footsteps. Turning his head, Kai Yang saw Pei Buwan walking towards him. When he was near, he said, "Everything has been arranged. After half an hour, you will go on stage." Scratching his head, he said, "Now there is a problem." "What problem?" Yang Kai asked. "What name will you use?" When Pei Buwan asked, he pointed to the 3 lists and said, "You can use an alias or your real name if you want. It's up to you." Yang Kai said indifferently, "My real name is fine. Anyway, he was just here to fight. There was nothing shameful about it." There was no need to be so secretive. Moreover, he could use any name, but it was meaningless if he could not change his appearance. Pei Buan nodded and took out a communication bead. He was probably contacting the people in the Azure field. After he was done, Luo Hai asked, "Shopkeeper Pei, who is Lord Yang's opponent?" Pei Buan grinned and glanced at Yang Kai. He pointed to the top of the ranking list of young masters and said, "The guy who is ranked 4th. Luo Hai's face immediately turned pale. How is that possible? Lord Yang has never fought in the Azure field before. How can he be qualified to fight with that person? After she finished speaking, she realized that there was something wrong with her words. She quickly explained, "Master, there is a rule in the Azure field. You can only challenge opponents who are within 10 ranks of you. If you win, you can replace them." Pei Buan grinned and said, "To an ordinary person, rules are naturally rules. To me, rules are meant to be broken." He had a look of indescribable power on his face. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a golden name on the 4th place on the ranking list of young masters. Yu Luocha. Judging by the name, he was not someone to be trifled with. "Let's go. There is only 1 hour left. Take a good rest and adjust your condition." Pei Buan called out and led the crowd to a corner of the hall. Not long after, they arrived at a private room. A maid came to serve them. The private room was very big. Directly opposite the private room was the huge Azure field. At this moment, 2 people were fighting endlessly. However, it was obvious that one side was at a disadvantage and would not be able to hold on for long. Around the Azure field, there were spectators who were watching the battle. They were shouting as the battle unfolded. Pei Buan stood by the window with his hands behind his back. He stared down and said, "The terrain in the Azure field is ever-changing. You can decide with your opponent which terrain to choose. It can also be changed randomly. Do you have a choice? Ice and snow, hot desert, swamp, jungle, whatever you want." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "The Azure field itself is a secret treasure." Pei Buan nodded. "Yes, the Azure field is a secret treasure." Yang Kai said, "Do as you wish." Pei Buan glanced at him and grinned. "I admire your confidence. Boy, fight well for me. If you win, then everything will be fine. But if you lose, then you might lose your life. I won't hide it from you, your opponent is a disciple of the Azure Heaven." Yang Kai frowned. "That Yu Luocha is from the Azure Heaven? Are you afraid?" Pei Buan stared deeply at him. Yang Kai shook his head. "I'm not afraid. I'm just worried that I might accidentally kill him." "Don't worry." Pei Buan raised his hand. He clearly knew what Lin Ming was worried about. "If you can kill him, then kill him. It's not like the people of the Azure Heaven haven't died in the Azure field before. Normally, the Azure Heaven wouldn't care about such a situation and they definitely wouldn't take revenge on you afterwards. Otherwise, who would come to the Azure field to play with them?" "That's good. In the Azure field, there is nothing you can do. You must not be soft-hearted." Pei Buan warned with a dignified expression. Yang Kai nodded. He walked to the side and sat down cross-legged. This person was ranked 4th on the mortal decree and also came from the Azure Heaven. He clearly wasn't a pushover. Although Yang Kai was confident in himself, this was still a life-or-death battle. He naturally had to be in his best condition to welcome it. Time slowly passed. The crowd below was in an uproar. Yang Kai remained motionless, his heart as calm as still water. At a certain moment, the noise outside the private room slowly subsided. Pei Buan's voice was heard, "Get ready." Yang Kai opened his eyes and slowly got up. The door was pushed open from the outside. A man stood at the door and cupped his hands. "Manager Pei, I'm here to bring someone into the arena." Pei Buan nodded and waved his hand, "Go ahead." The man glanced around the room and fixed his eyes on Yang Kai. He turned sideways and gestured, "Please. Lord Yang, be careful." Luo Hai whispered behind him. Yang Kai did not turn back. He waved his hand and followed the man out. After he left, Pei Buan gave a look to a waiter beside him. The waiter swallowed his saliva. "Manager, how much do you want to bet?" "All in," Pei Buan said in a low voice. The waiter's face turned pale when he heard that. Manager, please think twice. It took you a lot of effort to borrow this money. If you lose, you won't be able to answer to the headquarters. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Pei Buwen shouted. The waiter quickly covered his mouth. Just do as I say. Don't talk nonsense. The waiter loosened his hand and said anxiously, all in on Yang Kai. Do you want to bet on Luocha? Pei Buwen was so angry that he kicked the waiter away. He turned around and stared at the Azura arena below with a ferocious expression. Suddenly, he grinned and turned to look at the confused Luo Hai. He said, in the future, I will eat sh*t and eat meat. It depends on whether this kid can win this round. Although he was the manager of the 100 Refinements Hall, he was not good at business. He was addicted to gambling. Not only did he not earn money in this star market, he even lost a lot. Seeing that Great Altar was about to come to check his accounts, if he didn't find a way to fill this hole, he would definitely be punished by Great Altar. Although he had borrowed a lot of money during this time and had even pawned his artifacts, there was still a large gap. He didn't have much time left, so he wanted to come to the Azura Arena to earn some money. In the Azura Arena, although the winner could obtain a certain reward, it was still not worth mentioning compared to the bets outside. If not, why would Pei Buwen choose a candidate to fight in the Azura Arena? Previously, he had found a good one. Unfortunately, he was beaten by Yang Kai with just a few punches and kicks. This gave Pei Buwen a chance to make money. As long as Yang Kai could win this round, not only would he be able to make up for his deficit, but he would also be able to pay off his debt. Even if he couldn't become rich, at least he wouldn't have to live in fear anymore. However, if he lost this round, then he would truly be consigned to eternal damnation. This gamble was staking his own future and destiny. He didn't tell Yang Kai before. Firstly, he didn't want to say anything. Secondly, he was afraid that Yang Kai would feel pressured. Seeing his sinister smile, Luo Hai couldn't help but turn pale, not knowing what to say. On the other side, under the man's lead, Yang Kai entered a tunnel. He walked all the way to the end, where a large door blocked his way. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the man who led the way. The man smiled and said, "Wait a moment." Cheers rose and fell like a tide. Even though there was a large door between them, they could feel the enthusiasm of the spectators in the Azura Arena. Behind the large door should be the Azura Arena. Someone was introducing Yu Luosha in a bewitching tone. Although the cheers were loud, Yang Kai could still hear it clearly. In that person's introduction, Yu Luosha's battle record in the Azura Arena was 172 wins, 8 draws, and 1 loss. Such a battle record could be said to be extremely terrifying. It was also a standard that only the strong could have. As for this person's opponents, 60% of them died in the Azura Arena, 30% were crippled, and only 10% survived. Following that person's introduction in a low voice, the cheers in the Azura Arena became louder and louder. Then, the voice changed and shouted, "Today's challenger is a nameless person, Yang Kai." As the voice fell, the large door that had been blocking Yang Kai's path slowly opened. Light shone in, accompanied by deafening cheers, and the Azura Arena appeared in front of him. The voice in the arena continued, "Is it the ignorant who is fearless or the fierce dragon who crossed the river? Let us wait and see. Step down." The man standing beside Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Thank you for your trouble." Yang Kai kept his fists and walked forward. The voice of the person behind him said, "Boy, if you can't win, you can admit defeat. It won't be fun to lose your life." Stepping into the Azura Arena, Yang Kai appeared on a high platform. There was another high platform 100 feet away, and on the high platform, a figure stood quietly. Presumably, that was his opponent, Yu Luosha. Yang Kai looked up and found that this person was just as he thought, a woman. When he saw the name Yu Luosha just now, Yang Kai faintly guessed. After all, if it was a man, he would not use such a name. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. Yu Luosha was very tall, with fair skin and an enchanting figure. Her clothes were also very simple. Her tight clothes outlined her exquisite curves, revealing a pair of jade-like arms that dazzled the eyes. Although she was just standing there quietly, Yang Kai could still feel a murderous aura coming from her. Many people had died under this woman's hands. Four eyes met, and Yang Kai nodded slightly. Yu Luosha's expression was indifferent, and there was no fluctuation in her watery eyes. At this moment, the surrounding scenery changed, and the surrounding stands disappeared, blocked by a layer of restrictions. Then, the terrain rolled and squirmed, and a hot aura filled the air. In just a moment, the entire Azura arena turned into a vast desert. Yang Kai looked up and saw a round sun hanging in the sky. The scorching sun was high up in the sky, and the entire desert was steaming hot. He was surprised. Although he heard from Pei Buwen that the terrain in the Azura arena could change, he did not expect that even the sun could be transformed. Thinking about it, this desert should be the battlefield, and it should be randomly changed. This was easy to deal with. The desert was empty, and there was no place to hide. Other than a direct confrontation, there was no need to think of any other schemes and tricks. A figure flashed in the corner of his eyes, followed by a strong wind. Yang Kai laughed. "You people, why didn't you say hello before attacking?" It was like this yesterday in the 100 Refinements Hall, and it was the same today. However, thinking about it, the Azura arena was unscrupulous, and this method could not be considered a sneak attack. He could only say that his reaction was a little slow. When he said the first word, Yang Kai's figure floated back, and when the last word fell, he had already punched out. On the opposite side, Yu Luosha raised her palm, but just as the fist and palm were about to collide, the arm she stretched out suddenly twisted, like a boneless snake, and wrapped around Yang Kai's fist, fiercely pressing her palm towards Yang Kai's chest. Although this change was beyond Yang Kai's expectations, it was not a big deal. Yang Kai did not dodge, and he grinned, strength surging wildly in his fist. In the next instant, the two of them were hit at the same time, and the two figures were sent flying. Yang Kai grunted, and the blood in his chest roiled. A wave of baleful aura rushed through his chest and into his meridians and flesh. Furrowing his brow, he hurriedly circulated his strength to dispel the impact. He gritted his teeth. Although it seemed like they were evenly matched just now, in truth, he had suffered a small loss. His fist that had landed on Yu Luosha's shoulder hadn't done anything to her at all. The moment his fist touched her body, this woman's shoulder had trembled subtly a few times. He didn't know what mysterious power she had used, but he couldn't help but feel as if he had punched cotton. He had encountered the nemesis. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. His advantage lay in his strong physique and great strength. Among the cultivator at the same level, there was no one who could surpass him. Against an opponent like Yu Luosha, it was very difficult for him to display his advantage. On the other side, Yu Luosha's figure flipped through the air, but in midair she suddenly raised her hand, and a blood-red bow appeared in her hand. She gently twisted her fingers, and a blood-red arrow formed at her fingertips. The arrow was knocked on the bowstring, and with a clang, it shot out. The bow was not an artifact, and the arrow was also not an artifact. Rather, it was a manifestation of pure strength, so it did not violate the rules of the Azure field. With a few soft sounds, several blood-red arrows had sealed off all of Yang Kai's paths of retreat, and in the blink of an eye they had arrived in front of Yang Kai. So fast. Yang Kai's expression turned cold, and with a flick of his finger, the pitch-black moon blades met the blood-red arrows and collapsed. However, when the last arrow collapsed, Yu Luosha's figure suddenly appeared in place, as if she could ignore the barriers of space and teleport. Her jade-white hand reached out towards Yang Kai's eyes, as if she was picking flowers and peaches. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine because this woman was trying to pluck out his eyes. Almost instinctively, he pushed his strength to protect himself, and at the same time, raised his head to the side. The jade-white hand that was reaching out was slightly obstructed, but it immediately transformed into a blade and slashed towards Yang Kai's neck. Although it was a white hand, it was not inferior to any sharp divine weapon. Even if Yang Kai had dragon transformation, if this palm struck him, he would likely be decapitated. Unable to dodge, Yang Kai grit his teeth and hurriedly used his Nihility secret technique to banish himself into the void. As the palm descended, it did not feel like it had struck anything tangible. Yu Luosha's calm eyes finally flashed a strange light as the power in her palm surged, shattering the void around it. Yang Kai let out another muffled groan as his figure solidified, and with a tap of his feet, he quickly opened up some distance between him and his opponent. Yu Luosha didn't chase after him. She only calmly looked at him. After he stood still, she gently nodded and said, "You're not bad." Her tone was light, without a hint of ridicule, as if she were praising him from the bottom of her heart. Yang Kai turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had dodged her attack in that critical moment, he had still been shaken and his organs had tumbled around. He chuckled and said, "You're not bad yourself." This woman was truly experienced in battle. She was truly worthy of being a disciple of the Azure Heaven. He had actually been suppressed by her to the point of suffocating. This was something that had never happened before. Yu Luocha's series of attacks flowed smoothly without the slightest bit of sloppiness, giving people a dazzling feeling. No wonder she could make such a great name for herself in the Azure arena, and her ranking was also frighteningly high. Based on her series of actions just now, there were not many under the half-step heaven-splitting realm who could block her, and any careless mistake could cost them their life. Yang Kai's blood was boiling. Since coming out of this world, he had not had a proper fight. All the people he had encountered were existences far stronger than him, so there was no way he could fight them. This was one of the rare battles of the same realm, and it was when he had chased after Feng Tai. With two heaven-splitting realm masters by his side, it had not been difficult at all. It had been the same in the 100 Refinements Hall yesterday. For someone like him who had grown up through fighting, not moving his hands and feet for such a long time made his hands itch. As such, even though he had suffered a small loss, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, as if he had seen a prey. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yang Kai raised his hand and beckoned to Yu Luocha, his face filled with arrogance. Seeing this, Yu Luocha's eyes narrowed slightly, and her expressionless face slowly curled into a subtle smile. No one had ever dared to provoke her like this in the Azure field, not even the 3 people ranked higher than her. Although she was ranked 4th on the mortal ranking, her strength was not much lower than the 3 people ranked before her. Any one of them would have to use their full strength against her. But today, there was an unknown person who had not even left his name on the mortal ranking who dared to act so presumptuously in front of her. Yu Luocha stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips, as if she had seen some delicious food, her appetite greatly aroused. In the next instant, a sandstorm kicked up and a large hole appeared in the ground. Yu Luocha shot out like an arrow from a bow, leaving behind several afterimages as she floated behind Yang Kai like a ghost. Raising her foot, Emperor's Qi madly surged as she swept it towards Yang Kai's head. The power of this kick was incomparably terrifying, and even if there was a mountain in front of her, it would be crushed. The back of Yang Kai's head seemed to open a pair of eyes as he raised his hand and grabbed her ankle. In the blink of an eye, he caught her ankle and sneered, "Let's see where you can run now." Just as he finished speaking, Kai Yang's face changed. This was because the little foot that he was grabbing suddenly lost its strength and slipped out of his palm. Immediately after, a warm body climbed onto his back. The body was warm and soft, but it gave people a kind of frightening feeling. It was as if it wasn't the body of a woman that had climbed onto his back, but rather a python that wanted to swallow him whole. Yu Luosha's 2 legs and arms were twisted into unimaginable arcs, tightly binding Yang Kai, making it impossible for him to exert any of his brute strength. Yu Luocha's low and gentle voice sounded, like a soul-stirring voice from the 9 hells, "How do you want to die?" Without waiting for Yang Kai to answer, Yu Luocha opened her mouth and bit towards Yang Kai's neck. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing in a life-or-death battle, so Yang Kai had a very strange feeling in his heart, but it did not stop him from reaching out and grabbing Yu Luocha's hair behind him, pulling hard. Yu Luocha let out a muffled groan. She was so close to biting Yang Kai's neck, but under the strong pull, she had no choice but to raise her head, a cold light flashing across her eyes as her hair trembled under the force of her Emperor Qi. Yang Kai hissed and quickly let go, but it was still a little too late, and a series of small cuts appeared on his palm. However, in this short moment of respite, Yang Kai finally had time to circulate his Emperor Qi and shake his body. A copious amount of power surged forth, and Yu Luosha, who was entangled with his body, was shaken off. However, this woman didn't leave. Instead, she took advantage of this opportunity to fly around Kai Yang, her pair of jade-like palms filling the sky, her fine black hair dancing in the wind, attacking Kai Yang from all kinds of unimaginable angles. From a distance, Yang Kai stood motionless in place, but there was a figure moving around beside him, up and down, left and right. With a series of banging sounds, Yang Kai's clothes were instantly torn apart. Although it looked like he was at a disadvantage, from the beginning until now he had suffered quite a bit. Kai Yang's expression was extremely calm. At this time, the benefits of having a strong physique were displayed. Although Yu Luosha was able to injure him, her strength was limited. Unless she hit a vital point, she couldn't do anything to him. On the other hand, if Yu Luosha were to take a punch or kick from him, she would definitely not have a good end. Inside the private room, Pei Buan stood in front of the window sill with his hands behind his back, closely watching the battle below. The 100 Refinements Hall staff next to him were shouting and yelling, looking extremely thrilling. "Shut up, all of you!" Pei Buan suddenly shouted angrily. The few shop assistants were so scared that they immediately shut their mouths. Luo Hai said with a worried look, "Shopkeeper Pei, can Lord Yang win?" With her eyesight, she could only see that Yang Kai was at a disadvantage, but she could not see the situation on the field clearly. Pei Buan chuckled and said, "Who knows until the end? It's best if he wins." However, in the current situation, if he doesn't get rid of Yu Luocha, it will be difficult for him to win. As soon as these words fell, Pei Buan suddenly raised his brow and grinned, "You're really something." In the azure field, accompanied by an explosion, Yu Luocha was suddenly sent flying. While in midair, she spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to the ground. The two people who had been entangled with each other finally separated. Yang Kai's clothes were tattered and he looked extremely miserable, but Yu Luocha obviously did not have a good time either. She had been entangled with Yang Kai for a long time and was always careless. She took a punch from Yang Kai and did not have time to resolve it, causing her internal organs to roll endlessly. "It's a draw." Yang Kai glanced sideways and grinned at Yu Luocha, "It's my turn." His body did not move, but he appeared in front of Yu Luocha like a ghost and pointed a finger at her. This finger seemed to be as light as a feather without any strength, but it caused Yu Luocha's pupils to shrink. With a tap of her feet, she floated back. A small blood-red flower suddenly appeared where she was originally standing. The flower looked as if it was made of blood, bright red, and an extremely dense baleful aura came from it. One step, one flower. Yu Luocha retreated 10 steps. 10 small flowers took shape in the golden desert. When each flower appeared, it was like an invisible beast that wanted to devour its prey. Yang Kai followed like a shadow. Wherever he passed, the 10 small flowers withered. Yu Luocha's expression finally changed. She formed a seal with one hand and the withered small flowers collapsed. Petals filled the vast void, turning into a rain of petals that fell on Yang Kai. Each petal was strong enough to cut through gold and break jade. Yang Kai maintained his posture and the space principles around him surged. Around his body, small cracks in the void appeared almost imperceptible, but they enveloped him. The petals attacked, but before they could get close, they were cut into pieces by the cracks in the void. Yang Kai pointed a finger and a crescent blade slashed towards Yu Luocha. It was so close that it was almost impossible to dodge. Yu Luocha bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a cloud of blood. The blood mist instantly turned into a blood-red barrier that blocked the crescent blade. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu Luocha tapped her feet and hurriedly put some distance between her and Yang Kai. Before, it was Yang Kai who had done everything possible to guard against her, but now it was the other way around. It could only be said that the wheel of fortune had changed, every dog had its day. Separated by several hundred feet, the two stared at each other. Yang Kai was smiling, but Yu Luocha's expression had become incomparably solemn. It was only at this moment that she discovered that her opponent was not simple. He was not a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. Since she had suffered a small loss in close combat, she could only use her magical powers. Gently exhaling, Yu Luocha formed a seal. Blood chi surged from her exquisite body and a blood-red flower suddenly appeared under her feet. This red flower looked similar to the one she had just summoned, but it was much larger. Yu Luocha stood on top of it, completely unaffected. Opposite her, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and a dozen pitch-black crescent blades whistled through the air. Yu Luocha remained motionless, waiting for the crescent blades to close in on her. Suddenly, the blood-red flower under her feet began to emit a dense layer of light. Immediately, a blood-red curtain of light enveloped her from bottom to top. With a sizzling sound, the crescent blades slashed at the blood-red curtain of light, but were unable to break it open. Xianxia was dumbfounded. He was well aware of the power of the crescent blades, but this blood-red flower was actually able to completely block them. It seemed that it was indeed sturdy. Yuluocha changed her hand seal and muttered something under her breath. When she opened her arms, huge blood-red flowers suddenly appeared out of thin air and filled the entire azure field. In an instant, Xianxia was surrounded by a sea of flowers. Apart from the blood-red sky, there was nothing else in front of him. Even Yuluocha had disappeared. Xianxia used his divine sense to scan his surroundings, but he was unable to detect Yuluocha's whereabouts. At a certain moment, a strange sound rang out. Amidst the swirling petals, a blood-red spear pierced through the air like a bolt of lightning. This spear was composed of flower petals and was filled with a strange fragrance and murderous intent. Xianxia raised his hand and struck out, his emperor chi surging as the blood-red spear collapsed. However, before Xianxia could breathe a sigh of relief, Yuluocha's figure mysteriously emerged from the dancing petals less than a meter away from Xianxia. Her slender jade-like palm slammed down, carrying with it the power to destroy heaven and earth. Xianxia had been on guard for a long time, so he was not surprised. Grinning, he punched out, hitting Yuluocha's body. The next moment, Xianxia frowned because he did not feel like he had hit anything. Instead, he saw Yuluocha's body suddenly collapse, turning into a rain of petals. A strong wind blew behind his head, causing Xianxia's eyes to shrink. Space principles surged, and he instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 10 meters to the left. Looking around, Yuluocha had appeared where she had originally been standing, holding a flower petal in her hand and shattering her afterimage. Both of them turned their heads and saw a strong fighting spirit and competitive spirit in each other's eyes. However, after a moment, Yuluocha actually dispersed again, turning into a rain of petals. This was not Yuluocha's true body. The spectators in the stands around the azure field could no longer see what was going on. The entire azure field was wrapped in blood-red flowers, and one could only vaguely make out the silhouettes within. Even so, it did not hinder the enthusiasm of these spectators. Loud shouts and cries could be heard incessantly. Many people were loudly shouting Yuluocha's name. It could be seen that this woman was quite popular in the azure arena. She was beautiful, had a good figure, and was strong, so she was naturally sought after by many men. In the private room, Pei Buwen stared at the battlefield below with a dignified expression. With his fourth-grade heaven-opening eyesight, he could naturally see the situation clearly. If he were in Xianxia's shoes, he would have no choice but to admit defeat. Xianxia couldn't even find where Yuluocha's real body was, so how could he win? If he wanted to win, he had to find Yuluocha's whereabouts first, but did he have the eyesight to do so? In the azure field, Xianxia was also feeling a headache. If possible, he didn't want to reveal too many of his trump cards. After all, this was the azure field, and many people were watching this battle. Revealing some of his trump cards might lead to some trouble. But now that Yuluocha was acting like this, not even revealing her whereabouts, Xianxia was really helpless. Lowering his head slightly, the hair in front of his forehead cast a thick shadow, allowing the petals to dance around him and the murderous intent to fill the air. Xianxia remained motionless. A strange sound rang out again as the petals fluttered, forming a boundless killing array. Behind this killing array, Yuluocha's figure was faintly discernible, her eyes emotionless. It wasn't until the sea of flowers was about to reach him that Xianxia suddenly raised his head, his emperor chi madly surging as void cracks appeared around him like swimming fish. The sea of flowers collapsed, and the void cracks gradually disappeared. Luocha, who was following closely behind the sea of flowers, raised her hand and slapped towards Xianxia. Xianxia ignored this and turned his head to look in a certain direction, a golden light blooming from his left eye as he grinned. "Is it fun to hide here and there?" As soon as these words fell, Xianxia had already rushed over, his hands fluttering as he formed a series of hand seals and muttered, "Flowing time, great emperor, withering glory, shuttle like a dream." He slammed his palm down. Amidst the sea of flowers, Yuluocha acted as if she was facing a great enemy. Her pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip. No matter how she thought about it, she could not understand how the other party had discovered her whereabouts so quickly. When she looked up, she saw that Yang Kai's left eye had turned into a golden vertical slit. That vertical slit was full of majesty, as if it could look directly into the depths of her soul and pry into the secrets hidden in the bottom of her heart. She couldn't help but feel her hair stand on end. He came to a sudden realization. This fellow had clearly cultivated some kind of profound eye technique. No wonder he could reach such a level. She wanted to dodge, but her thoughts stopped in that instant. By the time she came back to her senses, the might of that palm was already upon her. There was a deafening roar, and the endless sea of flowers seemed to have received a command. They rolled over and gathered in front of her to form a sturdy barrier. As the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal slammed down, the sea of flowers collapsed, revealing Yu Luocha's true body, a slightly flustered expression on her face. If Yang Kai had cultivated the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal in the early days, he might not have possessed such power, but Yang Kai had witnessed countless battles between the flowing time Great Emperor and Emoshing in the ancient battlefield and had absorbed the essence of both of them, evolving his own martial Dao true meaning. He dared not say anything else, but this flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal had reached the pinnacle of perfection. It was not much worse than the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal in the past. "You're finished." Yang Kai grinned at her, and as soon as his words fell, a pure white lotus flower flashed from his demon eye of annihilation. Blossoming lotus. Yu Luocha's expression froze, her spiritual energies defenses like paper. A massive lotus flower appeared in her field of vision, its petals blossoming, rapidly draining away her spiritual energy. Although Yu Luocha had also condensed her own Dao seal, she was still within the scope of the Emperor realm. In terms of spiritual energy, how could she compare to Yang Kai? Not to mention the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus for so many years, Yang Kai's spiritual energy was much stronger than any other cultivator of the same level. Even the nourishment he had obtained after consummating with Yu Ruming had caused his spiritual energy to soar by a large margin. Although his spiritual energy was not yet at the opening heaven boundary, it was still at the half-step opening heaven boundary. With a splitting headache, Yu Luocha screamed and instinctively urged her spiritual energy to resist. Unexpectedly, the more she urged her spiritual energy, the faster the pure white lotus bloomed. In the blink of an eye, the entire lotus flower had bloomed, white as jade, untainted by even a speck of dust, a magnificent sight to behold. But this was not the end. Yang Kai's demon eye of annihilation flashed again and his spiritual energy suddenly changed. Furious Lotus. The blossoming lotus secret technique used the enemy's spiritual energy as nourishment to blossom pure white lotuses, but the Furious Lotus secret technique was the complete opposite. The blooming lotus closed up and enveloped one's spiritual energy, sealing off their spiritual energy and body, severing the connection between them. It could be said that once one was struck by the Furious Lotus secret technique, they would become a mindless walking corpse before they could resolve this secret technique. The blooming lotus quickly closed up, enveloping Yu Luocha's spiritual energy. If she was in her peak condition, Yu Luocha might have been able to break free from the shackles of this secret technique, but after being struck by the blossoming lotus secret technique, her spiritual energy had been greatly damaged, so how could she do it now? Her body and mind dimmed, as if she had been exiled into a world of endless darkness, constantly falling down without end. The boundless sea of flowers collapsed, and the scene of the azure field was imprinted in the eyes of the surrounding onlookers. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai and Yu Luocha stood motionless not far from each other in the middle of the desert. This scene made the onlookers wonder who had won and who had lost. Luo Hai also couldn't tell. Since the appearance of the sea of flowers, she couldn't see anything. At this moment, she couldn't help but ask, "Shopkeeper Pei, did Lord Yang win?" Pei Buan turned his head, giving Luo Hai a fright. Because in this short period of time, this guy's eyes were blood red, and his eyeballs were bloodshot. Luo Hai couldn't help but take a few steps back, and her body tensed up. Pei Buan grinned and spat out 2 words, "He won." After saying that, he couldn't help but laugh, "Ha ha ha ha, he won." He raised his arms high in excitement, as if he was the one who had won. There was no way he wouldn't be excited. He was at the end of his rope, borrowing money to settle his debts, but he still didn't have enough. He had no choice but to gamble, and he actually turned the tables. In this way, he no longer had to worry about the headquarters sending people to check the accounts. While Pei Buan was laughing, Yang Kai raised his hand and lightly tapped Yu Luosha's forehead. Yu Luosha's entire body fell to the ground with a loud bang. His eyes were wide open, but there wasn't the slightest bit of life in them. Before the Furious Lotus secret art was cracked, Yu Luosha could forget about waking up from the unity of body and mind. Seeing this scene, how could the spectators not know the result? On the stands, there was an uproar. Yu Luosha, ranked 4th on the Azura list, actually lost to an unknown brat? The key point was that they didn't even see how Yu Luosha lost. Many people had bet heavily on Yu Luosha, and at this time, they were naturally cursing and shouting that the Azura field was secretly manipulated, and that there was a shady plot. On the other hand, the Azura field turned a deaf ear, and completely ignored them. That inexplicable voice sounded again, announcing Yang Kai's victory. In the field, the scenery changed. The desert quickly disappeared, and the 2 tall platforms once again stood tall. A woman rushed into the Azura field and glared fiercely at Yang Kai. Then, she picked up Yu Luosha and disappeared in a flash. It seemed that she was thinking of a way to treat him. Yang Kai leisurely returned through the original passage. In the passage, the guy who led him here was still there, and he nodded slightly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai returned the greeting and walked straight into Pei Buan's private room. Lord Yang. A few of the 100 Refinements Hall staff immediately greeted him. Their attitude was extremely warm, and they nodded and bowed for a while. Yang Kai glanced around and frowned. Where's your manager? There was no trace of Pei Buan in the private room. Did this guy run away? Thinking about it, it didn't seem right. The 100 Refinements Hall was still there, so where could he go? Moreover, this guy had sworn on his Taoist heart before, so he wouldn't break the promise. Luo Hai said, Manager Pei went to ask for money. What money? Yang Kai was stunned. Luo Hai glanced at the workers from the 100 Refinements Hall and said, Shopkeeper Pei has placed a bet on you. If you win, he wins. Yang Kai laughed, he has so much confidence in me? How much did he bet on me? Luo Hai shook her head. She didn't know either. Yang Kai looked at the 100 Refinements Hall staff, and one of them smiled apologetically, not much, not much. How much is not much? Yang Kai didn't give up. The staff raised a finger. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, 1 million? The staff shook his head. 10 million? Yang Kai was shocked. The staff nodded. Yang Kai clicked his tongue. Pei Buan was indeed a fool. He didn't know much about him, but he had the guts to bet 10 million heaven-opening pills. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed, and he frowned, what are my odds? The shop assistant's expression suddenly became slightly awkward as he scratched his face awkwardly. He didn't want to answer, but this matter couldn't be concealed anyway. Yang Kai only needed to casually go outside and look around to find out, so he quickly replied, 1 to 4. Hiss. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air and gritted his teeth, Manager Pei is rich. The odds were 1 to 4, so 10 million was a profit of 40 million. Damn. No wonder that guy was so generous, saying that if he won, not only would he give him 10 million, but he would also personally compensate him 1 million. Compared to the 40 million, what was 1 million? Now it seemed that he had already calculated it. Yang Kai suddenly felt a toothache. He had fought so hard on the stage to the death, but in the end, it was others who benefited. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't change what he had said before. Lord Yang, Manager Pei said that he might need a while, so he asked us to go back to the 100 Refinements Hall and wait for him. He said you can rest assured that he will definitely give you the 11 million. Yang Kai snorted, he dares not to give it to me. After waiting for less than an hour in the main hall of the 100 Refinements Hall, Pei Buan's laughter came from outside, Brother Yang, where is Brother Yang? Brother Yang, where is Brother Yang? Previously, he called Yang Kai a brat. Now that he had won a lot of money, he called Pei Buan his brother. Before Pei Buan could finish a sentence, he strode in and stared at Yang Kai with a pair of bright eyes. He went straight to Yang Kai and patted him on the shoulder, Brother, you're really my lucky star. Yang Kai snorted, I think you're my savior. He had to hand it to Pei Buan. Until now, he still couldn't figure out where Pei Buan got the courage to bet 10 million on him. what if he lost? There's no difference. Pei Buwen waved his hand and looked down at Yang Kai's teacup. He frowned, come on, change the tea for me. Serve me the best tea. Cut the crap, pay up first. Yang Kai stretched out his hand unceremoniously. Yang Kai was too lazy to interact with such a hooligan. It was more important to settle the account and leave quickly. Don't worry, this king has already prepared everything for you. Saying so, he sat down and pushed a space ring across the table towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai picked up the ring and scanned it with his divine sense to count the money. Pei Buwen looked at him with a smile. Brother Yang, I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting. You defeated Yu Luosha so easily. Are you interested in fighting a few more rounds? Yang Kai was multitasking. He continued to count the money while glancing at Pei Buwen. Pei Buwen said, Yu Luosha is only 4th on the human list. Although he's not bad, he's still lacking compared to the other 3. If you're interested, I'll arrange for you to fight with them. If you win, you'll earn a lot of money. Yang Kai raised the space ring on his hand and shook it. I have money, I'm not fighting. Pei Buwen laughed. What kind of money is this? 10 million of it is a tribute, not yours. It's only 1 million. How about this, if you listen to me, I'll give you 20% of the winnings. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to her. He stood up and said, this matter is over. Farewell, shopkeeper Pei. He then led Luo Hai out of the room. Don't go yet. Everything can be discussed. 30% is fine too. Pei Buwen quickly stood up and persuaded. 40%. Seeing that Yang Kai did not show any signs of stopping, Pei Buwen quickly increased the price. 40% at most. I also have to bear the risk of losing money. You can't expect me to give you a 50-50 split, right? Any higher and that would be too much. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him and soon disappeared. This brat. Pei Buwen smacked his lips. If it was someone else, he might have to resort to threats and promises to stay. This brat was simply a money tree. As long as he operated it well, wouldn't it be easy to earn money from the Azure field? However, this brat was a member of the First Inn, so he couldn't force him. Since he didn't want to fight, Pei Buwen really didn't have any good ideas. Watching Yang Kai leave, Pei Buwen felt a little regret in his heart, but it was quickly washed away by the joy of winning money. He sat down and counted his gains. He bet 10 million and won 40 million, which was a total of 50 million heaven-opening pills. He gave Yang Kai 11 million, so he still had nearly 40 million. Not only was it enough to settle the debt, but he also had a large surplus. The haze that had been plaguing him for many days disappeared, and he felt very happy. Leading Luo Hai out of the 100 Refinements Hall, Yang Kai handed her a ring. Luo Hai looked up at him. Yang Kai smiled and said, "This is for you." Luo Hai took it and scanned it with her divine sense. She whispered, "That's too much, master." When Yang Kai bought the Scroll of the Universe, she had given Yang Kai less than 20,000 heaven-opening pills. Now, after only a day, Yang Kai had actually returned her 30,000. This was indeed a lot for Luo Hai. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Take the extra as your reward." "That's still too much." Luo Hai shook her head, "I can't accept it, master. My reward is not enough for this much. Please take it back, master." Saying so, she handed the ring back to him. Yang Kai stared at her and saw her determined and serious expression. He couldn't help but laugh and didn't force her. "All right, deduct the amount you gave me and give the rest to me." Luo Hai nodded and busied herself for a while before returning the extra heaven-opening pills. Yang Kai casually took it and saw that it was still early, so he said, "Come with me to a few more places." "All right, I have nothing to do when I go back anyway." "Master, you can go whenever you want." Yesterday, the 100 Refinements Hall couldn't continue with the debt collection, so there were still many shops left. Yang Kai estimated that it would take at least 3 or 4 more days to finish. In the following shops, he didn't encounter people like Pei Buwen. He handed over a greeting card, stated his purpose for coming, and showed the lady boss's token. The shopkeepers all received him politely. Like before, he agreed on a 1-month deadline. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Yesterday, he didn't have any money on him and didn't want to go back to the inn, so he stayed at Luo Hai's place for the night. Today, he had only earned 11 million. Yang Kai wanted to go back and report the good news to the lady boss, so he let Luo Hai go back first. After agreeing to continue tomorrow, Yang Kai slowly walked to the first store. Not long after, he returned to the inn. The first store was still overcrowded. Several servants were running around and the accountant was standing behind the counter, fiddling with an abacus. The inn is full. Please find another place. The accountant noticed that someone was coming and said without raising his head. Yang Kai knocked on the table. Where's the lady boss? The accountant raised his head. It's you. I thought you were a guest. He pointed to the backyard and said, she's in the room. Yang Kai nodded. Then you go ahead with your business. He went straight to the backyard. The accountant raised his head and looked at his back. He shrank his neck and said in a low voice, there's a way to heaven, but you don't take it. There's no door to hell. Why bother? Walking to the backyard, Yang Kai saw a person standing up, squatting, and standing up again at the corner of the yard. He seemed to be carrying something on his shoulder. Yang Kai was surprised. He walked over and found that this person was Lao Bai. They looked at each other. Lao Bai grinned at him and said, you're back? Yes. Yang Kai nodded and looked at him curiously. What are you doing? Nothing, nothing. Lao Bai got up with difficulty. He was almost out of breath when he spoke. It could be seen that the thing on his shoulder was not light. I'm cultivating. Cultivating here? Yang Kai was confused. He didn't know what was wrong with this guy. If he wanted to cultivate, he should find a suitable place. Why did he come to the lady boss's yard to cultivate? Yang Kai, you're back? In the room with flickering candlelight, the lady boss's cold voice came. I'm back, lady boss. Yang Kai shouted. He glanced at Bai Qi, shook his head and ignored him. He went to the door and knocked. Come in. Yang Kai pushed the door and entered. Before he could report the good news to the lady boss, he saw a white shadow rushing toward him. He was shocked and wanted to retreat. But the white shadow was ridiculously fast. It grabbed him by the collar and pulled him into the room. Then the door slammed shut. Yang Kai was very nervous. He thought that someone was going to attack him. But when he looked carefully, he found that it was the lady boss standing in front of him. It made sense. This was the lady boss's house. Who else could it be but her? At this moment, the lady boss's beautiful eyes were cold, and she looked at him coldly. Yang Kai stared at her and said, what's wrong? Who provoked this crazy woman again? Why was she looking at him as if she wanted to eat him alive? You still have the face to ask? The lady boss sneered. She reached out and grabbed something in the air. It looked like a feather duster, and she hit it at Yang Kai. Yang Kai jumped in fright and raised his hand to block, but with the lady boss's cultivation and his own, there was no way he could block it. In the blink of an eye, the feather duster struck his head. Yang Kai was in so much pain that his eyes turned red. He covered his head with both hands and shouted, what are you doing? I'm hitting you. Can't you see? While speaking, the feather duster stabbed Yang Kai in the stomach. Who asked you that? I asked you why you hit me. Yang Kai wanted to say something, but he couldn't open his mouth. His stomach turned and he arched his back. The feather duster fell again and hit Yang Kai on the shoulder. Kai Yang jumped up as if his butt was on fire. His body flew backwards, wanting to escape through the door, but the lady boss only stretched out her hand and pulled him back. Damn, the difference in strength is too big. He couldn't resist at all. Yang Kai was full of shame and anger. He had never been beaten like this before. Most importantly, he didn't know why he was beaten like this. After being hit a few more times, Yang Kai was in so much pain that anger rose in his heart. He shouted, crazy woman, try and hit me again. Crazy woman? The lady boss was so angry that she laughed. The feather duster turned into a boundless shadow and aimed at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was suddenly in a panic. He gritted his teeth and comforted himself that a real man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. No matter what, he had to figure out the problem first. He hurriedly shouted, "Don't hit me, don't hit me. Let's talk nicely. I'm a crazy woman. What's there to talk about? Crazy woman, do what you want to do." She hit him a few more times. Xianxia was speechless. He lowered his body and shrank in the corner, using his hands to protect his head. Seeing him like this, the lady boss stopped. Xianxia slowly raised his head and looked through the gaps between his fingers. His eyes were full of vigilance. The lady boss looked down at him, the coldness on her face freezing his heart. "Speak, where did you go last night? Why didn't you return last night?" Xianxia said with grief and indignation, "You hit me because of this?" He slowly got up. The lady boss waved the feather duster and Xianxia shrank back. He secretly swore in his heart, "Don't let me cultivate to the heaven-opening realm. Otherwise, I'll get my revenge 10 times, 100 times. I asked you a question, so answer obediently. Stop being so long-winded." Xianxia snorted, "I spent the night at a friend's house last night." "Friend?" The lady boss sneered, "You've only been in Star City for a few days. Where do you have friends? Male or female? What do you care?" Xianxia really wanted to say something, but he was afraid of angering this woman, so he could only say, "Female." As soon as he said this, the feather duster came down again. The lady boss said with disappointment, "You're so young, yet you don't learn good things. You go around fooling around. You've only been here for a few days and you've already spent the night at someone's house." End of chapter 3954. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.